starting in 45 seconds.
Hello and welcome to etnow.in Health and Business Summit. Today we have with us Dr. Sayali Das Gupta. She's the head of the pediatric ICU and pediatrician at Peerless Hospital. Hi ma'am, how are you doing today?
Hello, fine.
Ma'am, childcare is actually very critical because a lot of emotions are attached to it. So my first question for you would be, what makes pediatric ICU different from an adult ICU?
Yes, pediatric ICU differs a lot from the adult ICU. First, coming to the age is from 1 month to 18 years that get admitted in pediatric ICU. And the second is the disease. Adult ICU, they are mostly associated with all the chronic cases, whereas in PICU, we get more acute cases like pneumonia, complicated dengue, malaria, typhoid, all kind of road traffic accidents. So these cases are more common in the pediatric ICU. So their outcome is much more better and rewarding in case of pediatric ICU. And the third important point is that is the quality of care is very important because child is very vulnerable. They can't express what they're feeling, whether they are in pain. So that is very important. We have various tools, we have various charts from where seeing the expression of the child, seeing the vitals like the heart rate, blood pressure, respiratory rate, we can understand that whether the child is having a pain or distress or an agony, and in that case, we give medicines according to their expression. And also these doses, they are all based on weight and body surface area. So giving the right medication in the right doses is very important in PICU. Because if you underdose it, it won't be effective, and if you overdose it, it can be fatal. The next important point is that actually these are family and psychosocial support is also needed in pediatric ICU, because when a child becomes critically ill, the parents, all the family members get involved, right? As well as the doctors, the treating team, everyone gets involved. So here we don't only manage the child, we also manage the parents and give them moral support and counsel them daily. We brief them daily. So these are the various differences between the pediatric ICU and adult ICU.
Definitely looks like a very tough job here. But what is the toughest part actually for caring for a critically ill child?
The toughest part is that there are clinical challenges are there because a child deteriorates very rapidly. They don't give time. So we have to understand the danger signs and then we have to act accordingly. So this is the first thing. And that I've discussed, the clinical complexities. They're all weight-based formulations. So giving the right medicine in the right part of the body, these are very important. And the safety of the child also. Safety like regarding prevention of fall from bed. This is very important. And most of the time what happens in PICU, when the child is very critically ill, suppose the child is on ventilator, at that time parents get limited entry in the PICU because of the risk of infections. So at that time we need a very good team, a group comprising of the pediatric intensivist, other pediatric teams, doctors, and all the nurses. That is very important. We need a very good nurse to child ratio is 1:1. Then they can take good care of the child. So these are all differences and the complexities which are associated with PICU. And again, that I was discussing about the psychosocial and moral support. Because when a child, suppose is admitted in our ICU for about 2 to 3 months, then we get involved. Also in the mental, emotionally we become very much attached to that child.
Definitely. So as tech is actually advancing in the medical field as well, what recent advances have made improvements in the PICU and helping you actually identify illnesses and anything that the child needs?
Yes, there are many recent advances in pediatric ICU that has come up. First of all, coming to the ventilators. Now the ventilators are more patient-centric. We have very newer modes of ventilation that has come up. We have various non-invasive modes of ventilation that actually they're helping, and basically that is acting as a bridge from normal oxygen support to ventilator. Then another recent advances has come up that we have like ECMO, is extracorporeal membrane oxygenation. When the ventilator is failing, then ECMO is coming up. And now we are also getting the pediatric circuits. Pediatric machines are available for ECMO. Regarding the renal support, the kidney support, we have CRRT, that is continuous renal replacement therapy, that are also coming up with all the pediatric sizes. Then coming to all the endoscopes like bronchoscope, endoscope, also the smallest sizes that are being manufactured. So that is helping us a lot. And palliative care, that is also recent advances have come that in pediatric population also we are coming up with the palliative care. And I think these all multidisciplinary team as well as all these recent advances are present in our hospital, PLS hospital.
That's great. Ma'am, as you said that emotions are attached to the child and parents are actually very worried. You have to handle the parents as well. So the parents have to look for a lot of things before admitting their child into a PICU. So what should you actually look for in a good PICU?
Yes. What actually parents generally look in a good PICU, I myself being a parent to a 3-year-old child, first of all, there should be a good pediatric intensivist round the clock. Will take care of the child, and when the child gets more critically ill, then he or she should be present there. There should be a very good team who can diagnose the early danger signs. That is very important. And then there should be a low nurse to patient ratio, 1:1 or 1:2, so that they can take good care of the child. All the latest technologies and multidisciplinary team should be there. Multidisciplinary team, I mean to say like pediatric gastroenterology, pediatric pulmonology, pediatric surgery, pediatric cardiology. These are all very important fields, and we need them on a daily basis in PICU, because when a child gets critically ill, there is multi-system involvement. So we need a multidisciplinary team. I think parents also look for that. And all the latest technologies that I was discussing about the CRRT, ECMO, all the newer ventilators, non-invasive ventilation. These are also things that parents look for. And the last, but the most important thing is that the psychosocial support, they also need support, because at that time, what I was telling that whenever we daily we meet the parents, we always brief them what is happening, what is our plan. A clear communication is very important in case of PICU. So the communication should be very clear, should be distinct, and we should provide mental support to the parents as well. Even if a child is very sick, suppose also is in case of pediatric cancers, the when the palliative care also fails, the suppose the children is going to die, at that time also the support doesn't end there. We need to support them. So that is a very important thing, I think, for the doctors and as well as from the parents.
So well, advanced tech, patient to nurse ratio, and emotional and mental care. Thank you, ma'am. That I hope it was really helpful for all our parents watching us, and I hope you have a great day.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
One second, guys. Let's just hold on. ऑर्डर मिला है मेरे को. ऑर्डर चेंज होगा तो बताना मेरे को. Next, Shitwam, next. Wait. Start.
Hello and welcome to ET Now Health Ranking and Conclave. Today we have with us Dr. Teesta Banerjee. She is a consultant gynecologist at Peerless Hospital. Hi ma'am, how are you doing today?
Hello, I'm doing fine, and my pleasure to be present with you on this platform.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Ma'am, as a woman, sometimes we forget to take care of ourselves, especially in, while taking care of other people, we definitely do. So the first question for you would be, what is menopause?
Menopause is a very important junction in a woman's life. So as the name goes, menopause means cessation of menses, that is when the menstrual bleeding stops. But I would refer to a wider meaning, that is gradually the ovarian hormones that support a woman's reproductive process and the entire sexual life, those hormone levels begin to fall, ovary gradually stops functioning, and gradually she transcends into menopause. So in a broader aspect, it marks a landmark in a woman's life. Just as the onset of menses, menopause is equally important as a phase of a woman's life.
How does a woman know that she's reached perimenopause?
Yes, so busy as we all are, taking care of our families, spouse, children, women usually tend to notice smaller changes. It does not just happen with a bang. It's something like you notice small fluctuations in the menstrual cycles, or maybe some kind of heavy bleeding, or some change in the bleeding pattern that has not been there before. These changes happening. Most often, women come to us reporting that they are experiencing irritability, mood fluctuations, like situations where they wouldn't react normally. They are unable to handle that, and that is causing some changes in their mood stability. Then again, there is some kind of sexual dysfunction also associated. So we are at an age where we women don't limit ourselves. We try to live our life to the fullest, and there when some kind of changes crop up that limit our functioning, that is when it's perimenopause. It's happening, those small muscle cramps, that fatigue, that irritability, that lack of sleep, all those small things actually add up to menopause knocking at the door.
Also, any other major health issues that you should look out for, during or for perimenopause?
Yes, so as I say, menopause is a very important junction in a woman's life. So we need to look out for the overall changes in health. Interestingly, a female body is very much dependent on these reproductive hormones, as we know, estrogen and progesterone. And when these hormones decline, they lead to loss of bone mass, they lead to atrophy of the sexual organs, they lead to subtle changes in blood health, in heart health, and almost every system of our body. So maybe the woman has walked into my clinic with some subtle problems regarding menstruation, but we like to utilize that opportunity to look out for bigger problems that might be hidden under the surface. So as we all say, menopause might just be the tip of the iceberg, and we utilize that opportunity to do some screening. So by screening, we mean we look for onset of diseases that are particularly common in that age group. And we do screening for breast cancer, we do screening for cervical cancer, and we have different imaging modalities available in Peerless Hospital. So as we all know, Peerless Hospital operates on a multidisciplinary approach, and we have got specialists for every single discipline, and we work together as a team. So as a gynecologist, I would run the specific tests for the screening purpose with the imaging and blood works. And if we find anything suspicious, we have got our specialists to take care of the woman. So as we say, a general health checkup at the menopausal age, that I would say between 40 to 50, is very much necessity for every woman.
Now, since our body is also changing so much, what are the lifestyle changes that we should make before or after menopause?
So lifestyle changes are very much essential during menopause. As for general well-being, we all know that nutrition and exercise, they play vital roles. But menopause is where you need to understand your body. You need to understand the demands of the body according to the hormonal changes that are happening. So first and foremost, women tend to lose muscle mass. That is when the muscle atrophy sets in. So small movements like climbing up a flight of stairs or taking a short run to catch a bus, that might seem extremely tiring or exhausting, and you might end up with palpitations. So basically it's your muscles giving way. They're losing their strength. The other thing is bone health. So bone density often drops, leading to low back pain, leading to chronic fatigue, neck pain, and so on. The other thing is, previously in older generations, women were not that much aware of their sexual health. So menopause is the time when a lot of women experience vaginal dryness and they have difficulty having sexual intercourse. And at our PLS hospital, I would say the doctor's room is the safe space. It's a closed box, it's a safe space where women can put forward all their queries, however minor it might be. It might be just some kind of skin changes, it might be a small lump in their breast, it might be some issue of vaginal dryness they're experiencing. And also, to carry forward, they might have some difficulty in urination. Most women report a difficulty in urination, or might be at night time they are having increased urination. All of these changes are happening because of menopause, because of the hormonal fluctuations. So we suggest all the women not to ignore, but to explore their bodies and listen to what they're asking for.
So with lifestyle changes also comes nutrition, right? So, and many people are now actually going into fitness and nutrition as well. Carbs is something people are actually afraid of. My question to you is, what variety of rice should be a part of your essential diet, since rice is a staple for all of us?
Rice is actually carbohydrate, and it's a very easily assimilated form of carbohydrate. So I would suggest, since for us Bengalis, rice forms an integral part of diet, the secret lies in portion control. So as Indians, different studies have revealed that Indians lack in protein content. So our diet needs to be rich in more protein and less of carbs. More fibers are always good for bowel movements and also for nutrition purpose. So you actually can cut down on calories by shifting the proportions in the food you consume. And apart from that, for menopausal women, we always stress on exercise. So not just simple walking, we are trying to bring back those muscles into function. So that's where small training sessions, different activities, muscle targeted activities, isometric exercises, or maybe short term exercises with weights, they come into use. Apart from that, we have different short procedures, OPD based procedures like laser treatment of vagina that will promote the vascularization of the tissues, and they help in menopausal changes. As it is, like different women come from different clinics or different hospitals from the periphery who have been continuously taking antibiotics for vaginal itching, vaginal dryness. At PLS Hospital, we are actually able to treat them with proper hormone replacement therapy, with proper monitoring and screening services.
That's great, ma'am. I hope this was very helpful for all the women here. Thank you so much for all the knowledge that you've given to us. Thank you so much for talking to us.
Thank you.
Hello and welcome to Health and Ranking Conclave, etnow.in. Today we are joined by Dr. Rajendra Prasad Ray. He is consultant urologist at PLS Hospital. My first question to you, sir, would be, in simple words, what is laser surgery and how is it different from a normal surgery?
Well, actually, the terminology laser surgery is not a medical terminology. It is basically introduced by the common man or the patient itself. What happened is, in surgery, we use laser as a tool. It is not actually surgery. But it is a powerful tool and it helps us to doing surgery in a better way. But as the patients understand how it is and they introduce the term laser surgery, and we see that laser surgery is a very simple word and that speaks the volume. So we accepted the term and we also use nowadays as it is a laser surgery.
So is it safe for common problems like kidney stones and other normal problems?
In my specialty urology, we use laser in particularly two procedures. One is the prostate and another is the stone. But laser has been introduced for more than 4 or 5 decades and it has been proved in many research in studies that laser is very safe and it is used in other disciplines as well. And before being introduced into our specialty, it has been studied in non-animal model, then it is animal model, and then human trial. So before being introduced, it has been gone extensive research and investigated better way. And since in urology, it has been for last 10 years, and it is very safe, because laser is a powerful tool definitely, but if you use it judiciously and in a manner that is safe for the patients, and definitely it helps in doing the surgery in a minimal way and that actually giving benefit to the patients.
So how lesser is the pain in a laser surgery compared to a normal surgery?
So what happened, if you see the history of the surgery, so we usually start the surgery cutting open the abdomen and that gives a lot of pain, the tissue trauma, the morbidity was more. But as the technology advances, so we introduce the endoscope so that we can enter through our natural orifices. But for that reason, we need some tool that can cut the prostate or that can disintegrate the stone. And here the laser help us. So minimize the instrument that reduce the tissue trauma and that helps in basically. So the pain is less, the recovery is faster. So patient can be discharged early. In stone surgery, we usually discharge in the same day. In prostate surgery, we can discharge in the next day.
Sure. Also, nutrition is something that we have to take care of as generic people, no matter the disease or no matter any health concerns. So what significance does carbohydrates have in our diet, and how important is rice, especially given it's a staple for most of us as Indians? What variety of rice would you recommend for generic Indians?
So in my specialty, the stone is basically a metabolic disorder.
Yeah.
And everybody knows that diet has a role in stone disease. But it is not the carbohydrate. Here the protein is the main culprit. As well the increased salt intake, the junk food, the drink which is available now in the packaged form, that gives a lot of salt and sugar. And that produces basically the calcium in the urine and that produces stone. Carbohydrate has very little effect on the stone disease.
Okay. Sir, also about the patient recovery with laser surgery, how fast is it compared to the other one?
So if I talk about my specialty only, so we use the laser in prostate surgery and for the stone disease. As we do the stone disease in our PLS hospital, we have all sort of instruments that are miniaturized. And so we introduce through the natural orifice. We don't cut the abdomen, we don't cut any organ. So it is very painless and safe. In stone surgery, we can discharge the patient in the same day or the day after. In prostate surgery, in conventional surgery, there is bleeding and we need a clear urine before we can remove the catheter and discharge. It usually takes 3 to 4 days, but if we do use the laser in prostate surgery, we can discharge the next day.
So thank you so much, sir. This was very useful for us. Thank you for joining us at etnow.in Health Ranking and Conclave. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you very much.
Hello and welcome to this special chat session with leading dietitian and health influencer Manjeera Sanyal. Hi, welcome to Lalbaba Rice presents the EatNow.in Health Conclave, and we are privileged to have you for this interaction, ma'am.
Hi, thank you for having me here.
Ma'am, my first question for you would be, when it comes to health, proper diet is very important and extremely important, we all know that. But does diet mean cutting down on certain foods, or would it be having all essential right things in the right proportion, at the right time, in the right meal? What would you say about it?
Diet is all about balancing your food items, okay? So there are 5 major food groups, that is carbs, protein, fat, vitamin and minerals. You have to take all of them in correct proportion with right proportion at right time, and diet doesn't mean stop your favorite food. You have to take all of them with moderation. And diet is about balancing everything, eating in a smart way, not cutting down your favorite food items. If you skip one particular food group, absolutely, then your body slowly become weaker, your immunity will be compromised, you will feel tired. So you have to take all the food items, carbs, protein, fat, vitamin, minerals and antioxidant, hydration, all of them. That is called diet.
Now, talking about diet and other minerals, carbohydrates, etc., there is one eternal question: rice or roti? Yes. Who do you think wins the crown?
Yes, absolutely. It's a common question. Rice or roti. Look, both have their unique qualities. In case of rice, especially parboiled rice, rice has a typical vitamin minerals that we all know. But parboiled rice is very easy to digest, and in between rice and roti, rice is, for my perspective, rice is better because it is easy to digest and easy to cook, and it is absolutely gluten-free, and it is no doubt nutritious. In case of roti, that is made from, if it is made from whole wheat, so there is gluten. So in today's world, you will see most of the people have gluten sensitivity, maybe due to higher amount of genetically modified wheat. So wheat in some cases feels you more difficult, it's not very friendly for stomach, too easy to digest. But in case of rice, it is very easy to digest, and you can give rice to a 6 months baby to an 80 years old. So it's very, and it, most importantly, it gives quick energy. But but after having a rice meal, you will not, especially in case of parboiled rice, you will not feel tired or heavy because its nutritional compositions gets little change during the time of parboiling.
So rice, you would say, is
yes, rice is easy to digest and easy to cook, and it's more friendly in stomach.
Yeah. So a lot of people are now talking about parboiled rice,
yes,
and it's a trend. Is it just a trend and a hype, or does it actually have nutritional benefits?
Look, it's not a trend, especially more than 100 years we are using the parboiled rice, especially in Bengal and South India, it's very common. Nowadays, people more talking about that because more and more research says that it is more healthier, nutritious, and it is good for metabolic health issues also. It prevents metabolic health issues. So it's not a fashion, it's very common. It's like that something good we forgot to highlight.
So what about the glycemic index for parboiled rice? Is it better for metabolic health?
Yes. Look, during parboiling, there is a technique where before removing from husk, there is a typical steaming process. In this cooling and heating process, in case of parboiled rice, what happened? The starch, which we called the basic composition of carbohydrate, it gets more tight, and some of the starch turns out to resistant starch. Resistant starch means it resists digestion first. So it remains in our stomach, and it more than any other kind of rice, and slowly it started so slowly it releases glucose, and gradually it comes from stomach to intestine. There is a long time. So parboiled rice releases glucose slowly in blood, right? Naturally, there is a lower to moderate glycemic index depend upon the quality and cooking technique. It's near about 50, okay? So if 50 glycemic index is very good for preventing metabolic disorder. It helps in insulin resistance, weight control, weight management, diabetes, and any metabolic issues.
Well, that was really eye-opening.
I want to add one more point here.
Definitely.
During parboiling, the resistant starch is, I am already giving you the brief. What happened in case of parboiled rice? Say you cook it today and let it cool down, and then you refrigerate it, and next day again you reheat. So what happened? The amount of resistant starch again increased, and it becomes very friendly for your gut health. The gut bacteria, which remains in our gut, which actually help us to cure any metabolic disorder, say it's insulin resistance, or diabetes, or any kind of weight issues. The fiber in resistant starch actually help us to grow these probiotic bacteria also. That's why parboiling rice is so nutritious and so important that we should take every day in our diet.
Well, that was really informative, given rice is staple for Indians, especially here in Kolkata. So my final question of the day, since we have talked a lot about rice in particular and parboiled rice in particular, have you heard of Lalbaba Rice? What are your thoughts on it?
Yes, Lalbaba Rice is so famous, and it's a pioneer in, it's a leader in parboiled rice industry, and it's consistent, reliable, nutritious, and the taste is awesome. From simple dal chawal to delicious biryani. If you made the dish from Lalbaba rice, then it will be difficult to resist the portion.
Definitely. We could go on, but we have time constraints. So thank you so much, ma'am, for this eye-opening session.
Thank you
for
my
joining
pleasure.
us. Thank you.
right. Well, Professor Dibyendu Chattoraj, HOD of the BBA department at IIM Calcutta, now joins us here at the ET-Now.in Business Summit and Awards 2025. Pleasure to have you among us, sir.
Thank you.
All right.
I am also very pleasure, satisfied being here. For the first time, I am here. And surely thank you, the ET, for inviting us or our college. I am representing BBA department. That is also great honor for me. I surely thank to my, it's a gratitude to my president, ma'am, and our director, sir. Thank you.
The pleasure is all ours. And sir, to set some context, when we look at new age industry demands, right? Graduates are arriving into the workforce in a completely different era, digitally, fiscally, so on and so forth, right? How do you, in your role, attempt to prepare them for those new age industry demands?
Very great, means relevant questions it is, because we are always nowadays talking about the digitalization of every sector. So that also includes our education sector. Now, digitalization in the education sector means what? Basically, it is inclusive of different digital tools in the education sector.
Absolutely.
I can say digital tools means AI-related tools, LMS tools or LMS platforms like Google Classroom, Gemini, and all this. At the same time, includes data analytics tools. That makes one particular students or undergraduates at the BBA level to make industry ready. That's very important. And for this, what we do in at IEM in the BBA course, we first off think about the course curriculum, where we includes all the digital tools related course components in every kind of subjects, whatever the course it is, whether it is a conventional course like marketing, HR and everything.
Right.
Surely there must be a module at least which relates to the digital one. That is number one. Next, what we do, we give industry-oriented certification.
Sure.
That is global certification from the Coursera, LinkedIn Learning and others, which makes the students very relevant in the context of the global requirement or demand of the business graduates. We also includes the students or we provide the students a feel of global competitiveness through our study abroad program. So what study abroad program is? It is basically we provide students to go outside India in different countries at the best of the institutes like Bangkok, just like already one going on,
Right.
Asian Institute of Technology, AIT. So students go there, do practice, learn something from there only. So that is a study abroad program. This enables the students to compete globally. What is going on outside India? It is not only in the domestic sector. So that is what, at the same time, the different other relevant courses, which are very relevant today, every time it's changing, we try to include in our syllabus so that students become a digitalized, you can say, resources for the industry.
Well, Professor, thank you for sharing that context. And the one topic we have perhaps yet to touch on is entrepreneurship.
Yes.
But entrepreneurship really needs to be nurtured, right?
Yes.
To take full bloom. So how do you encourage a culture of innovation on campus, sir?
The entrepreneurship today is just like business studies should not be aimed only to the job seekers.
Absolutely.
They must be job giver also. And so that the focus now shifting in every business school, including IEM, that to equip them so that they can develop their own organization, which simply we call it startup or entrepreneurship, so that they can provide jobs to others. This actually first requires the changes in the mindset of the students. In what we say entrepreneurial mindset.
Right.
Not necessarily it is a syllabus oriented, but primarily to make them a entrepreneurial mindset. What we do, we include different kinds of entrepreneurial related subject, theories, course, models in our syllabus. And that is done with the need of the corporates. When we do this kind of syllabus, we always include the corporate people so that they can give what kind of entrepreneurial area or scope is there. That is one thing. Next, what we provide, or everything should be provided in a school or a business school, how they can foster this entrepreneurial mindset to convert their so-called ideas into a real-time, I can say, product, or you can say service.
And perhaps a part of it is inculcating that willingness to take risks.
Yes.
That is a huge part of entrepreneurship.
It's a very important risk, and that is where actually I think, or what we believe, is we are lacking. From the generational those setup or values, it's not too much risk-oriented.
Sure.
What we say, the West and others is risk-oriented. We are nurturing a well-deserved, well-preserved, safeguarded culture by our parents and others. Don't do this, don't do this. So we have to convert this mindset. Do this, then what may happen, feel it, overcome it.
Right.
So this is what we do in the form of different kind of project. You have an idea, do projects, convert it into some idea, convert into some marketable items, not necessary, and it is not necessarily not, it is basically, it will be not a good product every time, once in 1,000. Maybe it will be a good product, but this culture must be inculcated into the mindset of the students.
Professor, I'm glad you brought that up. And in any conversation around the Indian education system at large, perhaps one of the leading criticisms is that we're churning out graduates, but are they employable? Or is the Indian education system doing enough to bridge the gap between academia and industry? When it comes to questions like that, and your role, in your personal capacity, in your professional capacity, how do you respond?
It starts from, means when we think of this minimizing the gap between the industry and academics. So first what we have to learn is what industry requires. What is the demand of the corporates from a undergraduate or a graduate business students, what they're looking for. So when it starts from the, again I am saying, syllabus framing. So when we are framing any syllabus for our business schools, business studies, any subjects, we invite the corporates and our alumni. Because they give us the real impetus, which is very much required.
Those are real-life success stories.
This should be in the syllabus because they give two ideas at the same time. One, what is going on, that is the existing, that this is going on, and what may happen in near future, just like the concept of AI. So it is again, AI is going on, but what may happen after 1 year or 2 years, that can only be guided or by the corporate or our alumni are there. That is the first thing we do at our college or IEM BBA. Next, you have to know the real life problem in the business sector. So that is generally we done by the experiential learning. Do, experience, then you build up your theory. Initially, what was the concept? Learn theory, try to apply it. No. Today, we are going different. Do it. Experience it. And convert it into some kind of learnings, education. Then you try to find out the theories related to. So that is what we do. Framing case studies, real life stories, encouraging, that is we put in our syllabus and inculcated into our students' lives. Next thing, what is there? Internship means as a student or an undergraduate business student, you must have some idea about the real life experience or what is going on. So we provide internships and some kind of seminars and some real problem like scenarios. And for maybe for 10 days or like this, go into the market. Market, not only simply market, I'm using the term market means go to the industry,
Right?
learn it, fail it, correct it, come back to the college.
That way you've not just learnt it, but you've lived it.
Yes.
Perhaps.
So automatically what happens when the student come to know, okay, whatever I am doing,
Right.
maybe not right at this moment, next time it will be right. So knowing
Phenomenal.
exploring the, what I say, what are the failures is very important sometimes.
Well, Professor Chattaraj, by way of closing comments, you brought up the whole topic of Indian graduates succeeding on the global stage. And while it, of course, requires technical prowess, it also requires leadership skills so
Yes.
that they can climb up that corporate ladder and succeed in managerial positions. So what are the leadership skills that you believe are going to most dramatically define the next decade of global business?
Now, when we talk about the skills, primary leadership skills, there is also a gradually shift in the concept of leadership itself.
Sure.
When what is a leader, it's not who lead. That is not a leader today. A leader is that person who generates, creates leader itself.
Right.
So if I require that my students will lead someday, they have to feel like I am a leader at the class itself. So in the class, the leadership qualities through different curriculum or extracurricular activity, they have to generate, and that alternately we do. Today you lead, you should not lead. So that is automatically everyone is inculcating one sense of leadership in each. Then another thing what you said, the next decade. So decade is already fast changing, and it is prime mover is the technology. You can say AI or something is. So technology dependent theories, learning must be there. So whatever going on, if you want to really lead a bunch of tech savvy people, you must be a tech savvy also. So the technological skill is very important, whether it is related to AI, anything, data analytics, business analytics, whatever you say, that technological sound knowledge is required. Next thing is there a decision maker and future reader.
Right.
It is very, decision means you have some kind of, I am not saying problem, issues, take the better. But this, your better decision or right decision has some kind of fruits in future or not. That you have to do. So the future reader, keeping in mind the future, sometimes we have to tilt the present decision also. That may not be perfectly right now, but I have a vision or a foresight, okay, after 2 years, it will be the right decision. So let now up. And surely one area we should give, every one of us give importance, whether you are a leading position or may not be in a leading, that is sustainability. Sustainability here means I am doing something not for me, for my future generations.
Right.
So, and keeping it in mind, though it is technology is the center stage of everything, be human-centric.
Develop that desire to give back.
Yes. At the end, whatever we are doing, technology, non-technology, business, market, profit, for some people, some human being. So if there is no human-centric approach is there,
Right.
nothing will give a sustainability. So that is very important.
Phenomenal. And Professor Chattaraj, I believe that this conversation has truly reminded us why one's undergraduate or graduate years are such a character-defining period for students all over. So thank you so much for taking the time to speak with us here at the
Thank you.
ET Now.in Business Summit and Awards.
Thank
And we
you.
wish you and the IEM Kolkata team all the continued success,
Yes,
sir.
we hope so.
Thank
Thank
you.
you. Thank you, Arpit.
Good afternoon. Today we are joined by Professor Rupam Bhattacharya, the head of the BCA department at IEM Kolkata. Good evening, good afternoon, sir. I'm happy to introduce you and welcome to ET Now Business Summit and Awards.
Thank you, ma'am. First of all, I am grateful for ET Now, as well as my institute, that is the Institute of Engineering and Management, for being select me to present my institute over here. Thank you.
Sir, it's very important right now, given the technology is advancing at a high pace. The graduates have to come out with newer skills, given AI, cloud computing, and whatnot is coming in. So, my first question would be, how is the BCA program at IEM Kolkata changing its curriculum and advancing with the technological advancements?
Yes, this is definitely a very important question nowadays. So in IEM, being the leader of the academics environment in West Bengal as well as the Eastern India, the process is in our institute is that we have a board of studies meeting, and in that meeting basically we used to propose the syllabus, and in that meeting we have a lot of industry people. We have our own students who has been passed from the department and now they are working for the companies in a reputed position, and there will be some external pioneer academicians over there, and with their thoughts, with their inputs, we used to design our syllabus. So now what is happening? AI, as you were telling, AI is now an integral part of the syllabus for BCA in IEM. Every students have to go through this AI. After that, all those subjects like cyber security, machine learning, etc., we have specializations. Maybe we are the first one in the BCA course, we are introducing these concepts of specialization. So what they are doing in the 5th semester up to 4th semester, they are doing their core courses. From the 5th onwards, they can choose their specialization. While they are choosing their specializations, they will have theory as well as lab. For the 5th and the 6th, they are doing this thing. So when the 6th semester is over, by that time they are very much ready for coping with the current industry and they are ready for the job. This is the current mode of operations we are following. And I must say that it is going on very successfully now.
Okay. Sir, there is one set of knowledge that you need to have as an engineer. Then there's another set of skills that you actually need to possess. So what do you think is the key skill that a BCA student must have in this new age?
Okay, that means I think you are asking for skills which is beyond their curriculum.
Yeah, beyond the curriculum, yes.
So for beyond curriculum, being a professional, we must understand that nowadays when the industry, the world is shifting very fast, basically I should say that adaptability is the most important thing for any profession, whether it is my profession, whether it is your profession, whether it is the profession of the students. Students, specifically for IT related students, must have the courage, must have the willingness to learn something new. Today we are talking about AI. Lot of students are doing AI. But maybe after 10 years, though at the time when these students will be at their peak, maybe at that time some new technology will come. And at that time they also need to work with that. So adaptability is the most important thing, and the willingness to learn something new. It is not possible that college will teach you everything. College, we can prepare them to learn everything. And once he or she is a professional, he should have the capability to learn herself or himself. That is a most important thing, what I believe.
So for a graduate, it's also important as a student, you learn everything in the college, but you should also be able to implement it. So a real-time and real-time knowledge is also very important. So how are you at your college trying to help the students with that? What kind of internships are you providing, and what kind of collaborations do you have with startups to provide students with real life experiences and real-time knowledge?
Yes, definitely, because we used to say always to minimize the gap between academia and industry. But it is definitely not entirely possible by staying inside the classroom only. So in IM, we are always forcing our students. Students are also very much actually willing to go do this one. That is internship, whether it is a paid internship or not, but most of them are getting paid internship where they can actually learn the actual real life oriented work. Now, how we are doing this thing? We are almost 35 years in this academics, so we have lot of alumni. Okay, through them, as well as we have a very well established connections with the industry. Through them, we are actually getting these internship, as well as IEM is basically encouraging this startup concept very well. College is actually providing them all supports, all means from the point of laws, point of maybe some financial helps. If a students or if a set of students come with any good ideas, college is ready to work with them, and it is going on. We have lot of these startups are going on, and definitely it will actually increase more in coming days. By doing that, what will happen? Basically, they will able to learn how to solve the problem in real life, which is definitely little bit different from the lab-oriented learning. Learning by doing is always important, and IEM is always forcing on it, and we are continuously working on it.
So now with the most important question that every graduate is probably asking, what domains or digital roles do you think are going to create most opportunities for BCA students?
Okay. So as I have already said that for any industry, specifically for IT industries, the situation is changing very fast. If I consider when I was a student, at that time learning Java was a big thing. Yes. I know Java, that is a very big thing. But nowadays, a 11 student, maybe a 9, 10 standard students are doing Java. Yes. That does not mean that Java is losing its ground, but students are knowing. So at this point, coming 10 years, definitely AI, machine learning, this thing will be there. But again, I will tell you that student must be ready to learn new. Suppose the AI, currently the way it is going on, maybe after 5 years, it will be something different. Another one field I should say, that is the robotics. Because if I see artificial intelligence, then I need to implement that artificial intelligence to somewhere. So automation is a very big industry, which is definitely where we have the opportunities. But definitely students should be ready to adapt something new. It is always a requirement.
Thank you so much, sir. It was great talking to you. I hope all the students and graduates would take notes now. It was a pleasure at ET Now Business Summit and Awards. Thank you so much for joining us, sir.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am, and thanks to ET Now, for this opportunity.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Ready?
Yes.
All right. Professor Kaustuv Bhattacharjee, HOD of the MCA department at UAM Kolkata, now joins us at the ETNow.in Business Summit and Awards. Sir, thank you so much for being here.
Thank you very much.
So for sake of some context setting, I believe I'm perhaps stating the obvious here, but business and technology are converging faster than ever. What does that mean with respect to how you shape your curriculum such that graduates are essentially ready for the challenges of tomorrow along with the opportunities?
It's a very pertinent question, I must say, because as you have rightly mentioned that technology is changing very rapidly, and because technology is changing, it is also changing the way the business solutions are going to look like. So there are several initiatives being taken to shape the curriculum of MCA program of UM Kolkata so that they are aligned with the rapid technological change. Now, coming back to the core curriculum of MCA program is concerned, we give equal emphasis on the foundational aspect of the curriculum as well as the niche technologies. Because as it is known that if the foundation is not in place, you cannot build the emerging technologies on top of that.
Absolutely.
So over the foundational technologies, the recent emerging technologies like artificial intelligence, machine learning, cloud computing, DevOps, etc., these are very much incorporated in the curriculum of the MCA program. Now, how do we incorporate them? It's a very interesting question. So, we have a series of governing bodies like Board of Studies, Faculty Council, Academic Council, Governing Board, comprising very experienced and expert people from both industry and academia.
Sure.
So we continuously seek advice from them to understand what exactly is happening in industry, so that taking their input, we shape our curriculum. We also believe that a mere classroom is not going to provide the complete knowledge.
Right.
So keeping that in mind, we emphasize on internship, we emphasize on learning beyond the core computer science domain, because nowadays industry is not just looking for coders, they are looking for people who can solve their problem.
Right.
Keeping that in mind, our curriculum is well versed in the field of management, in the field of accounts, in the field of general studies, so on and so forth, with a flavor of entrepreneurship skill.
Sure.
Also, we continuously seek feedback from our stakeholders. Now, who are our stakeholders? Our students, our industry people, the academicians. So they basically provide the feedbacks, and based on that, we continuously make necessary fine-tuning of our curriculum.
Right.
Any curriculum will not provide you all the learning. So we need to ensure that students are continuously upgrading their skills through various certifications offered by some of the platforms with whom the IMUM group has a collaboration, like Coursera, LinkedIn Learning, and NPTEL.
Right.
Last but not the least, it is important to know what is happening around the world. Internship and foreign internship, I must emphasize that this is a flagship initiative by the IMUM group, where our students go for internship in different countries like Thailand, Singapore, Australia, UK, US. While I'm talking to you right now, 2 batches of students are currently in Singapore and Thailand.
Phenomenal.
And in Thailand, in AIT Bangkok, the MCA students are currently undergoing the internship program to get an exposure of academician and industry to know what is happening around the world. So in a nutshell, that is the way we want to have a 360-degree view of the curriculum to shape it so that our students are ready to adjust to the pace of the fast-moving industry.
So, Professor, if I've understood you correctly, the approach to curriculum is not simply multidisciplinary, it's incredibly holistic.
Right.
And as we look at tech today, and if we look at technology tomorrow, our graduates are essentially going to find themselves in a working world that's an AI-driven economy. So if you had to characterize or rank the skill sets that are going to be most relevant for tomorrow, how do you do so between machine learning, big data, artificial intelligence, virtual reality, augmented reality, and the list goes on? It can sometimes be difficult to prioritize, not to mention do a bit of, looking into the future. No one knows what the future holds.
Right. Again, a very interesting question, I must say. Now, if we talk about the skill set, we can actually say that there are some buckets. Instead of pinpointing a single skill, let us come up with some bucket. We can say a technological bucket. In the technological bucket, we basically emphasize on providing the skills in the latest technologies like AI, ML, augmented reality, virtual reality, as we have already mentioned. And those are imparted mostly as a part of the curriculum, as I have already mentioned, along with various activities like industry visit, seminars, workshops, so that they are adapt to that. But apart from the technological skill set, it is also, we need to have our students to have professional skill set, analytical skill set. Can they analyze the problem?
Right.
Do they have the team management skill? Do they have the decision making skill? Do they have the problem solving skills? All these professional skills and analytical skills to solve a business solution is something we believe that industry is looking into. Days are gone where a person will be given a piece of code that you write the piece of code and give it. It is more like we have a solution. Can you contribute to the solution?
Right.
To provide the solution, you need to have the skill set not restricted to technology alone. It should have the analytical skill, the problem solving skill. Now those are the skill sets which are provided by means of various internships, industry visits, projects, seminars, so that our students are industry ready.
All right. Well, sir, when we talk about students receiving first-hand experience, right, at your institution, on your campus, whose doors do they knock on, and what sort of opportunities, placement opportunities, are they typically privy to?
Right. Now, we all understand that in any program, one important question is how the students are prepared enough to shape their future for another 20, 30, 40
Sure.
years, right?
Such that they remain industry relevant.
Correct. So they should be industry ready. So for that, industry academia collaboration is the key, right? Now, we need to know that what is happening in industry. Then only we can impart those aspects to our students so that they are ready for the industry. The very first thing I can point that we have a very strong industry academia collaboration. I can give you one example.
Please.
Recently, a MOU has been signed between the IMUN group and Capgemini. Now, what is the objective of that? Objective is to understand the skill demand,
right,
the technological requirement from the industry, what is happening in the industry, and preparing the students to be ready for the industry.
Sure.
So industry academia collaboration like this is going to drive various programs going forward. Number two, we have a very vibrant career development cell. Now what this cell is doing round the year is, they are constantly making liaison with the corporate houses with a primary intention of looking for internship and job opportunities, arranging some seminars and industry talks by the industry experts to know what is happening around. And from the student perspective, they are driving preparing the students through PPT we call, that is pre-placement training, where students are actually given training in the field of technology, domain, soft skill, etc. And they are also looking for providing periodic visit of our students to different industries so that students can get a feel that how exactly a problem is there in industry and whether they can learn on that.
Right.
So in a nutshell, we can say that industry academia collaboration, this is not just a feather on our cap now. This is a bare minimum thing we need to have to drive the techno management courses, for example, MCA.
Well, sir, we know where universities are placing their bets today. But if I were to ask you to place your bets on future emerging technologies, right, that have yet to scratch the surface, that you believe will most closely define, you know, a student's success trajectory in the coming years, what might you say?
Well, so let us start giving the answer with AI.
Sure.
Now, this AI, let us agree that it is at times creating an unnecessary panic button.
Right.
Right? But if you look at the history of technology of last 300 years, we have seen similar transformational changes multiple times.
Sure.
When there was the invent of steam engine, maybe 17th or 18th year, there was a change in industry.
Right.
Then electricity was invented, there was a change. When computers arrived in India, I know from my childhood or I heard from my seniors that there were a lot of who and crew. But later on we all agree that these computers created so much jobs that has actually increased the socio-economic condition of our country.
Sure.
Then we had .com. All have come and they have actually modified the spectrum of jobs. So AI is also going to do the same. If you think of some of the technologies we are likely to drive in coming few years, we can say artificial intelligence, generative AI, cloud computing, quantum, cyber security, AI-driven security. These are some of the technologies who are going to drive the industry need. And in this context, I must say that we are constantly trying to upgrade our students to get aligned with those technologies in terms of upgrading our curriculum, in terms of preparing them through various workshops, internships, study abroad program, so that these students are ready for the future challenges. Not only that, if there are further shifts in technology, which is bound to happen, they have the flexibility in mind so that they can adapt to the new changes to be relevant in future.
Well, Professor, thank you so much for sharing such a rich range of insights. And we wish you and your team all the very best for what lies ahead.
Thank you very much. Thank you to ET Now for this session.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
afternoon at ET Now Business Summit and Awards. Today we are joined by Mr. Deepak Kumar Agarwal, CMD of Shakambari Group. Hello sir.
हेलो
आपका बहुत बहुत स्वागत है ET Now Business Summit and Awards में. कैसे हैं आप सर आज?
बहुत फाइन, अच्छे लग रहे हैं, थैंक यू।
सर मेरा पहला क्वेश्चन आपके लिए ये होगा कि शाकंभरी ग्रुप एक बहुत पायनियर ग्रुप है इन स्टील, स्पेशली स्टील इंडस्ट्री में. तो आप इस ओवरक्राउडेड मार्केट में विद बिग प्लेयर्स किस तरह से आप लीडरशिप प्लान कर रहे हैं लेने की?
बहुत अच्छा क्वेश्चन आपने किया है। एक्चुअली क्या है कि हम लोगों ने एक एलिगेंट ब्रांड बनाया है, अपना ब्रांड जो बहुत मेहनत से बनाया है। एलिगेंट ब्रांड बनाने के लिए हमने जो कमिटमेंट किया है, जो हमने क्वालिटी प्रोवाइड की है और जो हमने टाइमली डिलीवरी हम लोग देते हैं, उससे हमारे कस्टमर्स जो है वो काफ़ी मतलब जुड़े हुए हैं और दिन पर दिन हमारे कस्टमर बढ़ते जा रहे हैं। तो हमारा उद्देश्य यही रहता है कि हम कस्टमर को जो है क्वालिटी प्रोवाइड दें, कमिटमेंट दें, उनको प्राइस की बैकिंग दें, उनको गुड प्राइस दें और अपने प्लांट के अंदर में हम जो अपनी कैपेसिटी को ऐड करते हैं बैकवर्ड फॉरवर्ड इंटीग्रेशन करके और विद द हेल्प ऑफ द कैप्टिव पावर प्लांट WHRB, उससे हम अपनी कॉस्ट को कम करते हैं, कॉस्ट ऑफ प्रोडक्शन को कम करते हैं, सो दैट कि हम जो है कस्टमर के साथ में उसको उनको फ़ायदा कर सके। तो इस कारण जो है आज एलिगेंट जो है वेस्ट बंगाल में नंबर 1 ब्रांड है और ये पूरे भारतवर्ष के अंदर में बहुत अच्छा कर रहा है।
सर इंडिया का एक बहुत ही एम्बिशियस प्लान है विकसित भारत का, उसमें इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का एक बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट रोल है. तो आप किस तरह से आपका ग्रुप उस गोल को आगे बढ़ा रहा है विद कीपिंग इंडियाज़ ग्रोथ इन माइंड?
देखिए अभी इंडिया के अंदर में 130 से 40 मिलियन टन स्टील का उत्पादन हो रहा है, जो कि गवर्नमेंट कह रही है कि 2030 तक 300 मिलियन टन स्टील का उत्पादन करना है। इसके लिए और भारत की जो है इकनॉमी भी जो बहुत तेज़ी से बढ़ रही है, 5 ट्रिलियन इकनॉमी भी हो रही है, 3rd लार्जेस्ट इकनॉमी के लिए हम लोग देख रहे हैं। हम लोग भी उसमें कदम से कदम मिलाने की चेष्टा कर रहे हैं। उसके लिए हम लोग अपनी कैपेसिटी को निरंतर बढ़ा रहे हैं। हर साल हमारा एक्सपेंशन आ रहा है और इस बार बाय द ब्लेसिंग ऑफ द गॉड हम लोगों को जो है गवर्नमेंट ऑफ वेस्ट बंगाल ने 547 एकड़ लैंड जो है रघुनाथपुर डिस्ट्रिक्ट पुरुलिया में अलॉट किया है, जहां हम एक बड़ा स्टील प्लांट लेके आ सकते हैं। तो उसके इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर डेवलप करने में करीब 2 साल लगेंगे, उसके बाद हमारा एक बड़ा स्टील प्लांट वहाँ पे आएगा। तो कंपनी की ग्रोथ ट्रीमेंडस बढ़ जाएगी, क्योंकि एक जगह के अंदर में हम स्टील प्लांट लगाते हैं तो हमारा कॉस्ट ऑफ प्रोडक्शन बहुत कम हो जाता है। और स्टील प्लांट के लिए लैंड की सबसे ज़्यादा आवश्यकता होती है और आज लैंड के लिए अगर गवर्नमेंट का सपोर्ट हो तो ही आप बड़ा स्टील प्लांट लगा सकते हैं, अदरवाइज लैंड एक्विजिशन करना नेक्स्ट टू इम्पॉसिबल है। आप 50 एकड़ लैंड एक्विजिशन नहीं कर सकते हैं। वहाँ हमें 550 एकड़ गवर्नमेंट ने लैंड दिया है। हम गवर्नमेंट ऑफ वेस्ट बंगाल को धन्यवाद देते हैं और गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया का जो सपना है उसमें हम कुछ अपना पार्टिसिपेशन कर पाएंगे, इसके लिए हम अपने आप को लकी समझते हैं।
दैट्स ग्रेट सर, बट टेक्नोलॉजी और ग्रीन एनर्जी ये सब भी बहुत फोकस में है अभी, तो आपकी कंपनी किस तरह से उसको अपने डे टू डे में इंटीग्रेट कर रही है? तो आपका क्या विजन है फॉर योर कंपनी इन टर्म्स ऑफ ग्रीन एनर्जी, टेक्नोलॉजी, इन सब में कैसे आप इंटीग्रेट कर रहे हो?
वेल बहुत अच्छा क्वेश्चन है। ग्रीन एनर्जी के लिए हम लोगों ने सोलर पावर पे ध्यान दिया है और सोलर पावर हम लोग लगाया अभी है हम लोगों ने, और हम लोग सोलर पावर हम लोग लगा रहे हैं। और टेक्नोलॉजी के लिए हमारी R&D की टीम है जो कि देखती रहती है कि देश विदेश के अंदर में ऐसी क्या टेक्नोलॉजी आई है जिससे कॉस्ट ऑफ प्रोडक्शन भी कम हो और पॉल्यूशन भी मिनिमाइज हो। उस पर हम लोग वर्किंग करते रहते हैं और अपने प्लांट के अंदर में उसको इम्प्लीमेंट हम लोग टाइम टू टाइम करते रहते हैं और समय समय पर और भी जो नई टेक्नोलॉजी आएगी हम लोग उसको जो है उसको अपने प्लांट के अंदर में लागू करेंगे।
सर एज अ CMD आप डे टू डे में बहुत बोल्ड डिसीजंस लेते होंगे, तो आपका सबसे ज़्यादा बोल्डेस्ट डिसीजन क्या लिया है आपने और आपका विजन क्या है 5 साल का शाकंभरी ग्रुप के लिए?
आपने बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग क्वेश्चन किया है हमारे लिए, ये बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग सब्जेक्ट है। एक्चुअली जब NCLT का रूल जब गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया ने लागू किया था तो उस समय हमने सेंस कर लिया था कि दिस इज़ द राइट टाइम, जो सीख यूनिट है उसको अगर हम टेक ओवर कर लेते हैं तो हम लैंड एक्विजिशन और बाकी इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर और क्लियरेंस से बच जाएंगे और हमारा ग्रोथ बड़ा फास्ट हो जाएगा। तो आज आप देखिए 2016 के बाद में हमने कई यूनिट को टेक ओवर करके उनको टर्न अराउंड किया। जो यूनिटें बंद थी NCLT से हमने लिया, उसके बाद में हमने वहाँ पे जो अच्छा खासा एक्सपेंशन किया। आज वो सारी यूनिट अच्छी खासी प्रॉफिट दे रही है और एक अच्छा क्वालिटी का माल भी बना रही है। क्वालिटी का माल भी बना रही है, ग्रुप की स्ट्रेंथ मिली है। और इसके लिए हाँ, जो हाँ आपने बोल्ड डिसीजन की बात करी, तो जब यहाँ पे NCLT में एलिगेंट का जब ब्रांड आया था, तो हमने सोचा था कि आपको यूनिट तो बहुत मिल जाएगी, हो सकता है कि आपको 10,000 करोड़ की यूनिट 1,000 करोड़ में मिल जाएगी, ये एडवांटेज मिल सकता है। लेकिन ब्रांड आपको 100 साल में कोई एक बार आता है। हमने जी जान लगा के जो है एलिगेंट के ब्रांड को टेक ओवर किया। ये हमारा बहुत ही बोल्ड डिसीजन रहा और इस डिसीजन से हमारे ग्रुप को बहुत फ़ायदा हुआ। ग्रुप को पूरे भारतवर्ष में एक पहचान बनी। ये हमारा एक अच्छा मतलब अचीवमेंट रहा।
सर 5 साल में आपका क्या विजन है?
5 साल में हमारा विजन है कि हम 10 मिलियन टन स्टील का उत्पादन करें, सो दैट कि गवर्नमेंट और वेस्ट बंगाल का जहाँ गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया का जो 300 मिलियन टन का जो उन्होंने एक नारा दिया है, उसमें हम अपना सहभागिता कुछ सिद्ध कर सकें। और इसके लिए हमें एक अपॉर्चुनिटी भी गवर्नमेंट ऑफ वेस्ट बंगाल ने लैंड दे के दिया है, उसमें हम एक अच्छा खासा एक्सपेंशन लेके आएंगे। तो हम अपने अभी हम लोग 1.5 मिलियन टन का स्टील का उत्पादन कर रहे हैं, जो कि हम लोग 10 मिलियन टन स्टील का उत्पादन में 2030 तक के लिए अपना एक एम्बिशन रखते हैं।
सर आपकी लीडरशिप और आपके थॉट्स बहुत ज़्यादा हमारी युवा पीढ़ी को आगे बढ़ाएंगे। Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for joining us at etnow.in Business Summit and Awards. Thank you.
आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। थैंक यू टी, थैंक यू।
Thank you.
Professor Suman Burman, Assistant HOD of Hotel and Hospitality Management at UEM Kolkata, now joins us here at the etnow.in Business Summit and Awards. Sir, thank you so much for being here.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I am the Assistant HOD of IEM UM Group, and we are heading with the Hotel and Hospitality Management. And thank you for giving an opportunity to...
Absolutely, it's our pleasure. And Professor, it was not that long ago that the word hospitality seemed to be largely limited to hotel management. But all of that has dramatically changed. Now you're seeing a hospitality that is much more influenced by the finer nuances of global cultural norms and the finer nuances of technology-driven hospitality, right? How might you characterize those changes?
Okay. Very good question, ma'am. Basically, our curriculum is such a way we have designed that the students know how to develop their skill, their adaptability, and the sustainability in the hospitality industry.
Sure.
Basically, hospitality industry, it's a very big and a large industry after all the environmental industry like that. And the curriculum is in such a way, like we have learned the student or teach the student like a PMS software, that's a property management system, which is very relevant to the hospitality industry. Amadeus software, it's for the air ticketing and fare constructing software. It's a stimulated lab we have, which is very much relevant to the hotel industry. So the curriculum is such a way we have designed that the student can accumulate the how we are work in future hospitality industry.
All right. Well, sir, when we talk about industry and academia and getting hands-on experience, right, at an institutional level, what does that specifically mean in a hospitality context? And who is in the ecosystem, that essentially provides these students with that necessary experience to succeed in this deeply fragmented market?
Okay. So we regularly, we are calling the guest as a guest lecture,
right?
Like a hospitality in our industry, like general manager of the hotel, general manager in a various group, the retail sector, hospitality sector, hospital sector, and the aviation sector also.
It's fairly broad, yes.
So that the student can elaborate or segregate their stream, which sector they can suitable for their future career. So in that case, the student can understood the which sector is for whom.
Right.
Maybe the students are coming for a very poor area.
Sure.
They don't know anything about the hotel and hospitality sector.
Right.
So after knowing the hotel and hospitality sector, they think that it's an ocean.
Sure.
So after think about the ocean or the hospitality sector, we are guiding as a mentor, like an industry mentor, like a general manager of the hotel, the industry speakers, they segregate their stream or which way they can go. So that's very important for the students also.
And sir, hospitality is typically considered to be the most traditional of sectors, but the pace of change or the rate at which technology is permeating the sector has perhaps taken all of us by surprise. Can you share some examples of new age emerging technologies that are completely turning the hospitality sector around?
Okay. Basically, we are Institute of Engineering and Management. Under this, we are the IM's International Institute of Hotel Management.
Sure.
Nowadays, we have seen various robots are using in the hospitality industry. So robots are serving food, robots are using data entry.
Guests are welcomed by robots.
Yeah, welcome the guest and all.
Right.
In the kitchen department, or we can say a food production department, there is a various robotic hands are there to prepare foods. So here, we are not stick into this particular food production or a core area. So we are basically a engineering and management. So our student, hotel and hospitality students, collaborated with engineering student. They are preparing electronic hands, preparing robots, which is serving foods and all. So this is a combined or collaborative work with the engineering student as well as the hotel sector students.
All right. And so when we think about where the hospitality sector is headed, all right, and if you look at domestic tourist footfall versus international tourist footfall, both are on the rise. Revenge tourism post-pandemic is very much a reality, correct? And today's customer is perhaps as expecting of comfort as they are convenience. How do you appeal to both such sentiments, in your personal and professional role?
Okay. We have seen in a Times group of paper I have read, the West Bengal is the second largest state in India.
Right.
The foreigners are arrivals in the West Bengal state, basically. So we are basically focused on the West Bengal based or a domestic based placement. So they know everything like in a place which is domestic,
Sure.
or a inner place, or a home place, but they serve the foreigner guest.
Right.
As well as the students are eagerly go to the various foreign country. Like our students are placed in France, in Mauritius, Maldives, and the USA also. So recently, our current students also going France. 15 or 16 students are going France, and 2-3 students are going to Germany and a USA. So they know how to serve a foreign guest as well.
Sure.
And the few students are placed in a Indian culture also, and then in the various states.
Phenomenal. And Professor, if we were to ask you to offer us a sneak preview into the future, if West Bengal continues to emerge as a leading tourist destination, what are some of the new age or emerging jobs within the hospitality sector that you believe will soon take center stage?
In a West Bengal, this is a day by day we are changing. If you are talking about the Kolkata, if you are talking about the entire state West Bengal, it's a regularly we are changing. So in the changing circumstances, we are teach our students to adaptability and a sustainability. If you are not sustained in the industry, will not go for a long-term basis. And the adaptability means the changing you have to adapt. The changing means the day by day, if I know the theoretical knowledge, we are try to input in the practical knowledge. But nowadays, it's not happen in the hospitality industry. So you have to adapt which is going on in the industry.
Sure.
So whatever we are going on, we have to teach them, we have to guide them how to sustain and how to adapt in the industry.
Well, Professor, thank you so much for sharing that. Even within the hospitality sector, reinvention seems to be the name of the game. Thank you for sharing those insights with us and so many anecdotes from your personal and professional experience. We wish you all the very best for what lies ahead.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now we're joined by Mr. Suryadeep Datta, the Chief Development Officer at Vivekananda Hospital. Hi sir, how are you doing today?
I'm doing really good. Thanks for asking.
Sir, my first question for you would be, Vivekananda Hospital is consistently strengthening itself as a hospital in the regional healthcare space. So what have been your primary focus areas in enhancing medical services and patient experience in recent years? And also, are you focusing on expanding beyond the regional space as well?
Starting with the fact that we treat patients as a person who has fears, who has definite reasons to question us, and also a person who is coming in asking for accountability of his life. So we do not treat them as products, we treat them as our family members, and we are always focusing on patient-centric approaches. We are not a profit-based organization who is only looking to make out or squeeze out profit out of the general public because we belong to the private industry. But the main motto over here is making the journey of a patient, starting from operational, clinical, nursing, and top to bottom facilities, so that the patient goes home just not satisfied, but also with the goodwill that Vivekananda Hospital is a stalwart that will always remain in their heart. And talking about expansion, yes, we are coming up with another comprehensive cancer care unit, along with all the super specialties. We are having nephro, we are having pulmo, we are having orthopedic, we are having cardiac, we are having neurological, neurosurgery, and cardiothoracic, as well as all the comprehensive super specialties that are existing in the competitive market right now. And it is going to be the state of the art which is coming up next year, and officially announcing the commencement of that hospital, which is a 300-bedded hospital, coming up with a comprehensive onco care unit also, with a medivac or an air ambulance.
Well, that's great that all these technologies are actually coming up. But tier 2, tier 3 cities are, rapidly growing in the healthcare space. So what are the development models that you have for the tier 2, tier 3 cities, and the services and the advancements that you're making in these cities?
All right, for starters, we have launched home care, whereas the other hospitals, they are only focusing on the inpatient or in-premises facilities. We are offering facilities for people who are senior citizens or people who do not have support, as in they do not have their children here or their children are overseas. We are providing home care for them, so that one of our phlebotomists, for all the blood care related and all the related details, can go to their house along with a consultant, and they can talk to the consultant, consult them, and take all their reports inside their house, while we just sit and analyze it in our hospital and then deliver it to their house in hand. Secondly, infrastructural growth, technological growth goes hand in hand. And we have robotic solutions also coming in. We specialize in orthopedic solutions, so we are specializing in TKR, knee replacement. So we are also introducing an equipment called Wellis, which is a non-invasive equipment, and it is basically a navigation equipment which minimizes the risk of a patient, and it helps us do the surgery in a niche manner.
Now that you've spoken about home care and other stuff, so now that technology is actually advancing a lot, what do you think is it doing for the healthcare space? Like teleconsultations and all that stuff is coming up, and also AI is also integrating in hospitals. So what are your thoughts on that, and how are you implementing that in your hospital?
Latest HIS systems and EMR systems are already there in our hospital. We are using all the latest softwares and latest AI technologies that are already in practice all over India, and we are up to date. And the hospital which I told you was coming up next year is coming up with the AI consultations also, which is gonna redirect while a patient tries to consult a doctor. It is primarily going to do the work of a RMO, and then gonna refer to the specific consultant for the specific patient, for the specific disease that they are facing. So this is what we are coming up with.
Well, definitely, that's interesting. And my last question would be, since nutrition and fitness is something that everyone is now excited about, everybody is wanting to stay healthy, what do you think is the significance of carbohydrates in maintaining overall health and physical fitness for a human body?
See, as a fitness enthusiast, I would like to start with the Bengali families, as we are sitting in Calcutta right now. We are Bengalis. So a Bengali household has 80% of carbohydrates and fats and 20% of proteins. So from a fitness enthusiast point of view, a healthy diet must contain a maximum of 40 to 45% of carbohydrates, 20% of fat, and the rest of protein. Because carbohydrates shouldn't be shut down completely neither, because the mental health and well-being of a person, the immunity of a person, everything depends on carbohydrates. And moreover, the muscle recovery which happens, the main role of carbohydrate is doing muscle recovery. So carbohydrates should neither be totally ignored nor be over-supplied in a diet.
Well, we could go on, but we have time constraints. So thank you so much for joining us at etnow.in Health Ranking and Conclave. Thank you so much, sir.
Thanks a lot. It was a pleasure.
Thank you.
Shamli Datta, Director of Vivekananda Hospital, joins us at the etnow.in Health Ranking and Conclave. Ma'am, thank you so much for being here.
Welcome. Thank
Sure.
you.
And ma'am, when we talk about Vivekananda Hospital, it's really built a reputation on the back of strengthening regional healthcare. What does that mean, and how have you worked towards increasing and improving patient outcomes?
Good afternoon. Thank you for this opportunity. Well, if I talk about Vivekananda Hospital, I should take you all back to 2008,
Please do.
where our founders started this hospital with the motto, with a vision to serve the entire mankind with quality treatment at an affordable cost.
Phenomenal.
So I think there are various aspects, whether it's financial, non-financial, clinical, non-clinical, operational, non-operational. But for me, I think quality-driven treatment at a very reasonable rate, along with the protocols and the procedures which are followed ethically, makes an organization, best, whether in regional or at a state of art. Right.
Well, thank you for sharing that and for setting that context. And Shamli, when we look at healthcare delivery in this country, specifically within Tier 2 communities, I think the feedback is that there's a lot of room for improvement. So When you look at a leading player in regional healthcare, like Vivekananda Hospital, how have you attempted to bridge that gap by way of perhaps, more specialized medical treatments, or perhaps more advanced remedies that are not typically made available in tier 2 communities?
So we follow many things, if we talk about advancement in technology, then definitely we have high technical know-hows in the form of machines, equipments, stalwart doctors, like in the form of manpower. Okay, the clinical part and the non-clinical part. So we do community-based awareness programs, starting from the schools, in the rural areas and in the urban areas, the awareness program amongst the women, particularly in the rural areas who lack basic medical facilities, and along with that in corporates also. We provide comprehensive awareness care along with the medical education.
Well, one large overarching trend, Shomli, that we seem to be seeing is that preventative healthcare or early diagnosis is now becoming first priority.
Yes,
All right?
definitely.
Irrespective of whether it's an urban or rural community. So in your role at Vivekananda Hospital, how have you championed patient awareness or patient education, perhaps, for lack of a better word?
Yeah, we start from our own workplace. Okay, so if we educate ourselves, if we are medically strong to educate enough ourselves, these programs along with the early diagnosis, if I say the whole journey from the whole trail, from the patient coming to our hospital with the diagnosis of a particular disease, and till it get back to his or her home. Right. It matters. The journey matters. Okay, yes. So it's not at all a one-man show. It comprises of our doctors, our nurses, our whole team, to make this seamless and effortless.
Sure. So it's not simply top medical advice, but that bedside manner.
Definitely.
Right, and for essentially the patient to feel handheld at every step of the way.
Exactly. It has to be patient-centric.
Lovely. Now, nutrition is a conversation that comes up over and over in the context of healthcare at large. But there's so many myths surrounding nutrition that it becomes hard to separate fact from fiction. Right? How is that a topic that you essentially tackle in your capacity as a director?
Well said. So I would like to connect this to our previous question. To understand the importance of a nutrition or maybe a particular vitamin in our body, we need diagnosis. Right. Each and every body reacts differently, So diagnosis will definitely help us out to know what is lacking in it. So there may be you need to take fiber more. Maybe someone needs to take protein more. Maybe somebody already follow a balanced diet. And if we talk about carbohydrates especially, it is directly related to our physiological and neurological balance of the body.
Sure.
So, not more or might end up in a not of very good health, but yes, it has to be of proper amount, proper timing.
Right. Yes. And I think one of the frustrations, perhaps, for those in the medical field, working as medical professionals, is that everyone has become a doctor overnight thanks to Google or thanks to ChatGPT. There is so much self-diagnosis and therefore misdiagnosis.
Right.
So how do you ensure and build essentially a community of trust such that if a patient approaches a medical professional affiliated with Vivekananda Hospital, they know they're getting the best advice?
Yes. So for that, I would suggest a whole body checkup first, starting from the eye and starting from the dental to each and every parameter of the body. Like after that only someone should approach or someone should proceed for some preventive care.
Well, Shomli, thank you so much for taking the time to join us and for really humanizing the conversation around patient care. And we wish you and your team all the continued success. Thank you for being here at the ET Now.
You're welcome. Thank you so much. Have a great evening.
Thank you.
Now we have with us Professor Sandeep Mandal, the head of Department CSC at UEM Kolkata. Hi sir, how are you doing today?
Yes, I am very fine and thanks for inviting me here in this big platform. Thank you, ma'am.
Sir, since you're working with the CSC department, I have a very important question for you because emerging technologies are actually growing so fast, it is very hard to catch pace. But like Internet of Things and AI are actually reshaping the industries. So how is UEM Kolkata integrating these domains into practical learning for preparing students for what's ahead of them after graduating?
Well, we have a very different kind of layers. We are completely focusing on the Industry 5.0. And if you are asking, Industry 5.0 is completely depend on the human-centric robots, cognitive system, and the multi-features of the system. At first layer, our students, they are following the syllabus, and this practical syllabus has been designed by the top-notch industry people. And at a second layer, our students are continuously getting the facilities of multiple types of laboratories, for example, like IIoT, industrial IoT laboratories, where students are developing their small prototypes of the machines, working with the small devices, smart devices, multiple kind of sensors. In our university, hopefully in the West Bengal, we have a super intelligence lab where students can nurture with the LLM models, SLM model, that is the right now in a practical segment, that is the very useful one. Our students are getting the facilities of the robotics lab. Students are even developing their small robots, and that is really a little bit surprising for all of us that after a new entry, when they are entering into the system, when they are coming to the university at a first instance, our robots, our students are developing the robots, our robots are welcome all the new admissions people. And not only that thing, we have developed our supercomputing facilities. You are surprised to know that thing that we are probably the first segment in the India, in a private segment, we have developed our own supercomputer. The name is Satyameva. And the Satyameva is providing right now 978 teraflops, and in a Eastern segment, this is the highest or the second highest one. Okay, so our students are getting the facilities of top-notch lab facilities, and not only that thing, our students are getting facilities of LinkedIn Learning, Coursera Learning, NPTEL, Tinkercad, MATLAB Learning, and lots of things. Even they are getting the facilities of the virtual labs. When they are in a remote place, when they are in their room, they are getting the facilities of all that technologies. Students are continuously interacting with the industry people, because our students are frequently visit the industry on a regular basis, software industry as well as the manufacturing industry. Our curriculum are developed as the same benchmark with the Stanford University learning and as well as the Imperial College of London education learning system. So our students are getting the full facilities in the education, technologies and all that segments. And we are continuously thinking that our students are completely industry ready. Even if you are surprising to know that thing, our first recruiter for last 25 years, our recruiter are continuously recruiting from the same universities. That is the trend of our future readiness.
That's definitely great. So now there are two things here. There is knowledge and there are interdisciplinary skills. So how do you see the convergence, this convergence actually creating new pathways, career pathways for the students at your university?
Yeah, very good question. Taking an example for my department, I am heading the Department of Computer Science and Engineering, IoT, Cybersecurity and Blockchain. Basically, in this computer science courses, 3 different specializations are in blended mode. Students are getting the facilities of the smart devices and the related technologies and using of the sensors, connecting with the internets and all that things. Some of the students or most of the students, they are getting the facilities of how the data is working and how we can protect the data from the outside world. That is quite related to the cyber security. And nowadays, students are getting the knowledge of the blockchain technology as well, because for the large financial technologies, for the banking operation and for large data set operation, blockchain technology, that is very much important. So in our university, almost all the courses are very interdisciplinary in nature. I am giving you another 2 examples like AI and robotics. students are performing quite well in large language model and AI-based model, and they are also getting the facility of the robotics and the related technologies. Another courses we have, that is AI and machine learning, basically kind of soft core in nature, artificial intelligence and a machine learning. And not only that thing, we are also providing some of the facilities in the biotechnology segment and a human-centric computing as well. Recently, we have tie-up with Gujarat Biotechnology Research Council. We have signed an MOU with themselves for some different work. You are surprising to know that thing, that right now in a medical industry, there are a huge demand of the computer science people. Why? Because in a medical professionals, they are completely depending on the medical related or computer science related technologies, for example, like robotic surgery. If you want to find out a small lumps in your brain, you have to take care about the image processing of the slides or all that thing. If you want to diagnose a small cut in inside part, you have to focus on the USD technologies and all that things. So using the machine learning model, using the large language model, using the AI, the precision is really superb. So our courses, our nature, all that things are completely interdisciplinary in nature.
So you also spoke about tie-ups.
Yes.
Now, industry collaboration
Yes.
and research partnership play a very important role in enhancing innovation and employability of students. How is it happening in your department? How are you scaling up in this particular sector?
Yes, very good question. In our university, we have a different tie-up programs. First, I am coming to the international segment. We have a semester abroad program as well as a study abroad program with different universities. Throughout the year, our students are continuously visiting anywhere Singapore, AIT Bangkok, University of Sydney, University of British Columbia, and we have an active MOU with 25 plus top-notch foreign universities. And it's a little bit surprising for the others. We are organizing each and every year, we are organizing more than 15 plus foreign conference, even in foreign universities like University of Nevada, University of California, even in TJ Watson Center, that is the IBM global headquarters in New York, University of Zurich, last year onwards. And that is, apart from the international segment, at a national level, we have an active MOU with IIT Gandhinagar, others IIT, NIT Calicut. We are organizing conference in NIT Calicut and IIT Gandhinagar as well. We have an active tie-up program with Satyen Bose Center for Basic Science, with different CSIR lab and all that things. And not only that, in an industry segment, we have an active MOU with Capgemini. We have an active MOU with Wipro, American Megatrends International. We have an active MOU with TCS. And apart from that, each and every department in our university, we have a separate entity that is called IEDC, Innovation and Entrepreneurship Development Cell. This Innovation and Entrepreneurship Development Cell is continuously nurturing with the industry and getting the ideas from their side and developing the ideas in our university. So we are properly in collaboration and in research tie-up with multiple segments. And we are also progressing in that part, ma'am.
Well, that's great. Sir, now let's talk about the next step. Looking ahead, what do you think are the breakthrough technologies that you believe will define the next, decade in the engineering education?
Little bit tough question. Because in engineering segment, if we are currently focusing, I have to identify 3 different fields: artificial intelligence, data science, and Internet of Things. And in our university, all these 3 courses are there. But the main difference is that in AICTE approved institutions, they are providing the degree with a credit of 170 plus. Because throughout the world right now, we are following the choice-based credit system. You have to, for complete a course, you have to follow this much of credit. In our university, we are following the credit, but at least 220. Why? Apart from the AICTE 170 plus credit, we are provided some higher learning courses to provide the honors degree, that is additionally acquired 20 plus credits. And apart from that thing, we are provide some minor degree courses. For example, that if you are doing your BTech in BTech CSE with a minor in manufacturing engineering, Somebody from biotechnology is doing BTech in biotechnology, taking a minor degree in artificial intelligence. So for this minor degree, we are providing another 20 plus credits. So it's total 220 credits. What's the benefit of that? If you are visiting any foreign universities throughout the world, in most of the European universities, most of the countries, our students are directly getting the MS opportunity. Because you maybe know that thing that when people are going to abroad, basically for the undergraduate program, they are following 200 plus credit. So in Indian universities, we are following generally 180, 170 plus. So we are following 220 plus credit. That's why our students are directly absorbed by themselves for the direct MS program. And not only that thing, in our university, we are giving another facilities. After a BTech, we are providing the PhD degree. That means if a candidate or if a students have 8.5 CGPA, we are directly giving an opportunity to enroll themselves in a PhD program. Even they are a working professionals, we are also providing the same facilities. So maybe in next 2 years or 3 years, we are getting the results of all that things.
Definitely, that's great, sir. That's great. The conversation too was really great. Thank you so much for talking to us, and thank you so much for joining us at ET Now Business Summit and Awards. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thanks for inviting me. Thank you.
We have with us Mr. Anish Vishwanath, the Director of Corporate Relations at UEM Jaipur. Hi, sir. How are you doing today?
I'm doing good, thank you.
Sir, corporate relations plays a very crucial role in being able to employ people today.
True.
So how is UEM Jaipur strengthening its industry network for better internship and placements, of course, for the students at the college?
Definitely, as you're aware that IEM UEM groups, we are one of the oldest engineering and education institutes in the Eastern India. So definitely our pro point is placements. So we have a very proactive placement cell comprising of different placement officers and placement offices throughout the nation in all the major towns. So definitely the major idea is placing the students, giving them good job opportunities, because any student when they are coming for an higher education or when they are joining these engineering courses, one of the major questions they ask is, sir, we are doing a lot of theoretical knowledge, but definitely what are the placement opportunities for us? So definitely we play a major part in placement. So what we do is definitely we have tie-ups with you can say almost all the major corporates who do hiring for freshers throughout India. We do lot of corporate tie-ups, lot of MOUs for specialized training with this institute, with these corporates. Definitely we arrange internship opportunities. Our main training is aligned with the internship opportunities of these corporates. So definitely IMUM group focuses on the student placements. When student placements, we say that it's a big thing, because lot of things have to be taken care of for a student to get ultimately placed in his dream company. So what we do is we identify different places, different students, and then like different sort of training, what the corporate actually needs, and we train the students according to that. Apart from that, we have lot of conferences, lot of HR meets, lot of tie-ups where the students come directly, where these corporates come directly to our universities, interact with students, give them a lot of tips on how to, what are the current scenario, what they should need to prepare themselves. So in and all, when the student, once they complete their engineering courses or management courses or their graduate courses, so what happens is when they come out, they are a true professional. So because what the industry wants the student, we are preparing the students according to that. And so I can say that IMM Group focuses a lot on placements. We do all the activities related to placements. We give the students exposure to real companies, different HR, different corporates throughout India, throughout, if you can say, abroad also. So there are a lot of opportunities which the students get in lieu of placements and their training.
That's great, sir. The industries are now evolving, and job market is very tight right now. So as you said that you are trying to make students job ready. So what are the other initiatives you're taking to, actually making the students being able to just get placed for being job ready and for being just ready to do whatever the corporate is expecting?
True. See, once, like you said, they are students. They have come to join, they have come to a university, they are expecting a good placements, good education. Definitely IEM is simple with good education and good jobs, if you see our logo. So why we proudly say that is because we have to make, like we understand that lot of opportunity, the opportunities at this is less, but there are a lot of other opportunities also. Now we have to connect the students with these opportunities. Definitely when a student joins the engineering courses, he is a novice. He knows that a lot of opportunities are there. He has seen the market. He has heard from his seniors about the lot of opportunities. But he is in a very nascent stage. So as placement officers, as educationists, what we do is we prepare them for this particular job. We make them job ready, industry ready. For that, we have lot of different programs. Like I said, we have lot of industry academia connect programs, where from the industry, the students, the corporates, the top leaders, the HR leaders, they come down to our students, they take classes for the students, give them ideas of what the market is expecting from them, what the company is expecting from them, how an academia, like it's a theoretical knowledge, how an academia and a corporate, what is the difference. So these sort of trainings, we do it from the day one, if you can say, from the first year of the students. So what happens is gradually we process it. We can understand, like when a student, it's in a university, there are different types of students. Some students are exceptionally good, they are very good in communication, but there are many students whose communication is not good because they may be coming from mofusils, but they are very brilliant students. So what we do is we try to bridge this gap actually. We try to identify these students, identify their strengths and weaknesses, and try to cater the students individually. So that what happens is, like if suppose some student is not good in communications, we arrange for communication classes with them, personality development classes with them. So what happens is and gradually, it's not like at the end when they're coming for placements, we do that. We do it from the first year. So what happens is gradually the students, they also get trained, they get motivated, and the confidence level of the students grow. So this is a lot of soft skill classes are taken, a lot of personality development classes. But apart from this also, to clear an interview, different companies have different type of questions. Maybe I'm giving an example, TCS comes, they do their test. Cognizant comes, they do their test. Wipro comes, they do their test. So what we do is we prepare the students in all these tests, whether it is, we do personalized training on aptitude, on how to, on different questionnaires, personal interviews, what type of technical questions come, what are the languages or software or the coding which they need to prepare. And we do a lot of this training so that by the end of these courses, when the student actually sits for the interview, he is prepared for it. So these are the different steps we do that. Plus, like I said, lot of, like the placement department, a major part is connecting. Since we are IM group, we are there for 40 plus years. So we have lot of companies already aligned. But now when the market is growing, there are a lot of new types of new jobs coming up. So as a placement cell, we identify such jobs, we do tie-ups with companies, we do students meet, we do alumni meet, alumni come, because many of our students are working in great places, good places and good jobs. So we arrange an alumni meet in our college where the alumni comes and addresses a student. Recently, I'll give you an example. In fact, today there is a company coming called, I'll give you an example, MetaCube. So what we did is, there was one student who is already placed in MetaCube. 2 days before, he came and addressed all these 55 students who were shortlisted and going to write for the interview today. So the student himself getting confidence to give this interview. So this type of activities we do to place our students.
So basically giving the real world exposure to the students.
Definitely, giving them a real world exposure, making them understand what the job wants. Because frankly speaking, they are students, they are sitting in a classroom, they are hearing, they are understanding. But when they get this exposure, what the company actually wants, the students get prepared for the real world, get prepared for the interview, understand what the company wants, and they prepare well. So you can see our placement ratios are quite good. When the company comes for an interview, they are not disappointed. They get what they want. If they are wanting 10 students, they get 10 students from IMM group. So they come regularly.
Definitely, that's great, sir. So we've come to the last question. Now talking about industries and sectors and opportunities, which sectors and industries do you think will provide the greatest career potential for UEM students in the next decade?
Yeah, that's a good question, because the next 10 years are very transformative. Lot of new opportunities are coming. But apart from the definite the courses, the jobs which the students are getting, there are a lot of technologies like AI, ML, machine learning, data science, there is renewable energy, lot of fintech engineers, lot of tech engineers, robotics, like one of my colleagues mentioned. So different type of lot of opportunities are coming. And AI is a boon, actually, you can say, because lot of new opportunities are coming. Previously, maybe they were just taken as coders, they used to sit in the bench. But now when a student is understanding such type of technology is coming, we are preparing them for this. We are giving them specialist training. So what happens is the students are getting prepared, and a lot of new opportunities are coming. And nowadays, very frankly speaking, students are also there where they have clear views. The vision is very clear. They understood that from the first year, he is saying that, sir, I've heard about this. That's my thing. I want specialized training on that. Definitely. I want my mentors to align. So what we do is we align the students according to that. We identify students with similar goals, because it's very clear from the first only that this is my goal. I want to have a career on that. So we definitely align the students with mentors. We align these new technologies. We bring in companies from different experts from the companies. We make the students come in conferences and understand tech conferences. We take our students who are interested. We take them to the tech conferences. We get an idea of the cutting edge technologies, what the future holds for them, like AI, like Meta has come with metaverse. So now we have started something over there also, where students are designing their own metaverse platforms. So these are the different things which our students are coming, and they're prepared for the future. Because the future definitely looks bright. I am very positive on that as a corporate, because as a director of corporate relations, my job is interacting with companies, with corporates throughout the world. So I have seen that lot of scopes is there, and we have definitely integrated that into our syllabus so that the students get an idea and they get placed in these new technologies.
So thank you so much for your great insights. We wish you all the success in the future. Thank you for coming and speaking at the etnow.in Business Summit and Awards.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Jashwant Kumar Sinha, a leading implantologist in Kolkata, joins us from yours truthfully, Full Mouth Rehabilitation and Implant Center. Sir, thank you so much for being here at the etnow.in Health Ranking and Conclave. How are you?
I'm fine, and thank you, ET Now, for inviting me here.
Absolutely. And sir, today, conversations around full mouth rehabilitation or around implantology are becoming all the more common, right? Can you tell us more about how implantology as a field has evolved over the last decade or so, and what does full mouth rehabilitation actually constitute?
So, to understand the full mouth rehabilitation, we need to know that rehabilitation is something like recreating the original.
Right.
Okay, and this like human body is a complex engineering created by a god.
Sure.
And to recreate that is a very tough job. Now, when we do full mouth rehabilitation, we do full mouth rehabilitation when there are multiple missing teeth and the bite function is so damaged that we need a planned and holistic approach to restore the chewing function, the oral health, and the confidence of the patient.
Absolutely.
So now, earlier, a decade ahead, before, it was very tough because we were having 2D images, we were having manually operated lab where, to rehabilitate in a holistic approach, it was not feasible. Now it's an era of digital era,
right,
where we have got 3D images, we have got CAD/CAM, we have got, guided implant surgery, and before touching the patient also, we can plan everything and we can recreate the same in the patient's mouth.
Sure.
With more precision and more predictability.
Well, thank you for sharing that. And as per your point of view, doctor, what do you consider to be some of the most commonly made mistakes when it comes to oral health?
So I will say it's intervention.
Sure.
So patients are actually unaware ki when to go to a dentist.
Right.
In India, patient come to a dentist when they have pain.
Sure.
So pain means you have lost your enamel, you have lost your dentin, and the third layer had been intervened.
Sure.
So we need to make the patients aware that at least they should go for a periodic checkup, or else you get a signals like bleeding gums or tooth or food stucking in between teeth. I will say one more thing. I'll add to it one more thing. Like lots of patients says that I'm brushing twice a day, but still I'm having dental problem.
Right.
Because they don't know the proper technique. It's always the technique you have to know, how to brush. Then only you can clean the surfaces.
Makes
so
sense.
we are cleaning the surfaces which are visible, but what we are doing for the interdental area, we never floss in India. At least in India, I don't know. Hardly, 10 to 15% of population is doing so.
Right, right. I think you bring up some excellent points. And, thank you for essentially bringing the conversation closer to home in the Indian market. And speaking of which, now let's talk about Yours Truthfully. Now, in the city of Kolkata, Yours Truthfully has really built a reputation as an incredibly specialized center. In your vantage point, what are you doing differently? What's your clinical approach and what makes it stand apart from the rest?
See, it's obviously the man. So doctors are very important, but human error is always there.
Right.
So we are evolving how? We are including the technologies which are present so that we make it more predictable and more advanced.
Sure.
And Yours Truthfully had been always, they have opened their hand to inculcate the newer technologies. So we were the first in the eastern region to have chair-side scanner, chair-side CAD/CAM, and a milling unit, lab milling unit. So when you come to Yours Truthfully, we make sure in a single visit, we can do a RCT followed by a crown. You can see your crown being made.
Right, phenomenal. Well, I think that makes for a wonderful segue into my next question, which is what are some of the clinical innovations or the technology innovations in the field of full mouth rehabilitation or implantology that you are most excited about?
So AI, we had been talking, I have been listening to all the speaker here, they were talking. So AI is evolving in the medical field also.
To say the least.
So when we do recreation, we want to know what was there initially with the patient. and AI will play an important role in that. So AI-driven planning and execution would be very important. I will love to see that. Then it's called real-time dynamic navigation. So when we are placing an implant, we are having 3D right now or a guided surgery. So in real-time navigation, what will happen now? Ki when you are drilling or doing a surgery in the particular space, they will guide you where the nerves or blood vessels, all the important structures are.
Sure.
Okay, so it will be easier for you.
Right.
You don't have to be like, you are not doing any more blindly. You are knowing everything what is going to be done.
And the hope is this would only improve patient outcomes and minimize doctor error.
And most important, the time and less of trauma.
Correct. Which of course has a direct impact on recovery time as well and downtime as well.
When it is minimally invasive, it's always the recovery time is more less.
Now, doctor, when it comes to fitness or when it comes to nutrition, they play such a pivotal role in the context of preventative healthcare. Can you perhaps drill down a bit deeper as to the role it plays in the context of oral health more specifically?
So, see, I never say to my patients ki for oral health, you don't take these things.
Sure.
See, you can take every damn thing, but you need to know ki how to maintain them.
Right.
So proper brushing, proper oral health maintenance is required for that. So you need to get aware with that.
Well, doctor, thank you so much for taking the time to really debunk some of the leading myths that surround full mouth rehabilitation. We congratulate you, we salute you in all your efforts, and thank you for being a part of the etnow.in Health Ranking in Conclave. Thank you so much.
I'm really privileged to be here, and thank you so much.
Absolutely. We're here at the etnow.in Health Rankings and Conclave, and I'm joined by Mr. Indrajit Bhattacharya, Managing Director. Okay. And I'm now joined by Mr. Indrajit Bhattacharya, Ms. Kalyani Bhattacharya, Full-Time Director, and Dr. Somnath Mukherjee, Medical Superintendent, all of whom join us from the Bhattacharya Orthopedics and Related Recovery Center, Private Limited. It's a single specialty orthopedics care center. Thank you so much for taking the time to speak with us.
Thank you.
Thank you for inviting us.
Absolutely. And, Mr. Indrajit, if I could pose my first question to you. Now, you operate a single specialty orthopedic care facility, a single specialty orthopedic center. What advantages does that sort of a focused approach offer you over the super specialty centers out there?
Right. I will not make any comparison with anybody.
Fair enough.
But I want to say, since we are a specific specialty,
right,
we have a lot of advantages because all our people, starting from the nurses to the attendants, to the physiotherapy unit, all have the orthopedic, they know about the orthopedic problems.
Sure.
Right?
Right.
Number one. Number two, the very specific thing I want to share here with ET is that in one surgery, we have 2 or 3 orthopedic surgeons concentrating.
Sure.
This is the biggest advantage to bring specialty to its peak.
Absolutely.
Right? The cleaner the surgery, automatically management becomes easier.
Well, I think you bring up some excellent points, and thank you for setting that context. And I want to build on some of your observations now coming to you, Ms. Kalyani.
Yes.
Because technology is increasingly permeating all aspects of patient care, right?
Yes.
And essentially, what we hear so much about now are robotic surgeries,
Yes.
about digital rehabilitation.
Yes.
Those two tend to dominate the conversation when it comes to the everyday layman. What
Yes.
more can you tell us about how technology is permeating your line of work?
Now, one thing I would like to mention is that robotic surgery is actually very popular, or the advantage of it is in total knee replacement.
Right.
You can do total knee replacement, several operations in one day.
Sure.
And the precision is also very accurate. But you have to understand, we are a totally orthopedic center.
Right.
So we have a variety of cases coming in every day, surgeries say about 7, 8, 9, where the persons have injuries on toes or fingers or their elbow or their hip,
Right.
all these areas. Now, robotic surgery is an expertise is required.
Right.
You have to know how to use it properly.
Sure.
I think India cannot blanket robotic surgery. People can't afford it, ma'am.
Right.
You go to the farmers and all and tell them to do robotic surgery. Will they be able to do it? You tell me. They will not.
I have my doubts.
Yes. So it is, you see, advancement in medical science will always, it'll be very beneficial over the years, no doubt about it. But you need to have, in the spectrum of clinical treatment, a space for everybody. And Bhattacharya Orthopedics was founded by my father-in-law. His name is Dr. Shoilendra Bhattacharya. He was an extraordinary orthopedic surgeon, and he took upon himself a challenge to build a hospital in the outskirts of Kolkata, where he would focus on the middle class and the underprivileged. So that is where, definitely we will think of implementing robotic surgery when it's required. But ma'am, if a person has been, had an accident with a lorry,
right?
Then you have reconstructive surgery.
Right.
So your mental skill is very important. That is where the teamwork comes.
Sure.
One surgeon is much better than 3 surgeons, because every surgeon has an acumen which he is skilled at.
Sure.
So they help each other. There is no, it's a very congenial atmosphere in BRC. That's why often in the medical circle, it is called the BRC family.
Phenomenal. And I think thank you for sharing such real life anecdotes. That makes it all the more relatable. And speaking of relatable, and I'll come to you now, doctor, for those of us that have experienced surgery or orthopedic surgery in particular, the surgery is just as critical, as the recovery process or the rehabilitation process. All right? So what are the recovery models or the rehabilitation models that you've implemented within the four walls of your organization that you consider to be particularly effective, and how so?
As we are a single specialty hospital,
right?
Our physiotherapists are well trained, well focused.
Yes.
They know exactly how to do a post-op rehab.
Right.
They are only treating orthopedic patients and orthopedic post-op, number one. Number two, you have a unique post-operative expert, a team of experts to see post-operative patients.
Sure.
Other than surgeons. And post-operative patients have unique problems, electrolyte imbalance, fluid imbalance, oxygen. For them, we have a specialist team of doctors who only see post-operative patients.
Sure.
When required, they call doctors. When required, they are doctors. When required, they call surgeons. But primarily, it is done by expert, experienced doctors in post-operative care. And as Mr. Bhattacharya has pointed out, we do surgery in a team. So the surgical outcome is always better than when it is done alone. A good surgery, rehabilitation is easy. When a surgery done well, then the patient's rehabilitation is much faster and easier.
If I'm understanding you correctly, and I'll take the conversation back to you now, Mr. Indrajit, with that single specialty focus comes reproducibility of results, which is ultimately what the patient expects when they're seeking medical care, right? So there's a lot of debate as to today's day and age, and the medical professionals that we'll see emerge will be ChatGPT trained or AI trained medical professionals, and hence perhaps lack some of the hands-on experience that the doctors of today or yesteryear might have had. How do you respond to that? Do you think there's any validity to that argument?
It is very important. Definitely nowadays, you see, I'll give you an example.
Please.
You are seeing a patient, right?
Right.
After 15 days, the patient comes.
For a follow-up?
For a follow-up.
Correct.
So, by the reference number, you should be able to track the patient and all the records previously seen.
Sure. Real time.
Real time.
Yes.
So there it comes in.
Yes. Real-time monitoring.
Absolutely.
Real-time remote monitoring.
Absolutely.
Correct.
And there it comes in. And another thing is that fixing up appointments and all these things.
Right.
It is definitely, it is advisable.
I see. No, it's, it's sort of a double-edged sword. And when we look at, Ms. Kalyani, coming to the Kolkata market in particular, you mentioned your center was originally located right at the outskirts of Kolkata.
Yes.
How do you see demand for orthopedic care evolving in this part of the country?
Yes.
Both by way of interest from domestic patients and medical tourism as well, given that medical tourism is very much on the rise in this country.
Yes. There's a lot of medical colleges, mushrooming here and there. I just hope their teaching skills are very good to produce, doctors. What I'd like to say is one thing. You're all talking about AI and robots and everything mechanical. You should also talk about EQ.
Right.
We are human beings,
Sure.
Pooja. We have an emotion.
Right.
So in BRC, the doctors and Mr. Bhattacharya here, he takes a lot of time as acting as a missing link between the doctor and the patient. Sometimes doctors are so busy, they cannot give enough time to listen to, the patient. Sometimes the patient says that I've already done 2 operations somewhere else. I don't have anything else. How much more can I pay?
Sure.
So then my husband, he really does a lot of social service. He gives them that kind of support that, okay, we'll do our best. You try and play for the implants, and the doctors here are also very cooperative, very committed.
Right.
So they also say, we will help the patient.
Right.
So, ma'am, that part is also what a doctor should be.
Of course it is. You know, affordability and accessibility should not be
Yes,
factors.
and you know, ma'am, if you actually see, if you do good work, you know, automatically people will come to you.
Right.
Now, we have also started fellowships. So young doctors who have completed their MS, they are doing fellowships under us for 3 months.
Sure.
And they're very happy. You know why? Because so much variety of cases they're being exposed to every day.
Right.
You go to any multi-speciality, Pooja, they will not be able to show you so much variety in one day.
So you have volume and you have variety.
Yes.
Right.
Yes. But we have to keep our costs low.
Sure.
But definitely where investment is required, our hospital has invested.
Right.
We have, in order to provide the best kind of result in the surgery.
Right.
Like advanced implants. And then we do endoscopic spine.
Right.
Man,
Right.
which is not done, I don't know, in Kolkata where.
It's extremely specialized.
So, and also we are doing arthroscopy. So, ma'am, in spite of everything, we have to remember that we are humans.
Yes.
So, that aspect, robotics, AI, is going to be run by humans. So that human part is also in the patient. That patient looks for a smile, Pooja. At the end of the day. The
Right.
doctor, will I get well?
Yes.
Will I be able to walk?
Right. No, I mean, amidst all of the privatization of healthcare and all the conversation around healthcare becoming a business, it's important to essentially remember that very human side to it.
You have to.
Right.
That is what my father-in-law taught us, both my husband and I.
Right.
He said there are a lot of hospitals, but remember that you are doing for society.
Sure.
So actually our motto is, we serve humanity.
Wonderful. And with that, of course, comes the penchant for bedside manner. And especially in the context of perhaps orthopedic care, where there is a bit of recovery time. Rehabilitation is extremely critical, right? How, as you groom, younger fellows that train under you, doctor, do you help instill that bedside manner? I mean, is it entirely innate, or is it something that one picks up on the job? How do you do so in VROCC?
Yes, bedside manner is very important for doctors. Very, very, very important. That human touch is very important. You have to encourage the patient that he can walk. Without encouragement, whatever physiotherapy, whatever rehabilitation, whatever surgery will not come to any use.
Right.
So patient needs encouragement. We do encourage our patients, and patients encourage good. Recovered patient encourages another patient. When a patient comes for treatment, we give examples. Such patients, give phone number to them, talk to them.
Right.
So they get encouragement. A difficult critical problem, they can come out.
Sure.
Limb salvage. Orthopedic makes patient immobile for a long time. So they get mentally down. So we give them encouragement and support so that they can come back to mobility again.
Thank you for sharing that, doctor. And coming back to you now, Mr. Indrajit. VORCC has also been complimented for providing equitable care. So irrespective of whether you are from a privileged background or an underserved, marginalized background, VORCC's doors are open, correct? Was that essentially the guiding philosophy all along? How essentially did that sentiment become a part of the organization's DNA?
To tell you frankly, right, it is love for the subject. This is the fundamental guiding force.
Sure.
You have to be passionate about your work.
Right.
If you're
Right.
passionate for your work, then
It doesn't seem like
as,
work.
As I was taught
Right.
in those old days,
Sure.
I was taught one thing, standardization of orthopedics.
Sure.
If a case comes in,
Right.
first stage, second stage, third stage.
Sure.
VORC standardizes it.
Right.
Whoever sees the case doesn't matter.
Correct.
There has to be a standard.
A protocol.
and we have an excellent team of doctors, very
Right.
good, and support
We have
system
fixed
also.
it very firmly.
For 32 years, Pooja, we've been working. 32 years. It was founded 32 years back by my father-in-law, and we have been working from day one
Sure.
with him. And we also do Ilizarov. I don't know whether you've heard of this or not. So in that case, it's a kind of surgery which was started in Russia when the soldiers were injured and they didn't have so much finances in order to treat them. So this procedure was discovered and implemented, and the soldiers recovered. So I think Dr. Mukherjee can elaborate on Ilizarov.
Please.
Yeah, this is a technique to save limb from amputation.
I see.
And very difficult situation, hopeless situation, patient cannot walk.
Sure.
In that situation, Ilizarov helps. So our hospital has Ilizarov expert, and entire orthopedic branches we have, starting from joint replacement to arthroscopy, hand surgery, children orthopedics, spine surgery, endoscopic spine surgery, and entire trauma, all fractures, everything, all fractures, trauma we have.
Sure.
Plastic surgery. That is why we are only a super specialty, single specialty hospital.
And Pooja, you were talking about the society. You have to understand that we are having a huge geriatric portion in our society.
Right.
And they come, and sometimes, you know, they don't want to go home, or maybe they don't have people who want them home. So I've been thinking about this for quite some time, and I was thinking that maybe the people at home, they also need some rest. So we were talking about it, that maybe in some time we can open a section where, you know, people in the home can go for a holiday and keep the patient with us.
Sure.
So that the lady of the house or the gentleman of the house, they can have some, you know, me time.
Right.
Instead of, the caregiver is a very strenuous work.
It is.
So that is sometimes not understood.
Right.
So we are thinking of doing something in that area, so that people can keep their dear ones with us, and go on a vacation for 7 days and then again take them home.
Without it being too taxing on anyone's stakeholder.
And also, and not being too, you know, too heavy on their pockets.
Right,
Yeah.
right. You were saying something, Doctor.
Yes, I was speaking of the fellowship program we were, which we have started, in fact, is to train the young generation of orthopedic surgeons.
Right, right.
I tell you, they may be qualified, but they need a lot of training.
Sure.
This is the future.
This is the future.
We are thinking.
All right, and by way of closing comments, and I'll pose my question to all three of you. If, God forbid, you were to face an orthopedic procedure of your own, whose doors would you go knocking on? I'll start with you. A fellow colleague within the BORRC ecosystem?
We have done, I had my surgery done in BRC.
Well, there you go. The proof is in the pudding then.
That is
Got a real life success story.
real life story.
Right. All right.
He required a pacemaker and a bypass, which is not in our domain.
Sure.
But I had something which had to be removed, and that was done in our hospital.
So
in our
heartening to
OT.
hear. So
I
heartening to
have
hear.
complete faith in my OT and my doctors. So
wonderful.
Not a problem.
Wonderful. Well, for you, yes.
Sir once had a, Dr. Soilendra Bhattacharya had a trauma.
Yes.
And when that time he was outside Calcutta.
Sure.
Kolkata. He came back, even he did not do an X-ray. He came to his own place, did the X-ray. His students operated on him.
Yes.
This is so heartening to hear. I want to thank, all of you for being here and for sharing such a rich range of insights from your personal journeys as well as your professional journeys alike. We salute all your efforts here at the etnow.in Health Rankings and Conclave and wish you all the continued success.
Thank you so much,
very
Pooja.
much for
Thank you.
And it's a privilege to be called here and be on this platform.
My honor. It's my honor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
so much.
Thank you.
And now we have with us Mr. Keshav Agarwal, the director at Srijan Realty at ET Now Business Summit and Awards. Welcome, sir. How are you doing today?
Thank you so much, Pallavi. I'm doing well. It's a pleasure being here. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you, sir. So my first question for you would be, Srijan Realty has built a great presence in the eastern part of India. What has been your strategic approach towards differentiating your properties and your projects from the other, other people in the real estate market and your competitors as well?
So, Pallavi, Srijan Realty was started more than 20 years ago. And I think our base became very strong very quickly, just because I think the time we started, we really understood the market perception really well. We understood what the buyers in the market want, what kind of a gap there is for products across the city. To give you an example, Srijan has always focused on projects which are larger than life. We've focused on bigger developments rather than single tower, multi-storied buildings, which actually reinforces the idea of community living and how communities can be created. And it's just about creating that lifestyle and understanding what the customer really wants. I think that knack, because of our background in real estate consultancy, really helped us scale and grow.
Well, the next generation buyers are now looking at sustainability, clean energy, and all sorts of things that are not very traditionally done in construction. It's like kind of infamous for, making all sorts of dirt and all that stuff, air pollution and stuff. So sustainability is something that we're focusing on. So smart living solutions and sustainability, how is Srijan Realty actually integrating that technology in its projects?
So Pallavi, for a few years now, we have believed that sustainable living is not just a feature or a added facility anymore. It's a responsibility and it's a compulsion for real estate companies and developers. Srijan is proud that for all our upcoming and ongoing projects, we are a Indian Green Building Council Platinum certified friendly developer. By that I mean that all our projects, upcoming projects, are minimum IGBC Platinum certified, which I feel is a big responsibility as a developer.
Definitely.
Since real estate obviously changes the biodiversity of the particular location where we build, we as a developer feel it's our responsibility to make sure that while we create these communities, nature itself should not lose its essence.
Well, real estate in Kolkata is booming and it's witnessing a lot of demand across residential and commercial segments. So what's the next 5-year plan, or say the next decade plan, in terms of investment and growth in the real estate sector?
If we talk about Calcutta market, I feel that real estate has been growing through all the verticals, be it residential, be it commercial, be it warehousing, or even retail for that matter. Okay. I feel that the biggest driver of this kind of growth across all sectors is the aspirational thought process of an individual has been growing exponentially. Year by year, it has always been growing. And I see that as people's aspiration grows, their lifestyle takes an upgrade in every aspect, which is why I feel residential, retail, commercial, and warehousing grows with it. I feel one more arena which helps this grow is the kind of infrastructure which the city is developing as the city expands in all 4 directions. With better connectivity, better infrastructure, I think it's just a story that will keep growing.
Well, as the next generation leader at Region Realty, how are you expanding the footprint, and what is your leadership philosophy that is guiding you towards the next path?
My philosophy for as a next gen leader would be a lot of delegation of responsibilities, a lot of team building, and making sure that the trust which our buyers place in us reflects in the product which we deliver to them, from efficiency to making sure our value chain and our systems work in line with our vision. I think doing justice to the trust which our customers place in us is the most important aspect for me going forward.
Well, that was great. That the conversation was really great. Thank you so much for speaking to us at ET Now Business Summit and Awards. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you so much, Pallavi. It was a pleasure. Thank you so much for having me.
Now at the ET Now Business Summit and Awards, we have with us Jashoshri Rahman, Shree's Hair and Beauty Salon. She is the face behind it. Hi ma'am, how are you doing today?
I'm doing great. Thank you for having me here.
Ma'am, my first question for you would be, hair and beauty is something that everybody is conscious about. As a woman, I can actually vouch for it. You have built a loyal clientele over the past few years. What has been your core philosophy in building trust and consistency in such a competitive market?
Pallavi, as you have told, we have a great loyal clients. So the secret is our loyalty towards the client. We have tried to give in our best, and that is the result.
Okay, that's great. That was a very nice answer. My next question would be, beauty and grooming trends are now evolving with a lot of technology also coming in.
Of course.
How do you keep your business aligned with those technological advancements in beauty and hair?
See, I feel education is the core of any business. So I learn each day. That's the way I'm with the trends.
Okay. Also about the technological advancements, do you have any new, treatments or hair,
Yes,
anything
of course, we do have.
What do you have?
So as I told you, we keep track with the trends or the new technologies. And of course, I'm a very keen learner. We try and learn everything which is, and once we learn, we can understand what is good and what is bad.
Yeah.
Before the education, you cannot say anything.
Definitely. Yeah. As a woman entrepreneur, well, there are various challenges, and now that women are actually empowering a lot, what has been your biggest challenge while you were scaling your business, and how did you overcome them?
So people take you like in any industry, you can say.
Yeah.
It's a sad factor, but still today, people feel that women are like not as intelligent as men are. It's a very sad thing.
Yeah.
So it happens when you like renovating a place or you're coming up with a new project. People, yeah,
look at you in a very. They look at you as a woman, and then there is a
yeah.
man. They
But
don't
once
equals.
you know, once you know your job, and they understand really that you are serious,
Yeah.
they also accept it.
Definitely. So what are your plans to expand Shree's hair and beauty salon? And what are the services that are you exploring to, kind of scale up your business? And are you also planning to expand beyond Kolkata?
No, we are not, as of now, we are not planning to go beyond Kolkata. The reason is it's a very personal touch is required in our business. And it's very difficult when you really plan your business so wide. Then you cannot give attention to each and everyone. So I look forward to do great business with building a relationship with my clients.
So that's how you.
So I will not have something in my plate which I cannot have.
Well, that's how you keep your clients loyal
Yeah.
to you. Well, definitely. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much for speaking with us. I hope great success for your business and for you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. ET Now Business Summit and Awards, we have Professor Shrabna Chattopadhyay, the Assistant HOD and Professor of the LLB Department at UEM Kolkata. Hi ma'am, how are you doing today?
Hello ma'am, I'm fine. Nice to have me over here. Thank you so much for giving this opportunity.
Definitely. Thank you so much for coming here, ma'am. My first question for you would be, legal education now is undergoing rapid transformation with emerging fields like cyber law, data protection, and even AI. How is UEM preparing students for this new age legal domain?
Yes, the first way to make changes is to integrate all these new changes in the curriculum. So with all these rapid changes, what we have done, that we have developed our curriculum in such a way that all these aspects get reflected in our subjects. Because students primarily are taught these basic subjects, that what are these changes, so that they can understand the changes with the past world and how these changes have come in society today. So with these changes, along with, we used to organize various workshops, moot court practices, then direct interaction with the industry people, that makes them aware and also expose them for the technology-driven challenges. When they are facing those challenges in hand, in practical way, so that enables them to learn by hand, which we hardly believe that legal profession is something that not only the bookish knowledge, it's only by practicing you will get your expertise. So that's the way we develop our students, by practical exposure as well as the subject knowledge in the curriculum.
Well, that's great, ma'am. Now, how do you view your role of legal literacy in fostering responsible business practices and ethical corporate governance in today's economy?
Yes, as we all know that in whatever field we are working, the three most important things is ethics, transparency, and accountability. So whoever is doing any business, they should be aware of this business ethics, accountability, and how to make their business transparent one. So legal knowledge is something which makes the businessman aware that what to do and what not to do, so that they can maintain their business ethics, they can be accountable for the actions which they have taken, as well as they can maintain the transparency. So whoever is going into this field of business, it is not something that only the lawyers or the person who are studying law, they have to know law. Legal knowledge is something which everyone should know, and that will help them to be protected from the law as well, because in order to be protected, you need to know the law as well. So that is why legal knowledge is very important for any person.
Corporates are also now looking for job-ready people and graduates, and many students are also aspiring to corporate law careers. So which skills and industry exposure are the most crucial for them to get into that space?
Yes, the way we have developed our curriculum, we have also honors subjects. That means that apart from studying the general subjects, they will be studying some more commercial subjects, corporate law subjects, which will enable them to know the basic of the corporate laws. And then we send our students for internships to corporate firms, corporate industry, so they can get the vibes of what is required in the market and how they have to develop themselves to fit into that market. So this is the way we are developing our students, that first you learn and then you practice. So by this learning and practice method, we are encouraging and teaching our students to be fitted into this corporate law industry.
Well, looking ahead, what major legal developments or reforms are you foreseeing that would influence India's business environment over the next decade, say?
Yes, we all have heard about SDG, Sustainable Development Goals. Along with that, what is recently developing ESG, that is Environment, Social and Social Governance. This area, ESG, development in AI, development in data protection, data governance. Now the businessman or this corporate law industry, they have to be aware, because now we are moving to such a world that we cannot ignore AI. But even when we are using AI, what are the ways, the way we can protect ourselves from being victim of AI? So that is also important. So if the corporate law industry or the corporates are accommodating themselves with the pros and cons of these new developments in the data governance, data security, AI ethics, business ethics, so that will be helpful for any corporate industry.
Well, that was a very insightful session for all the budding lawyers and entrepreneurs. Thank you so much, ma'am, for coming here and sharing your insights at ET Now Business Summit and Awards. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for having me here.
Thank you so much.
We're here at Lalbaba Rice presents the etnow.in Health Rankings and Conclave, and I'm joined by celebrity fitness expert and influencer, Arjit Ghoshal. Sir, thank you so much for taking the time to speak with us.
Thank you, ma'am. It feels nice to be here.
Phenomenal. अब सर कहा जाता है when it comes to fitness, exercise and diet are two sides of the same coin. कि एक ही सिक्के के दो पहलू हैं. How do you weight the two, sir? आप कितना बराबरी का हिस्सा मानते हैं इसे फिटनेस की इक्वेशन में? क्या नजरिया है आपका?
So basically, if it comes to weight management, then you can go like exercise. So it like आप बोल सकता है कि एक्सरसाइज करने के लिए वेट मैनेजमेंट के लिए आपको जैसे स्ट्रेंथ ट्रेनिंग का ज़रूरत है, कार्डियोवास्कुलर एंड्योरेंस का ज़रूरत है, बिल्कुल, मोबिलिटी फ्लेक्सिबिलिटी का ज़रूरत है. तो एट द सेम टाइम डाइट का टाइम में भी इतना ही सब कुछ चीज़ का ज़रूरत है, जैसे प्रोटीन, good amount of carbs, like complex carbs, at that same time good fat, and again fibers. So ये चारों चीज़ एक साथ मैनेज होगा, एक साथ आपका न्यूट्रिएंट्स, प्रॉपर जो न्यूट्रिएंट्स हम लोग का बॉडी में जा रहा है, प्रॉपर आपका डाइट में ये सब चीज़ रहेगा, तब जाके वो वेट मैनेजमेंट में हेल्प करेगा.
अब अरजीत, जब पार बॉइल्ड राइस की बात आती है,
यस,
ठीक है, मुझे आश्चर्य होता है ये सुनकर कि पार बॉइल्ड राइस इज सपोज्ड टू बी इफेक्टिव फॉर वेट मैनेजमेंट. ज़्यादातर जहाँ तक हमें पता है या हमें बताया जाता है, राइस या चावल एक ऐसी चीज़ है जिससे वेट बढ़ता है, ना कि मैनेज होता है. हाउ डू यू रिस्पॉन्ड टू दैट, सर?
सरप्राइजिंगली येस, बिकॉज जब भी हम लोग पार बॉइल्ड राइस ले रहे हैं, लाइक लाल बाबा गिविंग अस, सो द थिंग कि जब इसमें क्या होता है, जो ग्लूकोज का जो स्पाइक होता है आफ्टर हैविंग दैट राइस, सो ग्लूकोज स्पाइक्स बहुत धीरे होता है हम लोगों का ब्लड स्ट्रीम में, जिसके कारण जो इंसुलिन का भी जो स्पाइक होता है तो वो भी धीरे धीरे हो रहा है, बिकॉज ऑफ दैट रेजिस्टेंट स्टार्च एंड लोअर ग्लाइकेमिक थिंग्स. तो इसके कारण क्या हो रहा है, हम लोगों का जो एनर्जी हम लोगों का बॉडी में जा रहा है बहुत धीरे धीरे एंड स्लोली जा रहा है. सो इट्स मोर लाइक कि हम लोग कार्ड शफल कर रहा है, एक कार्ड को हम लोग बहुत जल्दी शफल कर रहा है जो नॉर्मल राइस के लिए होता है, एंड एक कार्ड हम लोग बहुत स्लोली शफल कर रहा है ऑल थ्रू द डे, जो हम लोगों का पार बॉइल्ड राइस से हो रहा है, जिसके कारण बॉडी में एनर्जी भी मिल रहा है एंड ऑल थ्रू द डे वी फील लाइक कि full and more like light but at that same time full.
तो सर हमारे व्यूअर्स को ये समझाइए कि राइस और पार बॉइल्ड राइस में फ़र्क क्या है अल्टीमेटली?
So basically normal rice क्या है, full of carbs. At the time of you are having par boiled rice, so उसमें क्या हो रहा है, there are resistant starch at that same time vitamins B. So ये दोनों क्या कर रहा है, convert कर रहा है normal carbs into a fuel. Okay, so basically वो और normal carbs simple carbs नहीं है, so it converts to complex carbs, जिसके कारण हम लोगों का बॉडी में एनर्जी भी आ रहा है, हम लोगों का बॉडी में vitamins भी मिल रहा है. So for जो those who have hypothyroidism, so उसके लिए विटामिन V का बहुत ज़रूरत है. At that same time वो लोगों का weight gain भी बहुत जल्दी होता है. So those patient, those who have डायबिटीज़ एंड हाइपोथायराइडिज्म, तो वो लोगों के लिए बहुत अच्छा है पार बॉइल्ड राइस और स्टार्च, जैसे रेजिस्टेंट स्टार्च, तो ये बहुत हेल्प करेगा वो लोगों के लिए टू मैनेज सम वेट्स एंड गुड न्यूट्रिशन.
तो कुछ ही पल पहले आपने एक स्लो एनर्जी की बात की व्हेन इट कम्स टू पार बॉइल्ड राइस, तो आपका कहने का मतलब ये है कि वो एनर्जी आपको लॉन्गर ड्यूरेशन तक मिलती जाती है, लेकिन कम मात्रे में.
या श्योर,
दैट्स व्हाट यू मीन.
ओके,
तो सर जब लाल बाबा राइस की बात होती है एज अ ब्रांड, दे आर ऑफन एसोसिएटेड एज बीइंग अ लीडिंग प्लेयर व्हेन इट कम्स टू राइस रिसर्च.
आई एम आल्सो यूजिंग दिस.
फिनोमिनल. तो ये जो ब्रांड है व्हेन इट कम्स टू इवॉल्विंग लाइफस्टाइल्स, इवॉल्विंग फिटनेस एस्पिरेशंस, राइट, ये कितने मायने रखेगा, ये ब्रांड कितना मायने रखेगा उस ऑडियंस के दिमाग में, इन द हार्ट एंड माइंड एंड the wallet share of the consumer.
So what I can say, ki this Lalbaba Rice aligning with more modern wellness, okay?
Yes.
But they don't compromise with the tradition of nutrition.
Sure.
So
Or taste.
Exactly. At the same time, taste. So basically, as per a health professional, we need more nutrients properly in our body. What I can say, like proper carbs, proper vitamins, minerals, and all. So Lalbaba Rice is providing us that's the thing, ki proper vitamin B. And again, हम बोल सकते हैं कि इसका जो benefits है, जो पहले भी हम लोग डिस्कस कर चुका है कि जैसे एनर्जी प्रोवाइड कर रहा है, डाइजेशन स्लो होता है, डाइजेस्टिव सिस्टम को स्लो करता है, जिसके कारण फुल डे लॉन्ग हम लोग फील करता है कि फुल एंड ऑल. बट एट दैट सेम टाइम सब कुछ हम लोगों का दिमाग में चलता है ना कि हम लोगों को राइस लेना है बिकॉज ऑफ वो सेटिस्फेक्शन. वो सेटिस्फेक्शन तब आएगा ना कि जो ये भी राइस ले रहा है जिसके कारण हम लोगों का वो एनर्जी भी मिल रहा है, एट दैट सेम टाइम हम लोगों का डाइजेस्टिव सिस्टम भी धीरे धीरे काम कर रहा है, एनर्जी भी एग्जैक्टली एंड एनर्जी भी मिल रहा है. एट दैट सेम टाइम हम लोगों का माइंड भी एक वो सेटिस्फाई भी हो रहा है, बॉडी भी लो लग रहा है. सो दैट्स द थिंग दे आर प्रोवाइडिंग अस, व्हिच इज गुड. एंड बोथ लाइक कि दोनों का एक प्रॉपर इक्वेशन अच्छा है, बस वही है.
और अरजीत, एक आखिरी सवाल.
प्लीज.
ऑफन टाइम्स इंग्लिश में कहा जाता है दैट एब्स आर मेड इन द किचन, राइट? हम बार बार सुनते हैं इस चीज़. अब इस बात को स्वीकार करना इतना आसान नहीं है, तो आप ही अपने नजरिए से मुझे समझाएं इस बात में कितनी सच्चाई है.
So what I can say, there are 4 doctor principle. So first thing, doctor nutrition.
Sure.
Second, doctor hydration.
Hydration.
Third, doctor movement, and fourth, doctor quiet.
Okay.
Okay. But I added one more. That is doctor thought. So there are 5 doctor principles. So now आप कोई पूछेगा मुझसे कि एब्स बनाना है, फिट रहना है एंड ऑल, यू हैव टू गो लाइक कि हर एक डॉक्टर प्रिंसिपल से आपको पूछना है वो क्या मेरा लाइफस्टाइल में सही चल रहा है. जैसे न्यूट्रिशन, डॉक्टर न्यूट्रिशन, सो सब कुछ चाहिए, कार्ब्स, गुड फैट, प्रोटीन्स, फाइबर्स एंड ऑल. Then doctor hydration, you have to drink water like 3 to 4 liters of water in a day. And then after doctor movement, so एक कहावत है ना, नॉर्मल कमर्शियल जिम में क्या होता है कि सब कोई हम लोग मशीन्स यूज़ करता है, so जिसके कारण मसल्स बनता है, बट मूवमेंट्स बिल्ड्स अ ह्यूमन. ओके. सो मूवमेंट से हम लोगों का वो नॉर्मल पोटेंशियल ग्रो हो रहा है, हर एक दिन का लाइफस्टाइल बेटर हो रहा है. देन आता है डॉक्टर क्वाइट, जिसके कारण आपका लाइक माइंड कम डाउन होना चाहिए पूरा दिन में, एंड कम डाउन रहना चाहिए हर एक वक्त के पहले एंड कुछ भी करने का पहले. एट दैट सेम टाइम रिकवरी के लिए आपको प्रॉपर स्लीप चाहिए, जो गुड नाइट स्लीप एटलीस्ट फॉर 6 to 7 hours. एंड देन वन मोर एडेड थिंग, दैट इज डॉक्टर थॉट. सो अभी का जनरेशन में उसका ही कमती है कि सब कोई वो नेगेटिव थॉट से भरा हुआ है एंड सब कोई डिप्रेशन एंड एंग्जाइटी का अंदर में है. So you have to think positively each and every time, जो भी है बस वही. So
all easier said than done, right?
Exactly.
But एक आखिरी सवाल, अगर अरजीत आप पे एक शर्त हम लगाएं कि आपको जिंदगी भर एक ही पार बॉइल्ड डिश खाना हो, आप क्या खाना पसंद करेंगे?
Obviously Lalbaba Rice.
All right.
Yeah.
So with that, Arjeet Koshal, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you, ma'am.
At Lalbaba Rice presents ETnow.in.
Thank
Health
you.
Rankings and Conclave. It's a pleasure speaking with you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We are here with Mr. Saurav Mukherjee, the founder of Kolkata Society for Cultural Heritage, or KSCH, what we call it. Hi sir, how are you doing today? And welcome to ETnow.in Business Summit and Awards.
Thank you for having me here. Thank you. We are doing well.
So my first question for you would be, KSCH has been doing a phenomenal job in the intersection of culture, heritage and community development. So how do you define its role today in the larger society and economic landscape of West Bengal?
See, whatever project that we do, actually it is for livelihood, for the marginalized people of Bengal. So we may choose different paths to increase the livelihood. So the basic thing is like, how do we measure the impact of the project? Like, we do study, we do organize a social and formal baseline surveys. So based on that, we come to know like what was their previous income and what was the income after the project. So based on the need analysis report, we are going to measure the impact of the economical aspects of the project. So this is how we do.
Well, that's very good, but many organizations are now struggling with sustainability. So what business or funding models have helped you scale and remain an impact-driven business over the years?
Actually, our model is basically to create multiple micro enterprises in the grassroots level, mainly empowering the women. So based on that, like each and every project that we try and we do succeed. So based on the livelihood aspect only. So the baseline of the entire ecosystem is like, our main focus is to develop the livelihood, and based on that we need to create multiple self-sustainable models. So we don't have to ask for funds, and like we don't have to ask for any further like donations and all. So these projects are all self-sustainable. So that is the main key role of the project. Yeah.
All right. Apart from cultural preservation and employing people from other backgrounds as well. So how do you measure impact to demonstrate the tangible social and economic benefits to the communities and the stakeholders? So what are you like doing to demonstrate the impact?
Basically, we do, as I said, like we do a basic survey, like before the project and after the project. Suppose, and the baseline of the survey is actually to measure the income. What was their income previously, and after the project, what the income became. So based on this contrast and analysis, we do study what is the impact of the project. So it may be cultural project, it may be other like environmental project, it could be anything. So people should know like what they are doing before implementing any project or any idea, and what they are like getting after the project. So this should be clear from the top level of the organization and from the grassroots, like who all are doing the project on behalf of any organization. So this is the basic thing. So this is how we do measure, we do impact. This is the tangible thing that we all can see in the bank accounts.
So how do you actually decide which business do you want to promote, which business do you want to take up? How do you do that?
So each and every business we do take up based on the economical impact of that very particular location. So recently we scaled in Sri Lanka as well. So we also did a proper survey in Sri Lanka. The baseline surveys we have done. So based on the data, we do promote projects, or we are going for implementing the project. So this is the basic thing.
Well, looking ahead now, what partnerships and innovations or policy interventions do you believe are crucial for an organization like yours to accelerate inclusive development in the region, like in West Bengal or particularly in Kolkata as well?
Basically, the one point I just want to mention over here, like we don't work as the developmental organization.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
we don't work as like the founders or like some other innovative ideas. Like we do have all such things, but
Yes.
what we do is we do like we play like a catalyst. We are a bridge.
Okay.
So we just need to just connect the buyer and seller concept. That's it. So whatever project that we do, we enable people so that they can earn money, so that they can do something by their own. So we don't believe in service sector. So we are creating social entrepreneurs.
Okay.
So that they can be self-sustainable. So that is the main stakeholder selection point of view from our end. So that is what we believe.
Okay. Any policy intervention that you believe will help you or any organization like yours?
Yeah, so that the thing is like taxation is very like, is actually killing this. Like I know like India government is like helping MSMEs a lot, but at the initial stage, like GST norms when it came and other taxes, so it actually killing the entire ecosystem. So right now it is completely balanced, like in the revised structure of the GST. So, and also the policies are very good, but in future, like social organizations are actually getting problems. Like people are treating like social organizations just like as like other corporates. So that is the main problem. So we do provide tax exemptions. We do not give taxes. So that is the basic contrast that we all have to understand. So yeah, that is the main problem.
Well, I hope they're listening, and it was really nice talking to you, sir. Thank you so much to interact with us, and thank you so much for coming here at 80now.in Business Summit and Awards. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
We're here at the etnow.in Health Rankings and Conclave, and I'm in conversation with Dr. Somadip Nanda. I'm sorry, we'll take it once more. Can we do that? I'm here at the etnow.in Health Rankings and Conclave, and I'm in conversation with Dr. Somodipto Nandi, consultant neurosurgery at Gauri Devi Hospitals. Sir, thank you so much for taking the time to speak with us.
Thank you for having me here.
Lovely. Now, sir, when it comes to neurosurgery, I believe that the two leading advancements seem to be imaging technologies and surgical precision. But that's me as an outsider looking in, correct? So essentially, perhaps you could tell me from the inside looking out how these two innovations have dramatically changed patient outcomes when it comes to complex brain and spinal surgeries.
Yeah, definitely the imaging procedures are the primary investigations which we do, like CT scans and MRIs. And in the recent years, there has been a lot of improvements in these techniques. Say for instance, like we now have intraoperative MRIs, like while doing a tumor excision, like after excising a part of the tumor, we can actually see the tumor again in the intraoperative MRI and can decide how much we should resect more.
Mm-hmm.
And similarly, there are, in the surgical techniques, there are many new advancements, like especially it's a age of minimally invasive surgeries.
Sure.
So we use our natural corridors to access various parts of the brain. Like for going into the deeper structures of the brain, sometimes we use the nasal corridor or the oral corridor and use the endoscope to excise the tumors or the pathology what is been there. As well as we can go inside the ventricles with minimally invasive endoscope and can go and like excise the tumors and whatever the pathology is there. Also along with it, there are many new advancements which has come which will help us in creating a better safety for the patients, like intraoperative neuromonitoring, which helps us in deciding which tissues we should not injure, and we can actually see it in real time that these tissues are having vital structures. And so we can like decide not to go into and not to injure those structures. So definitely these advancements in imaging and surgical techniques have helped us a lot in having a better patient outcome.
Well, thank you for sharing that, Dr. Nandi. And one of the perhaps more worrisome trends is the early onset of neurological disease. You know, amidst this next generation, you're seeing it earlier on in life. To what extent is that nature versus nurture? Is this truly lifestyle induced?
A large part of it is mainly due to lifestyle. Say for instance, in our like new generation, like they are more exposed to different kinds of works, and as well as like the stress level is very much in the new generation, which we call the Generation Z now at present.
Right.
So they have a much more stress level. They are like attempting to do a multitasking in various spheres and doing things at the same time. So it naturally takes a toll on their body and mind, and which actually reflects in the diseases. So we now have actually early onset neuropathies as well as depression in the people, and also because of this excessive reliability on the digital media, including the smartphones, which is like creating a main problem for the recent generation.
Sure. We're all slave to our phones, sadly. There is no detaching ourselves from the device. But switching gears for a moment, when we look at breakthrough technologies, right, and the buzzwords have become artificial intelligence and automation and cloud computing and machine learning and augmented reality. But wearing your medical hat, how much and which of these technologies have the true potential to revolutionize patient outcomes, and what's just hype?
Obviously, these new technologies are going to, like, it is only like a budding flower now, but once it blooms fully, it has got a lot of potential.
All right.
Say, for instance, like while planning a patient for surgery, sometimes we have to decide the various corridors. And now, with the help of this AI and imaging advancements, what we can actually map the various tracts which are present on the path to reach a certain particular structure. And accordingly, we can integrate the AI into the system, as well as like we can use neuronavigation, which has come actually. So in neuronavigation, AI integration can give us an actual path through which we should proceed. And actually, it can decide among the thousand of the paths which can be taken. It can decide which one will give the minimal blood loss, which will ensure the minimal structures, and will give a better outcome. As well as the use of the robotics, which has now come come in a big way in the various medical spheres, slowly creeping into the neurosurgery. Like now, certain electrode placement, like the deep brain stimulation and all, can be done fully robotically without even without any visual representation like that. And fully a robot can itself put the stimulation into the brain. And some laser ablation therapies can also be done fully robotically. So these are in the very budding stage at present, but obviously when it blooms and it will open up new spheres, there will be certain other advancements which not directly related to robotics or the AI, but there are certain developments going on in stem cell therapy, which actually is improving the patient outcomes, like in spinal cord injuries or in various diseases like Alzheimer's, Parkinson's. The stem cell therapy is coming in a big way. So this recent advances are definitely creeping into neurosurgery, and in future it has got great potential.
And Dr. Shomodipto, when we look at surgery, perhaps post-surgical rehabilitation is critical across the board, but when it comes to neurosurgery, it's all the more critical. Correct?
Obviously, no doubt about it. In neurosurgery, we have patients with various deficits, and along with it, post-operative rehabilitation is the most vital, essential part.
So what models do you have in place to monitor short-term versus long-term patient progress? Because I believe those are two completely different pathways when it comes to neurosurgery.
Yeah. So while planning rehabilitation, we have to address various spheres, like physiotherapy, like movement of the limbs, and along with that, we have to think about the speech therapy of the patient, because many of our patients with brain diseases like tumors or intracerebral hematomas will have speech difficulty. So we have to integrate those two. Along with that, because of such a heavy toll on the patients and long hospital stay, they will have mental illnesses also, which also needs to be addressed. And along with that, we have to rehabilitate them in their occupation also. So it has various spheres, definitely. So primarily what we do is that we begin with physiotherapy, and gradually we integrate our motor motor functions in this physiotherapy. Along with that, we gradually proceed to occupational therapy. We monitor the fine motor skills of the patients and try to improve those. And at the same time, along with that, we give psychological support to the patient, which is primarily very important, as because they will be psychologically very down after the surgery. And gradually we will, our ultimate motto is not only to treat the patient, but to make the patient as much better as possible, so that they can live a normal lifestyle as much as possible without any feeling of any downside of it.
Well, sir, we congratulate you and we very much applaud everything that you do on a daily basis. Neurosurgery is an incredibly layered, complex, multidisciplinary medical field, and we look forward to witnessing what you and your team do ahead. Thank you so much for being here at the etnow.in Health Rankings and Conclave.
Thank you so much.
At etnow.in Health Ranking and Conclave, now we are joined by Dr. Vikas Swaika and Dr. Azizur Rahman. Dr. Vikas Swaika is the HOD and Professor of General Medicine at Gauri Devi Hospitals, and Dr. Azizur Rahman is a consultant in General Medicine at Gauri Devi Hospitals. Hi sir, how are you doing today?
We are good. Fine. Thank you.
So my first question would be for both of you. General medicine forms the backbone of a hospital as such. So what are the common health challenges that you were seeing today post-pandemic in the eastern region of India?
See, following the COVID pandemic, we are facing with the common syndromes of chronic fatigue syndrome, where there is a cognitive dysfunction, fogging of the brain, patient is exhausted. Then mental disorders like depression, anxiety, mood disorder.
Excuse me, sir. Sorry to interrupt. Can you please hold the mic a little? Yeah.
So there are some mental disorders like anxiety, depression, mood disorders. We see very frequently fibromyalgia. Then there is occurrence of cardiovascular diseases like coronary artery disease, hypertension, atrial fibrillation. We also frequently see alteration in GI function like diarrhea, constipation. And there are some uncommon syndromes like mast activation syndrome, so which is rare but it is seen. And patients also have chronic cough and shortness of breath for a long duration, for which no definite cause could be found.
I just want to add one thing, that sudden cardiac arrest or sudden cardiac death, that is nowadays very much frequent post-pandemic COVID. And one more thing is that respiratory syndromes and respiratory illness is nowadays more frequently in our society.
So sir, the next question is for you. You can also interrupt in the middle if you have anything. With lifestyle diseases increasing in younger age in people, what preventive approaches or screenings are you recommending for people to take up to identify the problems as early as they can?
Lots of disorders or diseases nowadays, lifestyle related. Especially we are now habituated in the sedentary lifestyle. And physical activities nowadays, especially in the younger generation, is very much less. We are now, after even nowadays, we are not habituated to go to the field and do the outdoor sports. So what is happening is that nowadays, lifestyle diseases like obesities and diabetes, hypertension, cardiovascular morbidities, the thyroid disorders, these are more common nowadays than earlier. So what we have to do is, first of all, we have to change our lifestyle. Like we should change our food habits, like fast foods and all those outdoor foods, especially those who are having heavy rich ingredients. So those foods we should avoid. We should do lots of physical exercises, and overall, especially more than 30 years of age group people, they should do a regular yearly routine health checkup. Like they should once in a year visit to the local doctor or physician, and they should go for some routine blood checkup for their health conditions. And even they are well and good in the results, but regular screening and regular blood tests and other tests like regular interval ECGs or others, you should have to do. And one more thing is that we should award the society that regular health checkup and regular blood tests or regular visit to the physicians, regular exercises, and a good lifestyle, a good food habit can prevent lots of diseases nowadays. We should give this message to the society.
Anything you want
to
add?
Yeah, I would like to add These lifestyle diseases are nothing but non-communicable diseases. Like, so more incidence of fatty liver we are seeing, polycystic ovarian disease we are seeing more numbers, dyslipidemias are more common. Whatever factors he has mentioned, in addition to that, poor sleep hygiene, stressful situation, stress, which raises hormonal disruption is there. And another thing is that from cosmetics to plastic, they are all toxic to the body. Okay.
Yeah.
So one has to be very cautious with it. Plus, for any short illness, people are prescribed antibiotic, which disturbs the gut flora. And this gut flora is very essential for the health of our body. So this is my recommendation, that one should be very cautious in maintaining, go for a healthy diet, do physical activities, have proper sleep, de-stress yourself, do yoga, meditation or mindfulness, some sort of this activity should be undertaken.
Well, definitely, that's something all doctors actually say. But talking about food habits, changing food habits and adopting healthy food habits, nutrition and fitness is something that everybody is now adapting to. And there are a lot of people who are thinking that carbohydrates are not something that we should be taking in. So what do you think is the role of carbohydrates in maintaining overall health and physical fitness for the human body?
See, we should not target the calories.
Yeah.
We should target the nutrition content of the food. Westernized diet, they have low fiber, low protein, high carbohydrate and trans fat, which is very much detrimental to our body. So we should stress on fiber, protein-rich food, unsaturated fat, and you have to take carbohydrate, but minimum. Avoid sugar and white rice.
Okay.
So alcohol, smoking, you have to quit.
Okay. And what about parboiled rice? Because that's something people are saying is better.
Yeah, parboiled rice is better than the other rice.
Okay. All right. Now coming to you, sir. Gauri Devi Hospital, it has expanded its medical services in the region. What are the steps that are being taken to strengthen the clinical outcomes and patient awareness in general medicine? I would like you also to come in first. Let Dr. Rahman answer.
Okay. Gauri Devi Hospital, we are a premier institute in that area, and not only that area, but in the West Bengal and eastern part of India, we are now performing very well and better. We have started our journey in 2012, our corporate hospital, and our medical college has been started in 2016. But from then onwards, we have achieved lot of things, and we are doing lot of services to the patients. We are rendering our services, very quality services we are providing. We are treating lots of patients in our medicine department and other departments also. And the quality of treatment, no doubt, we are doing very well and good. We are doing lots of health programs. We are doing lots of training programs for healthcare staffs and doctors. And moreover that, we have achieved a lot of targets in this area, and not in this field, in the healthcare field and services area. We are rendering our services especially to the community at a regular interval basis. We are doing community health awareness programs, and we are in the hospital when the patient is getting admitted. We are doing our best quality of treatment, and we are providing best clinical approaches to the patients, best investigations, best medications we are providing them, and with the services, lots of patients are getting well, and they are moving to their home with good health conditions, and lots of critically ill patients we are treating, and they are going back to their home, and they are maintaining a good life.
Yeah. The clinical improvement which we have achieved recently, number one is the safety of the patient, and the services we provide. There is no waiting period, either in the OPD or in the indoor. So quick check-in, quick check-out. Number 3 is the involvement of the patient in decision making. Third, we avoid medicinal errors. There is a round-the-clock checkup. Third, next is that we keep contact with the patient after discharge.
Okay.
As far as the dose is concerned, whether he's taking the drugs regularly, when is his reappointment, and we try to prevent rehospitalization. That is our target.
So from care to aftercare, everything is really seen. So looking ahead, what are the innovation and technologies or treatment protocols that you think will redefine general medicine in the next decade?
So it's in the horizon we are planning. We already have electronic health records.
Okay.
Second, we are doing telemedicine or telehealth via visual, virtual consultation we are doing. Next comes AI and machine learning. That is helping us in the diagnostic aspect, plus in the data collection and the billing and all this. Then we have got some pain management like visual augmented reality and visual reality. So they help us in pain management and some surgery cases.
Okay.
Very shortly, we may come up with robotic surgery, where precision will be enhanced in complex surgeries.
Okay.
And then, see, with the advancement, we are going to make it a smart hospital. So that thing is in the outlook.
Definitely.
I just want to mention it that patient's record, that statistically analyzed patient's record, that is nowadays very much important. The moment patient is here to me, so I can see with the help of AI technologies and other technologies that what are the patient's clinical profile, what are the patients having some other diseases or already is in treatment. So that makes very much fruitful to the patient's treatment, that we can analyze beforehand what the patients know and what the patient actually need for the treatment purpose. And one more thing we can add is that here AI technologies, artificial intelligence, can add up lot of things, especially nowadays what are the researches going on and what are the modern options available we have. All those informations we can add it up with the technologies, and especially for the research purpose, we can use these technologies and we can get lot of benefits to treat the patients from these technologies.
That will be all, sir. Thank you so much, Dr. Sweka and Dr. Rahman, for joining us at etnow.in Health Ranking and Conclave. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Rohit More, Director of Aristocrat Industries, now joins us at the etnow.in Business Summit and Awards in Kolkata. Rohit, thank you so much for taking the time to speak with us.
Yes, Pooja. Firstly, I would like to thank etnow and the entire Times family for having me here as a speaker. I'm honored to be as a speaker in such a big platform. Thank you so much.
So the pleasure is ours. And we're especially kicked about this conversation because when it comes to you, the list of accomplishments is long. You're an industrialist, you're a TEDx speaker. I believe you're a recipient of the Mother Teresa Award. And to add to that, I believe you are Times Now's youngest industrialist, as in the recipient of that award as well, as ET Now's Industrialist of the Year. So given the list of accomplishments, right, was this all organic or planned all along? You had big dreams and you simply made it happen.
So what I feel is it's all about time management.
All right.
It's with every individual, whether you are a businessman, student, everywhere. If you are doing proper time management, success will come to you. I normally go as a speaker, as a lecturer in IIT, IIM. I always say to young students, just do proper time management. That is all you need to achieve.
Well, sir, it's all easier said than done. And another one of your accomplishments that I have yet to get to is the fact that you've essentially put a face to the rainwear industry. It was largely an unorganized sector that was often overlooked, didn't perhaps have a particularly credible identity of its own. But you've managed to change all that and make it more of an aspirational sector that entrepreneurs are now looking to build their own presence in. The sector now has competition, it's organized, it's far less fragmented, all right? So is this transformation one that you perhaps anticipated all along? And how would you rate your own contributions to this transformation?
So it's all started with branding. So I feel that rainwear industry is very big, but it is somehow unorganized. So I started with branding. And we had done branding with many celebrities, locally, nationally. And that branding has helped people to aware of the product rainwear. If you will see, rainwear is needed in each and every sector. All the two-wheeler bikers need rainwear.
Right.
The farmers need rainwear. The policeman needs rainwear. The army needs rainwear. The security guard needs rainwear. Zepto, Ola Eat, Uber Eat, Swiggy Instamart, all these bikers need rainwear.
And in Mumbai, where I'm from, you can't survive without rainwear.
So there too, everyone needs rainwear. Yeah. And even the kids now needs rainwear. If you will see, when I was a kid, so we don't used to wear rainwear. But now even the kids, you will see the parents are very much focused with their kids. So the parents wants their kids to wear rainwear during any season. So if you will see, out of 150 CR people, at least 75 CR people are using rainwear, from the very low segment to very high segment. It is a requirement of everyone.
Well, you know, Rohit, what else I'll say is that you've managed to bring a touch of fashion and fun to rainwear, in that one enjoys wearing it.
So if you will go to my page, if you will go to our branding strategy, if you will see that, I just done a ramp walk. I myself done a fashion show wearing the rainwear.
Amazing.
So it's good. Like rainwear is a necessity, and if you add luxury to it, it is like for both the segment, for necessity and for luxury. It is for both the segment you will see. If you will see the very good thing, Burberry, which is a very big brand, renowned brand,
of course,
is actually a rainwear brand.
Right? Is it?
Yes, if you will go and Google it, during the World War II,
yes,
Burberry has made rainwear for the army.
I have to check this out. Okay.
Yes, please do check this.
Okay. No, I absolutely will
So
do that.
a brand
Burberry.
like, as you asked luxury, so a very big brand in India, like Burberry is a very, very good brand. So the brand like Burberry is also into making rainwear. If you will go to any Burberry outlet, you will find rainwear there.
Well then, Rohit, having shaped the rainwear industry to quite a degree, what's now next for the Aristocrat brand? Are you eyeing parallel business lines, perhaps, that you would like to expand into?
In next few years, I am going to see Aristocrat Industries, my company, as a listed company. And maybe what will happen, I don't know, but I am wondering it may go up to 1K crore company.
Well, we very much wish you all the best.
Thank you so
Lofty
much.
goals ahead, clearly. And earlier in the conversation, Mr. Mora, you mentioned that the key to success is time management. What one might argue that the key to success is also building the right relationships. And in a country like India, the circles that tend to be most influential are perhaps the political circles. There is a Bollywood fraternity of its own, all right? And then there is obviously a cricket ecosystem, correct? You've managed to build relationships across all three, all right? What's the secret to doing so, and how much of those relationships influence your personal and professional outlook and success?
A good smile, a good behavior
smile.
costs nothing. So if you are good to people, people are good to you. And I believe the celebrity, like since I am very much personal to many people, so I personally believe that all these people are like us. Even a people who is sitting there, maybe thinking how I am, how Rohit Moore is, but I am as normal as they are. The way all these celebrities, politicians, sportsmen, they are as we are. And I firmly believe I am expert in my field, they are expert in their field. So it's a common thing which we exchange. So it's a very good thing to know people, and you learn from these people. If you will see, if you will go and sit beside a politician, you will learn lots of things from there. If you will go and sit beside sportsmen, you will learn lots of discipline.
Of course.
If you will go and sit beside an actor, you will see how they work, how enthused they are with their work. So you will learn with every of these people, you will learn something.
So it seems to me, surround yourself with people who enrich your life.
I believe to know people who are good at heart.
Sure. Wonderfully put. We congratulate you, and we can't wait to see what you do next, Mr. More.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for joining us at the ETNow.in Business Summit and Awards right here in Calcutta.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
With us, Mr. Umang Saraugi from Saraugi E-Ventures Private Limited. He's the founder and CEO. Hello, sir. Welcome to ET Now Business Summit and Awards.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having me here. Thank you.
EVs are now gaining market share, and Event has emerged as a promising manufacturer of electric vehicles. What gap do you identify in the market that inspired you to create this brand?
So, when we envisioned this EV business, we realized that in the market there were few legacy players and few startups who were catering to high-end. By high-end mean high-priced vehicles with some fancy gimmick features and high-end specifications.
Yeah.
But if we see the Indian market scenario, the daily commuters, India's daily commuters, they are looking either converting themselves from traditional ICE vehicles to EV, or people who weren't into any sort of vehicle wanted to convert themselves to EV, because the perception of EV is that the total cost of ownership as well as the running cost of a vehicle will come down drastically for them. So it was a win-win situation for them to own a vehicle, to own a EV. So that's where we thought that developing an affordable, reliable vehicle which is roadworthy, Indian roadworthy, would be a good fit, to gain more and more market share. That's how we thought that, building an affordable vehicle would be a good fit for us.
So apart from the affordability and the consumer demand, what differentiates Event from the other players in terms of technology maybe, or?
So as I said, affordability is one aspect.
Yeah.
When I say affordable, I also mean that the vehicle should be reliable. If I make a vehicle which is not reliable, which is not sturdy, which doesn't look good, the affordability is of no use to the buyer.
Definitely, yes.
So in terms of differentiation, we are not developing any new technology, but we are trying to improvise on the efficiency of the technology which is available in the market. And that's why we, in the last 3 years, we have sold more than 15,000 vehicles. We have less than 1.5 warranty claims. So our vision is, if a customer is buying our vehicle, he should be driving it hassle-free. And even if they face any sort of problems, our after-sales support is so robust that they are catered, their problems are catered instantly.
Well, that was the consumer part. Now coming to you as a manufacturer, there have been many challenges in EV adoption or even manufacturing EV in India, given there was a rare earth shortage recently, and then now the infrastructure is also not very robust for EVs, like charging stations, as basic as charging stations. So what are the changes in policies or support that you believe is necessary for the tier 2 and tier 3 cities to adopt with EV? And
see, in terms of policy, I would say that, of course, as of now, every state in the country has its own EV policy. So I would want that the entire country has a uniform, uniform EV policy, so that a manufacturer, be it in any corner of the country, has the same privilege compared to other manufacturers.
Yeah.
In terms of infrastructure, yes, we are in the race. And it will take its own sweet time with respect to investment, development of skill set in terms of R&D development. So to cater to these, as you rightly said, the charging infrastructure, it's coming up. It will take probably 10 to 15 years to develop, efficiently. The countries who have developed the infrastructure, even they took 15 to 20 years to develop the EV infrastructure.
Yeah.
But to cater to these, that's why to this challenge, we have developed, as I rightly said, affordable EVs, which are catering to tier 2 and tier 3 markets, and which is value for money, so that the confidence of the consumers keep growing, and once we can claim that India is EV ready, the confidence of the consumers is so good that they immediately adopt to it.
Definitely, yes.
Secondly, we have also developed, for faster adoption of EV, we have developed scooter as a service, which we call it SaaS, wherein there is a section of, consumers who don't have easy access to finance or who don't have the affordability to buy a vehicle. So with this model, even those consumers can, opt for our vehicles. So EV adoption is growing, and the infrastructure, of course, it has to be matched. It has to match the pace of adoption, and sooner or later, it will definitely happen.
Definitely. Now looking ahead, what are your expansion plans, both in the product line and geography? What do you think that EV sector would look like in the next 5 years?
See, EV sector, I have personally, I have 2 point of views. One is converting the traditional ICE users to EV.
Yeah.
As on today, I think a very small percentage, maybe it's in single digit, who have converted themselves from ICE vehicles to EV. So the journey is, is long and it's pretty big. The second point of view to it is that people who don't have a vehicle may be looking to convert themselves to EV because the perception about EV is that the cost of ownership is less and the running cost is less. So it's a win-win situation for them. They have a vehicle and the cost of ownership is less. So the journey is big, market is huge, and market is growing each day. Now, as far as our expansion plans are concerned, we have a new product launch to be scheduled in January, which is a family scooter with robust build quality, aesthetic, stylish design, dynamic ergonomics, and it has a IDC of 180 kilometers per charge. So this model probably will cater us to the next couple of years. And in terms of production, we have state-of-the-art facility in Kolkata, which is our home ground, and we are also expanding to Hyderabad. Probably by financial year end, we'll have the facility ready, which will cater to the south and the west market. So yeah, seeing the demand and future possibilities, we are expanding our footholds everywhere.
Well, that's great, and I would wish you all the best for
Thank you so much.
what's coming next. Thank you so much for talking to us. Thank you so much for being here at ednow.in Business Summit and Awards. Thank you.
Thank
sir.
you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, here we are at the etnow.in Business Summit and Awards in Calcutta, and I'm in conversation with the Chief Operating Officer of BTL EPC Limited, Atlanta Chakrabarty. Sir, thank you so much for taking the time to speak with us.
Thank you so much for inviting me.
Absolutely. And given your role as the COO of BTL EPC, you're tasked with two major responsibilities: optimizing, essentially, operational efficiency, and likewise accelerating project execution. How do you go about doing so? What's your approach to doing so? The large-scale engineering projects riding on your shoulders.
Yes, just to brief you, every year at the start of the business year, we organize a business strategy meet.
Sure.
In the last meet, which we named as Uran Unbound. Uran Unbound means, as you from the English it comes that Hindi, Uran Unbound, flying to the sky where there is no limit.
Sure.
And this business strategy meet is based on certain aspirations of BTL to scale new heights, and where we had taken a target of reaching to 2,000 crore milestone. We are calling it journeying to 2,000 crore milestone by 27-28. Now, how to achieve this? To achieve this, we term that as mantra. It's like a mantra which we should enchant all the time within ourselves.
Sure.
And what are the basics of that mantra, which are very essential to achieve that? First is increasing capability and capacity.
Right.
Of course, that is the first thing. Second thing, you need to have a healthy order book, otherwise what you will execute.
True.
The third thing is that you should have a robust review mechanism. Second, fourth is to be on time and on budget. And last but not the least is that continuous improvement. So these are the mantras which we are following to achieve our goal for getting customer satisfaction, because that is the ultimate thing.
Well, thank you for sharing that, Atlanta. And speaking of reaching new heights, many would argue that India is on the verge of an infrastructural overhaul, given the recent industrial expansion and future plans as per the national government. So that said, what are some of the new age opportunities that are perhaps emerging for players in the EPC space against this backdrop that I've just described?
Yes. Just to brief you, I tell you that in 2017, pre-COVID, there was a general concept in Indian market that conventional energy will not be extended anymore, and India will go to renewable energy sector.
All right.
So many of the EPC companies, erstwhile EPC companies, either they just went away from this EPC business in power plants and mining and coal area. They went into some other fields, and many of the companies went bankrupt or could not sustain.
Right.
But this BTL was one company who was sustaining all along, because we never do any project which we cannot execute on time and within profit or budget.
Sure.
We were there standing tall. In 2022, post-COVID, a massive change in Indian thermal energy segment took place when our Indian government decided to add as much as 80 gigawatt power plants by 2030.
Right.
So this brought a huge opportunity for companies like us, BTL, to scale up our business to new heights, because as I told you, right at this moment, there are not enough EPC players in this particular segment. They thought that this is a dying area, thermal energy is not going to revive, but India realized that the non-conventional energy, the way it is getting expanded or the cost it is coming, that is not that much of viable. It should continue, but at the same time, this is not the time to stop the conventional energy in India. So coal continued, mining continued, thermal plant revived, new phases of expansion is coming out, and BTL is taking full advantage of that.
Well, what an interesting pivot, you know, if I can say so myself. And speaking of pivots, when it comes to technology and the way technology has permeated all sectors, but specifically the EPC sector, right? What we see from the outside is newfound automation, perhaps cutting edge project management systems, and the implementation of digital tools and techniques at nearly every step of the value chain. What more can you tell us about how technology has enabled BTL EPC as a brand to remain competitive?
Yes, technology is, of course, the most important part, because as the name stands, EPC,
Right.
the E stands for engineering, P for procurement, and C for construction. So engineering is the first part where from you start.
Right.
So if you cannot do good engineering in time, and you cannot beat other competitors, you cannot sustain in the market for a long time.
Sure.
So in this area, BTL EPC, first point I am telling is that the main strength of BTL EPC is that it is having a large engineering setup of more than 75 people catering into all segment of engineering activities, mechanical, civil, structural, electrical, automation, everything.
Right.
And many of these people are many years working in BTL. So they have huge database. BTL has a huge database, and data capturing is one of the most important part these days.
Sure.
So that you can quickly do your job.
Right.
Standardization is
Right.
something which is very important. So because of BTL's legacy of successfully completing many projects in coal handling plants, the huge database enriched BTL
And
to
then
do their
analytics.
job in time. And
Correct.
secondly, we are now bringing new softwares like you can say ANSYS, Tekla, Solid Edge, SolidWorks, all this kind of technologies backed by strong ERP.
Sure.
We have introduced the ERP system, our everything starting from indenting to delivery of product.
Right.
This is through ERP system. And last but not the least is that technology which you are implementing in our sites also by bringing sophisticated machineries. Like in nowadays in site construction, the conventional bamboo or pipe structures are not allowed. People are using man carrying baskets, man lifters, cranes of very high sophisticated nature, which can lift a high load at a high angle, can rotate at any angular positions. So these are the things which we are continuously doing and bringing in. We are collaborating with renowned outside European people and other things to bring in technology. These are the things which we are doing regularly, because technology is one of the most important thing, and without engineering you cannot be successful in EPC.
Well, Atlanta, I want to completely switch gears as I come to my closing question. We've talked about engineering prowess and technical skill set, right? But to manage large scale, extremely complex engineering projects, what are the soft skills or the leadership skills that matter the most?
See, the biggest issue today is time. People do not wait for time nowadays,
Right.
because of the scientific advancement. Even customers, client, vendors, whoever he is, he wants his things right now.
Sure.
And that is the biggest challenge which we have to face as a leader. And second important thing is making a decision. It is decision making which helps you to do things faster. So a good leader should see today or tomorrow you have to take a decision. So why tomorrow? I give many people example of Sindur too. The thing happened, but that was the right time to apply that. If it was done after 15 days, 1 month, same thing would have happened, but the time would have been delayed.
Right.
So you take a decision right now instead of lingering. So the biggest challenge for a leader to manage large complex project, I think basically is to go into the depth of the issue, understand the cracks of the problem and resolve it if possible on the spot. Do not put it for future. If you put it for future, things will go on clumping together, and you can't solve 1,000 problems. So you solve your problem every day, just in time, on the spot, as fast as possible, so that work progresses smoothly.
Well, Mr. Atlanta Chakrabarti, thank you so much for taking the time to speak with us and for sharing those insights. We here from the etnow.in team here at the Business Summit and Awards wish you all the very best for what lies ahead. Thank you.
Thank you very much, madam. Thank you.
We're here at the etnow.in Health Ranking and Conclave in Kolkata, and I'm in conversation with the Director of Neurosurgery and Spine at Fortis Hospital, Anandapur, Kolkata, Dr. G.R. Vijay Kumar. Sir, thank you so much for taking the time to speak with us.
Hi, Pooja. It's really wonderful opportunity to interact with you and with the audience today. So thank you.
Well, the pleasure is all mine, sir. And given the advanced neurological training that you've received abroad, both within the US and the UK, correct? How does that global approach essentially shape your practice within India and how you go about treating the most complex of neurosurgical issues?
Okay, that's a very nice question because, look, I think there are two large parts of the global experience if you think about it. One is adopting the technology. Now, thankfully, in most of the private hospitals in India, the technology has, very readily and willingly been adopted. The next valuable lesson, that I kind of learned in the West and which we have really tried to incorporate are firstly communication.
Sure.
Because one of the things that, we are never taught in medical school is communication. So communication skills is something that is emphasized a great deal in the West. And that is something that I have, really imbibed in my practice here. The second thing, which again is a very subtle thing, is the idea that you respect all patients, irrespective of their social or educational background.
Sure.
Because often, one of the things that again we do poorly often is that we think that because a patient may not have the capacity to understand, we don't inform them as much.
Right.
And that is one thing that we've learned not to do. At least I have personally learned not to do it. And make it a point to explain it to them in terms that is kind of understandable by them.
Absolutely.
And the third thing that we have imbibed and which we have really incorporated, at least into Fortis, is practices that enhance patient safety. So particularly with regard to checklists and preoperative checklists and various other safety parameters that we use. So I think these are largely the things that have been shaped by my sort of experience abroad.
I mean, that context really helps set the tone for the conversation. Thank you for sharing that, sir. And to do a bit more of a deep dive on recent trends, we're seeing the early onset of spine-related diseases and disorders now, all right? While the jury is still out as to how much of that is influenced by lifestyle, I'd like your view on what you consider to be the early warning signs that absolutely require intervention.
Okay, so the warning signs really are, okay, to go back one step, what I would say that, with regard to the spine,
right?
After a cough and a cold, the second most common illness that you get is kind of back pain and neck pain, yeah?
Sure.
So I firstly would say that let's not, make a big deal out of an episode of back pain because, you often end up just over-investigating and over-treating a lot of them.
Sure. We're all Dr. Google overnight now.
Yes,
right?
absolutely.
Yeah.
So that is where, it is very important to say, so then what is it that you do not ignore, yeah?
Right.
So the one thing that you do not ignore is, what we think of as red flags. So if you develop a weakness or a numbness, which is not transient, which is persistent,
sure,
then definitely do not ignore it.
All right.
If you get pain which is worse generally at night or at rest,
right,
then that is a little bit more worrying than just kind of generalized pain which is there throughout the day and night.
I see.
Yeah.
Okay.
And pain which is associated with some other symptoms, like, if you're experiencing, let's say, loss of appetite, losing weight,
sure,
then those kind of things, then you kind of investigate the pain a little bit more. And lastly, if you are somebody who's at a higher risk, so if you're, say, elderly,
right,
if you've had, say, previous surgery, if you've had a cancer, then obviously, you take the odd aches and pains a little bit more seriously.
Or perhaps a family history of
Yes, absolutely.
neurosurgical issues.
Yeah.
Right.
So those are what we would say if you have any kind of a red flag
Right.
along with just the pain,
Right.
then yes, you take it a bit more seriously.
Well, sir, some of the sort of more cutting-edge technologies that seem to have revolutionized patient outcomes include minimally invasive surgeries, imaging technologies, right? Rehabilitation protocols, and how digitized rehabilitation has become. Can you tell us more? And did these industry innovations perhaps take you by surprise, or did you just see them coming all along and embrace them?
There's a wonderful part about being a part of the baby boomers, as we would be called in the US.
Yes.
So we have transitioned from books, and say in music, we have transitioned from the radio, which used to be the only
Sure.
thing, then on to cassette recorders, and then record players, and,
Right.
and then, VCRs and VCDs.
I remember those.
And then digital music.
Yes.
And then we've gone from pure pen and paper to the earliest computers to now sort of, voice-activated things. Yeah.
Sure.
So we as a generation, I think have seen the most dramatic change in terms of what technology can bring to one's life, not just in medicine.
Right.
And I think as a generation, we probably have been the most adept at adapting to this, rapid change in just everything, not just, and if you think about it,
Right.
flying was a novelty when I was a child. I mean, it was something which only the very rich and very wealthy, and from there you have the other extreme of the Indigo crash, I mean, where they are coping with too much people,
Sure.
too many people flying. Yeah.
Right.
So I think the same with medicine. I think there is a lot of technology, and it has come along fairly rapidly, and I think it has had a fantastically beneficial effect largely on how we treat patients. It has definitely improved patient outcomes, the safety of surgery, the safety of any medical intervention.
Right.
And certainly it has, reduced hospital stay, early return to work. And there are, any number of innovations that I can talk about. If you talk about imaging,
Right.
the time I sort of did my neurosurgical training, the first ever MRI scanner was installed in the United Kingdom at that time.
Wow.
So, and look at us now. I mean,
Right.
we would not dream of doing a neurosurgical procedure without an MRI,
Sure.
But that is it. I mean, so in my lifetime itself, we have gone from just having literally X-rays, then to CT scans, MRIs, and I'm sure this is an evolving field. So that is just one part of it.
Sure.
And the same thing holds true for almost everything else. Operating microscopes, micro-instrumentation, minimally invasive surgery.
Right.
Then we talk about intraoperative neuromonitoring for patients under anesthesia, computer-guided navigation, stereotactic surgery. So a whole gamut of things that have come along. And I think, we've all just learned to kind of learn
Right.
and adapt and incorporate all these best practices into patient care to
Right.
make the experience for the patient better, safer, with a better outcome for them.
Sure. And Dr. Vijay Kumar, I think you're particularly well positioned to answer this question given how much time you've spent at Ohio State University and Louisiana State University as a part of your training, as a part of your fellowships. So now when you look at the Indian ecosystem when it comes to neurosurgery, all right, what's your vision for that ecosystem, and what are the concerns perhaps that keep you up at night?
Okay, so we'll start with the vision because that's a more positive thing, and then we'll end with the concern, yeah? So the vision really is, even as a surgeon, one of the things I strongly believe is that surgery cannot be the ultimate answer for any disease. If you think about it in a philosophical term, how can cutting something and removing it from your body be the best way to deal with the problem? Yeah,
Sure.
I mean, it is like, so I certainly believe, if you look at it from that perspective, that surgery is a very time-limited thing. There has to be a better mechanism to deal with illness in general. Yeah?
Sure.
So I think as we go forward, I think a lot of interventions will come in, which will make, to some extent, the whole process of cutting open and removing diseases redundant. I think a lot of diseases in the future will get treated either medically or genetically or with some form of genomic manipulation.
Sure.
Now that is kind of, vision. But if you look at it on a more practical front, what is one of the biggest problems that I encounter as a neurosurgeon? And that is trauma, So head injuries and spinal injuries are devastating.
Right.
And the biggest problem is they often happen to, young, healthy, otherwise fit individuals.
Right.
Males are more commonly affected than females. And to some extent, these are people who are breadwinners for their family.
Right.
And so it is a devastating thing that, that can happen. So I think one of the biggest things that we should be focusing on is preventing injuries.
Sure.
Yeah. And I think, both on a personal front and a number of, professional organizations that I'm associated with, we, are constantly in the process of advocacy, with the government, with the public, engaging in terms of just improving safety.
Right.
Road safety, safety in the workplace, the commonest injuries that we get in the spine are from laborers, falling down,
Right.
off building sites, farmers, falling off trees. So these are very preventable things,
Sure.
and I think a lot of effort and concerted government attention needs to go in trying to prevent these injuries. Yeah. So, and then if you talk about the last thing, the concern,
Right.
we have a population of now 1.4 billion. And I think the saddest part of being in India sometimes is the unequitable access to healthcare.
Correct.
So going forward, if you, ask me for what I would really like as part of my vision is access.
Sure.
For everybody, to, all the wonderful healthcare that is available and that is going to become increasingly available in the future. But if that can only be enjoyed by a handful of people, then that's not great,
Right.
So I think universal access is something that is a bugbear for all governments, and but we must face it too, and we must face this challenge and make sure that our entire population, is able to access the best of healthcare.
Dr. Vijay Kumar, thank you for adding such color and candor to the conversation. I think you've really humanized healthcare as we know it. We appreciate you taking the time to speak with us at the ETNow.in Health Ranking and Conclave. We wish you all the very best, sir, for your next steps.
Thank you so much, Pooja, and thank you to ET Now. It's been a wonderful opportunity to, present my views before all of you.
Our
Thank
pleasure.
you.
Our pleasure, sir.
And now we have with us Dr. Partha Sarthi Ganguly. He's the Chief Mentor at saraswationline.com India Limited. Good evening, sir, and welcome to etnow.in Business Summit and Awards.
Thank you for inviting me.
Thank you, sir. Sir, there's a joke that in every country you will find an Indian in the world, right? And even Indian students are very aspirational. They would want to go out into the world and do anything that would make India proud. So at saraswationline.com, you have created pathways for Indian students to access global education. So what has inspired you to start this venture, and how has it evolved over the years and decades?
Well, Indian students, or for that matter, students from many countries goes to other countries for higher education. This phenomenon is not new.
Yes.
Even if you think a long time back, 2000 years back, when Sung and Fai and two scholars from China walked all the way to Nalanda. So in quest of knowledge, people has been traveling. Now, there are two things that needs, either, you have very strong merit. That means you are very meritorious. And then you get a scholarship in a good university abroad somewhere. And you are getting an admission there and you are going there. Or you have a lot of money.
Yeah.
You pay your way through. Now, what we have been working is in the middle of the pyramid.
Okay.
Means my students, neither was the most meritorious among them,
Okay.
neither they had a lot of money.
All right.
And before I explain a little further, there are two kinds of aspirations to go. One is to go study, equip yourself with some kind of knowledge and proficiency, and come back and work in your country.
Yeah.
Another is go to a country and don't come back.
Yeah.
Settle down there, have a good life.
Yes.
So these are the two aspirations or reasons why people would like to migrate to other countries for higher education.
Yeah.
In my case, my students were interested in equipping themselves with some education and making them proficient so that they can come back and render their services gainfully, professionally, and with a lot of respect.
Well, that's great for India
So,
as well.
my product was medicine, studying medicine. And when I was looking at the market, that there are so many aspirants in, not only in India, but in this entire subcontinent, the South Asia, that there were very few seats available to the number of students who are willing to study medicine. So we created a program which is affordable and accessible. So we partnered with some government universities of China who had spare capacity in their, physical infrastructure as well as the functional infrastructure, like, they had spare teachers and all. So we curated a program in English medium in China, and our students traveled to China, studied medicine for 5 years, became doctors, and came back to India or to their respective home countries, wrote their licensing exam, and became doctors.
That's great.
Today, our figure says we have already graduated more than 8,000 doctors.
Great.
And they are serving in 26 countries, including US, UK, Australia, Belgium, many European countries, and of course, in their home countries in Asia and Africa. Because, if you want to study in English, you must be having some, somewhat conversant with English.
Yeah.
And erstwhile British colonies, which is largest in South Asia and parts of Africa, we had people, students, who are accustomed to somewhat English.
Yes.
Even if they are not native English speaking country or native English speakers, they understand English. So that was the reason. So this is how this program evolved initially.
That's great. Sir, that you spoke about other countries, US, UK. The immigration policies are now getting a little stricter, so everybody is now looking for what to see in a country before, traveling to that country and, getting higher education there. So what factors should they actually consider while choosing overseas education now, especially in this scenario?
Look, again, I'll take cue from what I said earlier, is what am I looking at? What is the net takeaway that I'm looking at from this course?
Yeah.
Is it I want to learn something and create a proficiency, or is I'm trying to stay back?
Okay.
Now, if I want to stay back, then what we normally look into is the rules for jobs.
Yeah.
I mean, how do I get a PR? How many years can I stay back in that country to find a job for myself post my qualification?
Yeah.
So these are the factors, and these factors keeps on changing from country to country and from time to time and for countries to countries. When we at our place, we have two kind of countries. One country is the destination country.
Okay.
Means where people like to go and study. And another country is the source country, that means from where students originate. So whenever we talk about higher education or global education, international education, essentially in our mind, particularly in South Asia, it comes that it is UK, Australia, USA, Canada, New Zealand, these native English-speaking countries, these 5 E's. But, there lies a large non-English speaking world also.
Okay.
Let's say Germany. Germany attracts a lot of Indian students.
Yes.
Let's say France, Italy, even the countries like Russia, China, Malaysia, Japan, they also attract a lot of foreign students. And for that matter, India is not far behind.
Yeah.
India also attracts a lot of foreign students.
Okay.
So what I will advise the students is, identify your goal and then, assess which country is best for you. No need for going for only a higher rank. How does the rank of the university matters to me if I am not best in class?
Yeah, definitely, yes.
You get my point?
Yeah.
So I would rather like the students to definitely carefully assess their requirement, vis-a-vis match the situation.
Okay.
And this is a dynamic situation, so I cannot tell you this country is good or this country is bad. It keeps on changing.
Yes, definitely. Now the global education landscape, it has changed post-pandemic. Education has become more accessible also. There is online education as well. From other countries, you can actually sit in India and access the education. So my question is, how are the universities adapting, and what is this bringing as an opportunity for Indian students?
As you very rightly said, that during this pandemic called COVID, a lot of new things evolved.
Yeah.
First of all, as you rightly said, online. Online education was there much before COVID.
Yeah.
But it was not getting the due recognition, or rather the due acceptance, and usage was very minimal.
Yeah.
But forced by COVID, we have adopted online education in a big way. And so much so, today, suppose you go to Australia or any other country for that matter, you will see that many of the classes, they offer parallelly online. What does parallelly online means? Parallelly online means, suppose your visa is late, you don't miss the bus.
Okay.
Suppose you are working and you could not travel to your university because your traveling place of your work and place of your study, there's a distance of 1 or 2 hours and you finish, so you can attend online. So online has become sort of a de facto standard. I mean, online is no more a no-no. The taboo on online education
Yeah.
has somewhat removed.
Mhm.
And another thing that's happened is, any technology is a big equalizer. It brings in certain advantages which removes disadvantages of the disadvantageous.
Yeah.
For instance, let's say when there was no mobile phone, how many people were connected? We used to book a trunk call and wait for hours for us.
Yeah.
I know my father used to wait whole night to talk to my sister who was away.
Yeah.
And today, just with a click, you can talk to anybody. And so it's a big equalizer. A poor man can also talk to somebody. A rich man can also talk. So that equalizing factor is constantly coming in through technological innovation. So that's why, post-COVID, as you said, the changes are there mostly in adapting technologies. And another very important factor the world is going through right now, or has always been, change is at a tremendous pace. Things are changing. Today as an educator, I feel the biggest challenge I'm facing is, what kind of workplace you will be in. Suppose you're my student and I'm teaching you. I can't tell you, I'm not your margdarshak, because I have never traveled in that marg in which you have to travel, because that marg do not exist today. Such new things are evolving throughout the world, which teachers are not aware of. So what will they teach? So that is a big challenge today, and that is where, people are trying to take a note of it, and all educators, I think, are challenged with that. Am I taking too much time?
No, definitely. So as a chief mentor at your firm, Mr. Ganguly, how are you going to advise your students or their parents on skill development, on making the students future ready? Because Indian education has actually been criticized for not being very future ready and tech savvy. What do you think about that, and how are you making your students future ready?
Future ready, as I said just now,
Yes.
that future is so uncertain.
Yeah.
So I cannot tell you what will be there in future. But what I can do is, I can prepare yourself
Yeah, exactly.
with a mindset that you can adapt change easily. You will not be intimidated by the change. Rather, spiritually means, I'm not talking about religious spiritual. I'm talking about that spiritually, in your own spirit, you are ready to accept change.
Okay.
You are ready to be a driver of the change. You are willing to ride the change. So change is something which I am preparing my students, and also I tell my fellow colleagues, educators, that we must first build in that mindset that what I am teaching today is not the question that you are going to answer tomorrow in the examination.
Yeah.
Amake padhai nahi is the common question, a common thing the students say. We have not been taught. What is you have not been taught? You will never be taught anything.
Yeah.
This is what has to come in.
Well, you have to constantly learn.
That constantly there will be change. So don't get intimidated. Ready to accept change, ready to be wider variety. What very importantly one has to do is, normally what we have been taught, let's say what we have been fed. I've been fed rice. I'm Bengali and I have been fed rice. So I think rice is the most staple food. But for some people, roti is the most staple food. Some people bread, some people noodle, whatever it is. So that there can be another right. This concept I must build in. We only fight because the world's largest conflict comes from ethnocentrism. What is ethnocentrism? Ethnocentrism is our belief on our ethical knowledge that this is right.
Yeah.
So we go on fighting. No, this is not right, this is right. There can be another right. This is first, each and every student must understand that there can be another right. There will be something different. So that is what I inherently want to have imbibe in them, that they should be willing to accept change, and they should be open to a world which does not exist today. It's changing very fast. For instance, AI is playing havoc.
Yeah.
And it's a great equalizer.
Mhm.
You know English better than me. But with AI, I'm equal to you.
Yeah, definitely. Yes.
So I feel this change and constant disruptive technological advancements has to be embraced, used to your best benefit,
Yeah.
and be an open mind to accept different things. So this will be, in short, my suggestions, and that is what I'm working for. Experiential learning instead of mugging something.
Yeah.
What my teacher knew is not good enough for me. I
Yes.
have to know something else.
Definitely, yes. That's a great advice, sir. I hope all the students are actually listening to this, because it's very important to understand that the future is not something that anybody can predict. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for your insights. Thank you.
Pleasure being here. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, up next we bring you a specially curated session here at Lalbaba Rice presents the etnow.in Health Ranking and Conclave West Bengal 2025 edition. I ask that you please put your hands together for a highly celebrated, loved personality, fitness enthusiast and actor, Nusrat Jahan. Huge round of applause, please. Ma'am, it's our pleasure to have you with us. Thank you. And as a token of our appreciation, we'd like to felicitate you with a special gift. And to do the same, if I could please invite on stage the Assistant Vice President and the Regional Head East with the Times Group, Biman Datta. Huge round of applause for him as well. Nusrat, thank you for being here. We're truly honored. We're deeply humbled. Huge round of applause, please. Thank you, Biman. All right. Nusrat, as cliche as the question may sound, I'm going to just go ahead and ask it. What is the secret to your beauty?
You know, if I tell you, then it would not be a secret anymore.
That's right. Like, we're here to unveil the secret.
Yes, I think the 3 G's that I follow, you know, it's good genes. Obviously, I have to give credit to that.
Yes.
My parents, good habits, and I think good vibes. That shows.
That in and of itself deserves a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. What color and what candor to the answer. Keep the applause coming, please. All right. So with that, we'll move on. And Nusrat, when we talk about beauty and health and fitness, diet is, of course, pivotal there, correct? So if, for example, we were to ask you what your diet consisted of and where rice fit into that diet, how might you answer?
There is, without doubt, you know, we come from the eastern part of India where 90% of our household people are rice lovers, and we are all Bengali at hearts, and you know, like they say, bhat chhara amader life ta mane eta sampurno hoy na, it's incomplete without rice. So one important aspect of our lives is that we love rice. And you really cannot avoid that, even if you are a health enthusiast or a fitness enthusiast, where people say that having rice is a big no when you're about to, you know, when you want to lose weight or when you want to look in a particular way.
Mm-hmm.
But that's not how it is. It's sort of a myth, and these days people are talking about it. There are fitness enthusiasts who are, you know, coming up and speaking about it, that including rice in your, you know, daily meals is a good thing to do, because, you know, our body, we are Indians. We have grown up eating this.
Right.
So our body knows the importance of rice. And, you know, I genuinely feel, it's something that I feel that, you know, Bangalider, মানে আমাদের skin na better glow করে if you have a bit of rice included in your meals. So rice is a part of my meals also. I have never given up on rice, especially in the afternoon. You know, my lunch does include parboiled rice. It does. It's important.
Well, then let me ask you this. Say you had to limit your rice intake to a single dish and a single dish only. I know it's a very difficult scenario to imagine, but say you found yourself in such a scenario, what might that dish be?
Can I just restrict that single dish per day? Then I can have, you know, like...
No restrictions. Go for it.
No, I think my comfort food would be dal chawal.
Dal chawal.
That's the, you know, that's my comfort food. On my bad days and on my, you know, when I come back traveling from work, if I'm traveling away from home for a long time, I would come home and I would have a simple bowl of parboiled rice and dal, and I think that is so, you know, satisfying.
Comforting.
That is so comforting. You know, it's like that warm blanket that you get when you come back home. So definitely that would be my first preference. And Moreover, I'm a Jahan. I come from a Muslim family, so rice always reminds me of biryani.
Well, since you brought up biryani, all right, India has so many regional rice dishes.
Yes, yes. You talk about any, I think I like almost all. You talk about from the southern, cuisines, you talk about curd rice, you talk about bisi bela bhat, you talk about
Pongal.
Pongal. So there are various rice dishes and, variety of, ingredients used in rice to make it as per your culture.
Absolutely.
And I'm going with all of it.
So then are you of the view that, all these rice dishes need to be viewed through an equal lens, or does one dish in particular or one type in particular perhaps deserve special attention?
That would be biryani for me.
Biryani?
Yeah, that would be biryani for me. Biryani either, the Hyderabadi one or the Lucknowi one. But I am a Bengali. I love my biryani with aloo. Potato is very important. So that is my favorite, variety of biryani. So it has to be biryani.
All of this is very refreshing to hear, by the way, from someone
Yes,
in the
it's
entertainment
mouth-watering,
world.
actually.
All right. Now, would you prefer, when we're talking about rice dishes, one from parboiled rice or raw rice, and why?
I would definitely go for the parboiled rice because it has its own health benefits. And you see, when we talk about parboiled rice, this form of rice or this variety of rice, when you boil it or when you're cooking it, it retains more nutrients. It has got more fiber. It has got, vitamin B. And a hell lot of more nutrients compared to the other varieties of rice. So, and also it has lower glycemic index, which makes the glucose, you suddenly don't get an insulin spike when you, have a rice intake, which normally happens, people who are diabetic. So this sort of controls blood pressure. So it's great for health, and it's more fluffier. It's more fluffier, and if you're making items like biryani, you would not prefer clumpy, sticky rice.
Right.
And the variety of parboiled rice does not, make the food more clumpy or mushy when cooked. So you can store it in the fridge. It's great for storage, and you can take it out. You can warm it, toss up your own, with your own favorite ingredients, and voila, you can have a great meal.
Well, it seems like, Nusrat, that parboiled rice is here to stay.
It is a part of my daily, rice consumption.
Well, if that's the case, then does the name Lalbaba Rice strike a bell?
It does resonate. It does. I'm aware of their amazing variety of parboiled rice, and Ratna would be one of my favorites because, sort of a secret again, not because we're sitting here at ET Now Health Conclave, but they come up with amazing rice, they have very nice dishes that you can whip up at home. They tell you how to make it. And we can use it, and it's great for health and good for storage. So I think it's a win-win for all of us. It's a win-win when we're thinking of health and good taste at the same time.
Nusrat, thank you so much for taking the time to speak with us and for all the candor that you've added to the conversation. You're an inspiration to so many of us, and we wish you all the continued success.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And if it's for all the people who think that rice is not great for health, that's a myth. Go for it.
We're here at the etnow.in Business Summit and Awards, West Bengal 2025, and I'm in conversation with the Chairman and Managing Director of Cosmic Birla Group, Aditya Vikram Birla. Aditya.
Yeah, hi.
Cosmic Birla Group is becoming an industry conglomerate, all right? But amidst it all, which are the verticals that you think will emerge as the biggest value creators, perhaps in the short term as well as the long?
I think, you know what, India at large is not just a growing, developing nation anymore. I mean, it's a global contender. Yeah. And in that scenario, we'll have to align ourselves with things that the world is moving towards.
Sure.
When we talk about that, I think with the mid-cap sector, where we are progressing towards a larger sector, we have to understand that if we align ourselves with what is going to happen in the future, things like the AI, the renewable energy, the sunrise sectors at large, that is the sector that we are always focusing on. Having said that, we are a 50-year-old legacy which basically stems from manufacturing sponge iron, steel, ferroalloys. So that's something that's gone to the back burner today. And today we are completely focusing on industry developments, technological growths, robotics, and also working towards manufacturing of EVs, problem solving on situations of aggregators, and probably creating an entire symphony of, an environmental position where things are renewable for the future, so that when our kids grow up tomorrow, there's a better future and a better world to live in. Along with that, we make more money because it's a sunrise sector and we move fast.
Yeah, perhaps the question should have been, what is Cosmic Birla Group not doing rather than what it is doing? There's very little that you've left behind. But you touched on technology a moment ago. You touched on sustainability, likewise, a moment ago. Can you give us some real-life examples, irrespective of industry, as to how you're integrating innovation and technology to create that unmatchable competitive advantage?
Pooja, I think the way we want to go around this entire renewable and this entire sector of growth, AI, and then, something that we want to hold on to in terms of the renewable part, and not just the renewable part, but, like the environmental hazards being away from the businesses that we do, because we stem eventually from a place where we're completely polluting the industries, right? Polluting the environment at large. We are in a polluting industry per se, but today we've stepped into things like, the EV. So we are manufacturing EV two-wheelers. It's a small step towards conserving the environment for the future. Along with that, we have also tried to develop a lot of this, this technological development in most of our factories, and trying to bring around a change in the mid-cap. We stem from the mid-cap. So in the mid-cap, where PARTA, the feasibility report, doesn't only hold good. You have to step ahead. You have to invest in the future by making an R&D. So today with Cosmic Birla Group, we are walking into various sectors, and we are running more than 14 odd factories pan-India. And today we are very, very robust about the idea that we have invested a lot in technological upgrades. We've invested a lot on the upskilling of our manpower. Right. And along with that also, we have invested in the back end, where probably we are only not just talking about manufacturing and setting products for the market, but also we are trying to make products in a way which is more renewable and more standardized and more sustainable for the future.
Well, Aditya, since we're here at the etnow.in, Business Summit and Awards, and many of the entities that we'll be interacting with this evening are multi-family generation owned and operated businesses, correct? Right. So for entrepreneurs who may find themselves in that position, that are perhaps looking to take their business in a different direction, right? How might you guide them? What words of advice might you have to share?
See, I think, so I'll give you a small background as to where I come from. So my granddad was with the Birlas for the longest time. I was per se named after the legend himself. And we've been in business for over 50 odd years. Cut to 2021, I was chosen as the man to lead this entire legacy forward. So at the age of 32, I'm 36 today. At the age of 32, I took over as a CMD of a group of companies, and we grew from there. We've been growing at almost 7,500% per annum, which is staggering in its own nature. Having said that, when I talk to young entrepreneurs or industrialists or businessmen who want to step into something like this, I often say that the first thing that you should think about is India basically, stands on Indian economy and the world economy at large, but Indian economy per se stands on 4 main pedestals: agriculture, infrastructure, railways, and defense. These 4, even if one leg is something that you're holding on to, you will not sink. So make sure that your focus is right. Point 2, a very famous investor once said a year back in a very good forum, I'm not naming him, but he said that, majority of these guys who are making 100 or 200 crores a year come out with money from capital markets or from loan books or from their own profitabilities, and they go and sprinkle it out in various industries because there are a lot of opportunities that keep coming.
Right.
The focus is most important. So you have to have a focus, you have to have a vision board. You have to have a vision board for 5 years, 10 years, 20 years, the best that you can manage. And irrespective of whether your vision boards don't have the pieces of puzzles that are fitting right now, but you need to have a clarity on what you really want. And when I say that what you really want is the project that you've taken up on hand, irrespective whether it's right or wrong. Before you've invested your first buck on it, you need to know that this is what you need sleeping with, this is what you have to wake up with, and this is where the focus and perseverance counts. So perseverance and focus, and most importantly, not going around in the market and putting your money in every space that looks, attritionable or very exciting. At the same time, looking at India, because tomorrow's world's economy will stand on something that probably China had seen 25 years back, India will see today. And when we have this kind of a market, people are wanting to enter India, we are already here. So use that as a scope, use that as an advantage to your end, and enter into spaces which India develops on, which is the 4 pedestals that I spoke about.
Aditya, it's not every day that we're treated to such tangible takeaways. Thank you for sharing that in such concrete terms, in terms that today's entrepreneur can apply this moment.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for sharing that, and thank you for joining us here at the ETNow.in Business Summit and Awards, West Edition. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
At ETNow.in, Health, Ranking and Conclave, we have with us Dr. Pragyanika Gurung, the Managing Director of PHS Fertility, IVF and Women Care. Hi ma'am, how are you doing today?
Hello, great to be here.
Ma'am, my first question for you would be, fertility treatments have advanced rapidly in the recent years. So what major medical or technological shifts are transforming IVF access and success rates actually today?
So if you talk about, let's start with the talk of the town, like everyone is talking about, that is artificial intelligence, right?
Yes.
We heard about someone speaking earlier also in education. So artificial intelligence has come in a big way in fertility treatment also. So it's not, AI is not only, the major part the AI plays right now, we know is definitely in the embryology lab. Besides that, it helps us in patient selection, in our stimulation protocols, and managing the patients. But the major thing we see is the time-lapse technology in the lab, which has helped us understand about the intricacies of the embryo development, and it helps us to select the embryo. So it has also decreased the error rate in labs. So the way that artificial intelligence has helped is it decreases the error rates, as well as it helps us select the best embryos. So as you rightly said, that we want to improve the success rates. Now, what do we mean by success rates? Is it just a treatment success? How do you define? So right now we define treatment success as a healthy live birth, right? So we want to make IVF as safe as possible. But AI is, I would say right now, it's a hype as well as a hope.
Okay.
We exactly don't know how much it increases the live birth rates. But yes, it has a great potential in future. So now everyone is talking about artificial intelligence, so I also started with it.
Yeah.
But if you ask me, in the last 25 years, what are the things that has improved success rates in IVF? So we can start with a very integration of very basic procedures such as ICSI and blastocyst culture and laser technology in the mainstream. Even when I was a student in 2000s, early 2000, even I will say in 2010 or like 5-10 years back, everyone was not doing it. It was only few IVF centers who were doing it. So there has been an integration of the basic lab procedures such as ICSI, blastocyst culture, laser into the mainstream IVF. Now everyone is doing it. Second improvement has been in the vitrification procedures.
Yeah.
So this vitrification procedures, it has come, you can say, in the early 2000s and has been adopted widespread. So it has improved the success rates by improving the embryo survival rates. So earlier we had slow freezing, the embryo survival rates were not good, so definitely the success rates were not great. But with vitrification procedures, the success rates improve. We now have genetic testing of embryos. We can test the embryos genetically, give the healthiest embryo and the normal embryo to the couple. So in that way, we are also improving success rates. So the simple procedures such as ICSI, blastocyst culture, genetic testing, along with you can say the proper gamete selection, also advances in our medicines, the you can say the medicines which we have nowadays in the protocols. These have improved the IVF success rates, and AI may improve IVF success rates. That is yet to be seen in future.
Fertility care, it's a very sensitive area, and counseling and emotional support also plays a very big role. And in India too, there's a lot of stigma around it. So how does your approach set you apart from the other institutes that are doing it?
So you see, like PHS stands for Patience, Hope and Success.
Okay.
So when we started it, we were searching for a name, right? So kya naam rakhe, ye naam, wo naam, all the names are taken. So then we just thought, like, let's think from the patient perspective. So what we tell the patients, have patience, don't give up hope, and let's work as a team to ensure success. So fertility journey is not only a medical journey. You have to understand that it is an emotional journey for the couple. And as doctors, we have to understand that part. We just cannot write a medicine and say, ye kha lo, bachcha aa jayega. Aisa nahi hai. We have to understand their emotions. And all, as you rightly said, in India, fertility is still stigmatized. So in our center, you can say we have integrated that counseling and emotional support. So one thing is we train all our staff to be empathetic towards our patients. So you know what, there's a difference between empathy and sympathy. We just cannot say, oh, tumhara bachcha nahi, I'm very sorry for you. No, that is not, that is, in a way, it's more stigmatizing her.
Yeah.
So we should, whenever we are talking to the patient, it should be that, approach should be that we understand what she wants, and we are there to guide you. So all our staff are trained as such. Second, we have counselors, proper trained counselors who are counseling the patients, guiding them emotionally. It is not only the, you can say, not only the medical counseling, it is also the psychological support and counseling. Many a times, I myself say, you stop your treatment here, you're emotionally too distraught. You should take a psychological help. So the thing is that IVF care is different from other medical treatments. We should have a holistic approach towards it. So it is just not, medicines and taking injections and getting a baby. So it starts with your lifestyle. How can you manage your stress? And how can you cope up with the treatment? For some, the fertility journey is quite long, and it may not be very successful in the beginning. So we have to understand that. And the third thing we do is we educate our patients. So at PHS, every decision is a shared decision making. It is not that the doctor is telling you do this treatment. We say that, okay, these are the treatments available, so what do you think will be the best for you? So that is how we have a relationship with our patients, right? So the shared decision making, the patient education, because at PHS we believe that knowledge always gives you choice.
Yes.
If you know that what is your problem, it will give you a choice. And choice will always empower you to make the correct decisions. So that is important. So besides success, it's just not, success can be defined in many ways, but I always say that whether the patient is successful from our place or not, the patient must always be happy with us.
Yes. And for every treatment or any sort of person, everybody should be healthy. Nutrition is something that everybody should focus on. Fitness is something that everybody should focus on. So what is your take on the nutrients that everybody should take, since carbohydrates is something that everybody says is not healthy, you should not be eating a lot of rice or roti. What is your opinion? How does it help in maintaining overall health in physical and mental fitness?
Yes, I think this question everyone asks. What diet we should follow? What should we do?
Yes.
This, whether we should do intermittent fasting, whether should we take the fertility diet, the Mediterranean diet, falana tikana bahut sara diet hai. But I always say, is our Indian diet bad? We should think about it. Our Indian diet is one of the most scientific diets, I feel, because it is a balanced diet. It has carbohydrates, it has vitamins, it has proteins. So if you see a thali, what it has rice, it has dal, it has some vegetables, it has non-veg, maybe paneer or something non-veg. And also milk and dairy products are an integral part. Usually we have dahi, probiotics. So there is a lot of talk, about the gut microbiome in relation to many diseases. So I think the major, I think we are going a bit off point regarding, but I would like to say that I think diseases have increased in our country with the adoption of Western lifestyle and Western diet. The more we stick to our own diet, I think the healthier it will be. So it is not about rice, roti, which is better or which is not. Our traditional diet is the best, whichever it is.
Well, that's a great thought. Thank you so much, ma'am, for joining us at the ET Now Health Ranking and Conclave. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Hello and welcome to this specially curated session presented by Lalbaba Rice, etnow.in, Health Ranking and Conclave, West Bengal 2025 edition. Up next, we're joined by a highly celebrated decorated personality, actor and fitness enthusiast, Tota Roy Chaudhary. Huge round of applause for him, please. So it's a pleasure to have you amongst us. Thank you for gracing the occasion. And we'd like to felicitate you with a special token of our appreciation. To do those honors, if I could now please invite on stage Assistant Vice President and Regional Head East with the Times Group, Biman Datta. Keep the applause coming, ladies and gentlemen. Special moment in our way of saying thank you from the etnow.in team. Thank you. Kindly have a seat, sir. All right. We're going to dive right in. I'm going to start with a question that's perhaps on the minds of many. How is it that you have yet to age a day? What is the key to this eternal youth? Because I, for one, could use some tips. Please, don't be humble. Give it to us as we ask. The honest truth.
All right, the honest truth is that I find that stressing about things which are beyond my control is such a waste of time. And because I don't indulge in it, I kind of get my night's sleep. And that contributes to me, perhaps, maybe arresting the acceleration of my aging process.
Fair enough. I think we can all relate to that. And you're a born and bred Bengali, so I'd imagine that rice is perhaps a staple part of your diet. But is that in fact the case, you know? Or was growing up rice reserved for special occasions only?
No, it's a part of my staple diet. It has been a part of my staple diet since I was a kid. Now, I was also a fitness enthusiast. As in, when I was a kid, I was a very active child. And I studied in a boarding school, so I was into games and sports. And I had a voracious appetite because of all that running around.
Right.
And I was there in my boarding school from the age of 8. And we used to be served rice twice a day.
Sure.
And I used to consume copious quantities of it. And somehow it agreed with me, and it has remained with me. In the interim, when I was researching about so-called nutritional advice, there was a lot of Western philosophy, it still is, being shoved down our throats. And I tried that diet, and it was more counterproductive. When I resorted back to my earlier diet of rice twice a day, it kind of gave me the best results.
So then I must ask you, Tota, is there a variety of rice or a type of rice that perhaps suits you best, or are all rice created equal?
No. There's this variety called, in Bengali, in Bangla, we call it Sheddhochal. So the English equivalent would be parboiled rice, yeah? And that is, if you ask me about my secret, that is one of the secrets of my whatever, health, youthfulness, whatever you call it, Sheddhochal, which is parboiled rice. And I found that I researched that variety of rice, and I found that it's got something called the resistant starch.
All right.
Yeah, which kind of gives an effect of having fiber. Now, a lot of people say that polished rice does not have much fiber in it, but Sheddhochal or parboiled rice has this resistant starch which kind of acts like fiber, and it also feeds the good bacteria in your stomach. It's kind of probiotic, which in turn helps you to digest that, the food that you have throughout the day. And it is also rich in vitamin B complex, niacin and thiamine, I suppose, and easy to digest. So yeah, parboiled rice it is.
Well, Tota, you certainly seem to have done your homework in that parboiled rice, you know, as per your research, does ease digestion.
Yes.
But moving on to another aspect of it, see how we are quickly unraveling all the secrets to your youth, right? Even if it took us a conversation around rice, we are getting to the bottom of it. But another aspect of parboiled rice, since you brought it up, is that it has little to no smell. So, does it have little to no taste? Or is that grossly oversimplifying things and the taste of parboiled rice is completely uncompromised?
But it having no taste, so-called no taste, is its greatest asset. Like I'll tell you, I'll give you an equivalent from my line of work. So the best actors are the ones who you cannot put an image to.
Sure.
You know, they go like a blank canvas to the sets,
right?
And then they allow the director to create that character out of it, out of its blankness.
Brilliant.
Yeah, same is the case with parboiled rice, is that it goes as a neutral flavored accompaniment. So if you're having, let's say, a paneer masala or something like that, it imbibes the taste of that paneer masala. You're having fish curry.
Sure.
It absorbs that taste of the fish and the curry. That's distinctive taste of fish can be had. It is not clashing.
Right.
You know, if it had any taste, it would have been clashing.
Sure.
It's like it's like me working with an even bigger actor whom I'm supposed to compliment, but I try to overshadow.
Right.
That's not part of my
Beautifully
job.
put. You're
Not part of my job.
Correct.
Yeah. So that's what parboiled rice does. It remains neutral, it remains helpful, it showcases the main dish that you're having.
Well, Tota, since we've talked so much about rice and parboiled rice in particular, is there a specific brand or variety that sticks out in your mind?
See, these days, a lot of companies claim to sell you things which aren't true. So what I do is I stick to things that I know. Companies which I know guarantee certain amount of quality, has a certain legacy to carry forward, and that legacy is just not about branding, it's about the brand being synonymous with quality and dependability. So I depend on, I was quite surprised to see it out here, you know. That's the name. That's the name. Right. Yeah, Lalbaba. I rely on that because they are the pioneers. I've tasted the rice. They give what they claim to give, and I get what I have paid for. So yes, that's my go-to brand.
Tota, thank you so much for adding the color to this conversation that you have and for choosing to be here at the etnow.in Health Ranking and Conclave. It's such an honor, it's such a pleasure. You're loved among fans all over. We wish you all the very best for what lies ahead.
Thank you
so
very
much.
The pleasure is all mine. Thank you.
Pleasure. Thank you. We now bring you a specially curated session at the etnow.in Business Summit and Awards West Bengal 2025 edition. And it's my honor and privilege to invite on stage a very special guest. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Mr. Harshvardhan Neotia, Padma Shri awardee and Chairman Ambuja Neotia Group. Huge, huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. It's such an honor and an incredible pleasure. Sir, thank you so much for being here. And sir, as a token of our appreciation and our way of saying thank you from the Times Group, if I could now please invite someone else very special on stage to present a token of our appreciation. Can we please have Assistant Vice President and Regional Head East with the Times Group, Biman Datta, kindly present Harshvardhan sir with a small memento. The Business Summit and Awards is about saluting real-life heroes, and here's one of them. Thank you so much. Please kindly have a seat, sir. Sir, across your personal and professional trajectory, you're uniquely positioned in that you seem to have intertwined entrepreneurship with art, culture with consciousness, if I can call it that. So what role do you believe that cultural consciousness ultimately needs to play when it comes to the Indian business landscape?
Well, I think it's the nature of my work. I'm in the building of buildings business.
That's right.
And I'm in hospitality, and therefore art and aesthetics are integral to what I do. I was fortunate to be born and brought up in Kolkata, which has a lot of tradition of art. I was fortunate to be in the family that I was born in, where art was greatly appreciated and celebrated, and different members of the joint family that I was born in had different interests.
Mm-hmm.
So I kind of am not an artist, but I've kind of lived within art and culture surrounding my life.
Mm-hmm.
So it comes into my projects intuitively and mostly naturally, rather than any forced process.
Absolutely organically, it
Yes.
appears. And Mr. Harshvardhan, you mentioned a moment ago that you're in the business of building buildings, but there are many more industry verticals that essentially you manage. So which among them do you think will emerge to be perhaps the biggest value creators or blockbusters in the years to come?
It keeps changing from time to time. When we hit COVID and I was in hospitality and all the hotels were shut, and it looked like I was in a very hopeless business to be in.
Sure.
In fact, if you know that maximum people lost money who were involved in hospitality.
It was the hardest hit.
Yeah, today when we see the recovery post-COVID, it's probably doing extremely well.
Mm-hmm.
So these things change from time to time, but generally, if you look at our country, we have just scratched the surface on hospitality. We have very few foreign tourists compared to even our neighboring countries.
Sure.
So there is a long distance to go, and therefore this, for at least the foreseeable future, will be a promising industry for India. Housing is another area where we are definitely much short and would continue to remain both at the affordable level and at the more luxury level, a lot of demand. Healthcare is another area that I'm involved with, and we have seen that the beds to people ratio in India is much, much lower than most other developed countries. So we have a long way to go there also. And of course, with insurance and various initiatives like Ayushman Bharat and Swasthya Sathi, insurance has brought quality healthcare to become more affordable to the common man.
Sure.
So when you put all this together, all the businesses that we are fortunately involved with seem to have a fair amount of growth potential.
Well, Mr. Harshvardhan, since you brought up the dimensions across which India has a long way to go, many might say sustainability is one particular area, correct? So the integration of sustainability in business begins with today's entrepreneurs. What do you consider to be some of the absolute must-haves or non-negotiables such that sustainability genuinely takes center stage across the business landscape?
I think as responsible builders and developers, we are all becoming more and more conscious of the carbon footprint that we are creating, and therefore the need to minimize it to the extent possible.
Sure.
So whether it is in power saving devices or technologies of building or water harvesting or solar electricity generation or renewables and recycling of waste. There are so many things that each one of us in some measure is doing, and I think they are definitely more sustainable than the practices we had used say 10 years ago. But having said that, we can do a lot more. As technologies improve and the costs come down, I think we'll be able to afford more sustainable practices.
Well, sir, to switch gears for a moment, you're very well known for having engaged with the creative community. You know, everyone from artists to actors and poets to painters, right? You truly enjoy brushing shoulders with them. But how have those interactions and those experiences perhaps shaped your business acumen and your approach to organization building?
Well, I'm not sure how we can specifically create a link between the two.
Sure.
But, just like when we look at life, we have to look at how we work, how we enjoy life, how we experience the climate, how we interact with people. I think art and culture are integral to our nourishment of our soul. And projects that embrace that will hopefully have a greater appeal to people. I would like to believe that our projects get some additional premium because they are endowed with a lot of artistic sensibility.
Sure.
Some may disagree, but that's how I believe. But it's not always that you look for profit in every action that you do.
Right.
You do what you think is right, and you do what you think is sensitive and maybe uplifting. Right. Sometimes it may lead to some additional value and sometimes not. But I think we should just do beautiful things because we can do beautiful things.
Beautifully put. And sir, you of course are a part of a very small pool of hand-selected individuals in that you are a Padma Shri recipient, all right? If I had to ask you to look back for a moment, was there a defining time in your life or perhaps a particular defining moment that you believe put you on that trajectory of impact?
Awards and recognition come by, you can't work towards them.
Right.
You just do a few things, and some of those meet with the imagination of the people who are at that time looking at giving the award or recognition. And I happen to be one of the lucky ones to fall into that, I would say, focus at that moment. It's not to say that other people who have not got the award have done any lesser work. Sometimes you just happen to be noticed for what you do, and somebody else might have done equally well but didn't get noticed. So I just look at it as one of those happenstance, which is a pleasant one. Sometimes you do good things and you don't also get recognized for it. So that's a happenstance, which is not a good one. But such is life. I mean, you get some, you don't get some.
Wow. So it's a very humbling conversation. But by way of closing comments, all right, in your interactions with entrepreneurs from tier 2 communities or even tier 3 or tier 4 localities, and perhaps those entrepreneurs want nothing more than to move on, right? Enjoy a better standard of life. How do you essentially guide them such that they can scale and grow and achieve, but stay connected to their roots? Never forget where they came from.
Well, you know, we are all molded in the formative years of our upbringing. We can definitely grow even thereafter, but the biggest growth happens probably when you're between 10 and 18. At least in terms of the way you think, your character, your values.
Sure.
Of course, your skills you keep developing till the last day of your life. So that is really something that you don't tell an entrepreneur today. It's probably there with him because he's had that growing up, or maybe he's not had it.
Sure.
Having said that, there are a few things that I would certainly guide anybody, is to say that, you know, many times people tell me that, give us a tip as to what is the trend and what is... I say, you know, you don't have to see the trend because trends keep coming and changing. You have to see your core interest and strength.
Right.
And if you do something that you're passionate about and you do something with a deep commitment to excellence, chances are that even if it is not the most trendy thing, you will succeed. But on the other hand, if you do a trendy thing and you don't have the passion or the skill set to do it, you might not make a success. I mean, you might make a success for a while because it's all happening, but sooner or later it will catch up. The other thing is that we need to be centered on integrity. We have to value our word. In business, nothing is more important than living up to the promise you make. And that is something that has a very slow process of getting discovered by people. But once it is discovered, it is something that has got great value. So I think these are the things that we need to do. And of course, we have to do what we do very well, because we live in a very competitive world and there are lots of options. So why will your product sell over somebody's? Well, primarily because it is a better product.
Right. Sir, I think you've stated it so simply and yet so beautifully. Thank you for taking the time to speak with us. This is a conversation that will stay with us. We truly value all of the personal anecdotes you share from your own journey and your professional journey as well. We wish you all the continued success, sir. Thank you for being here.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Mr. Harshvardhan Neotia, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much.
And now at the etnow.in Business Summit and Awards, we have Mr. V.K. Bhandari, the founder and managing director of Supertron Electronics Private Limited. Hi, sir. How are you doing today? Mike.
Fine. Thank you.
My first question to you, sir, would be Supertron has grown from a regional player to a major national distribution company. What are the key strategic decisions that you had taken to enable it to scale that big?
Right. When I have started the business from the Eastern India and I established the branches of Bhubaneswar, Ranchi, Patna, Guwahati, entire Eastern India, then I found that this industry is growing very fast because the new coming industry was there. So I found that industry is growing very fast and scopes are very high.
Yeah.
So when I then researched this thing, then I found that Eastern share is only 15%. If I am doing the business in this area, then I cannot grow much bigger.
Yeah.
So this is the excitement was there. I am already established the business in Eastern India and I understand the logistic and the distribution policies. So I decided let us go to the national level for the higher growth.
So this entire industry itself is extremely competitive, the IT distribution space and electronics. So how is Supertron leveraging technology and supply chain innovation to differentiate itself from the other players in the industry?
Yeah, only two things are there. The technology, the main part actually. When you are using the technology for higher efficiency purpose, then only you can manage your better services. Second thing, the services is there when we are distributing the product to mainly the dealer part, retailer and other LFR partners. So efficiency is the logistic major this thing. How fast we are giving the delivery. So that technology, we are using the technology, they are placing the order in online and digitalizations are there. So 13 years back, I have started the ERP solution. Then we keep upgrade the technology and the main culture of the human resource is very strong that we give the services very fast. So this way the competitive market started, then it was not very competitive. Yes. Now it is very competitive. So we are managing because our technology is very strong.
Well, sir, India is actually growing to become an IT manufacturing hub and a global manufacturing hub for that matter. So what are the new opportunities that you foresee for electronics distribution in over, like, say, 5 years now?
Yeah, just it is started in computer line. This is just started actually, and government is giving a lot of support and lot of incentive for local manufacturing. When local manufacturing will be there, then availability will be better, and the cost will be better actually. And in India, our tier 3 and tier 4 cities are growing very fast. So how to reach this product to the tier 3 and tier 4 product? So we are already in expertise. This expertise only growth will be bigger due to the manufacturing thing actually. So I have scoped that our this whatever establishment is there, we will do very high growth due to this manufacturing part.
Sir, that's great, and many young entrepreneurs also look at Supertron's journey as very inspiring. So what leadership lessons and principles would you like to share with emerging entrepreneurs?
It is very difficult to this young entrepreneur. They have a lot of energy, creativity and knowledge, technology. This is very difficult, but with my experience, I'm always telling to the young entrepreneur, when you are starting the business, don't focus on the sale and profit. You must focus on the system, process, transparency, ethics, and human resource. If you are establishing this thing, actually, you are focusing on the system, process, and human resource, then your sale and profit will be the byproduct only. So let us focus on that line, but have the patience for that. Yes, definitely their patience is very important for do the business, but have patience, don't do the overnight things, and establish this thing actually.
Well, patience is key to success, and that's a great advice. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us at the ET Now Business Summit and Awards. Thank you so much for your inspiring words. Thank you. So now we have with us Mr. Amar Sanganeria, CEO of Pacman. Hi sir, how are you doing today?
Very fine. Good evening, everyone. This is Amar Sanganeria, CEO of Pacman.
Sir, my first question to you would be bespoke home furnishings. It's a very niche segment, and it's very different from the larger mainstream decor market. So what inspired you to enter this space rather than going to the other side?
Thank you. My journey of bespoke home furnishing was not a calculated business decision. It was something very personal. So when I started my journey in 1999, it was just a very small one. I realized home is just not a space, but it's a sanctuary where a lot of beautiful moments unfold. Father holding their newborn, family come together to celebrate, morning, hot coffee sip. So all create a story. I wanted to create furnishings which honor this moment. Now, the regular contemporary home furnishing always believe in volume rather than doing something different, something which has a value. So for me, like bespoke home furnishing, when we create any product, it's like a collaboration between the artisan and the homeowner. So my story taught me, I failed in class 9. Then I worked very hard, admitted in St. Xavier's College, went to Mumbai, did modeling, a bit of Bollywood, in finals of Grassy Mr. India. So you know, it taught me excellence is not about doing something which other does, but to do something which matters without uncompromised quality. That is what bespoke furnishing represent us.
Well, that's a great story, and home is indeed a very personal and emotional thing to
Absolutely.
Indians especially to buy. So now with changing consumer tastes and global design influences coming in, how do you ensure that your products remain both contemporary and culturally very significant to India especially?
कहते हैं ना, old is gold. और Indian textile industry is 5,000 years old. Starting from Banaras weaving to Kashmiri embroidery. So as a Pacman, we never wanted to be all this technology all these techniques be displayed in the museum. So when I came into bespoke furnishing, it was very personal. So I wanted to use these all artisans into the home furnishing, not in a very elaborate way, because ये घाघरा और ये कपड़े नहीं है. It has to be used in a very minimalistic way, so that it goes very well with the ethnic style as well as a modern style. Because we have to respect our tradition. Because tradition has to be seen everywhere. Because when I am designing some soft furnishing for a house where all different kind of generation stays, grandparent, parent, and children. Grandparent has their story from their childhood where they have seen all these ethnic style. Parent have seen something modern. Now the young generation is looking towards all the bolder stuff. So I think combination of ethnic and modernism is the call for the day.
Well, that's really great. But even the premium home furnishings market, it's actually growing in India. And customization is also something that people want because it's their home, it's personal to them. So customization is actually the core of bespoke luxury. So what are the challenges in customizing a home for a particular person? And in the future, how do you see this industry growing?
Now, no one is ready. Basically, everybody is bored with anything which is available in the self. Everybody wants something to be created for them personally.
Yeah.
They don't want to create a piece for the season. They want to create a piece we stay along with them. So that means what? Customization is the call for the day, and to make this customization affordable, economical, which everyone can afford, there we have to see. If I am doing a customization and if I start charging bomb, the customization will fail. But we as a Pac-Man always try to take customization beyond.
Well, also the second question, how do you see the industry growing in the next 5 years? And do you also have any expansion plans?
Okay, so home furnishing market is growing like a hips and bomb. The building is becoming tall, the windows are becoming bigger. So the biggest challenge for everyone is to cover this window. When I used to start conceptualizing the window 10 years back, it was a different thing. Now the home furnishing has become the primer aspect of any home because you have to cover 20 feet wide window. So in that, if the home furnishing, if the curtains, if the furnishings are not properly draped, it will not give you that impact what you are looking for. So home furnishing market is growing like 10 times, 20 times, 100 times in this moment. And after the pandemic, people have realized home is just not a place to live. It is a place where you recover, where you live, where you enjoy. So they have value what home means. They are spending everything. They are spending everything for their better lifestyle. And similarly, they are spending very much for their home furnishings. They are looking for a new product. They are looking for a new style. So that become the integral part of their life. As far as Pac-Man is concerned, we are poised for the new chapter for the global expansion. Already we are working in 5 countries. And we are coming up with a world-class facility for stitching and manufacturing of window blinds because any product without perfection and without quality, it does not grow. So we are poised towards making a global expansion. We want to take our Indian home furnishing, Indian heritage globally, where people are reluctantly looking for something new, something cultural, which is made in India, make in India. So as far as success is concerned, Pac-Man never look or measure success in the terms of revenue. We always look forward towards the empowerment of our artisans, number of homes we are transformed, and the legacy we are building for the next generation. That success, what means to us.
With that, we have come to the end of our conversation. Thank you so much, sir, for all your insights, and we wish you all the best for the next path that you're entering into and your expansion plans as well. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Iti now.
Thank you. And now at ET Now Health Conclave, we have with us Dr. Pramod Kumar Singh, the HOD Professor of General Surgery at Gauri Devi Hospitals. Hi sir, how are you doing today?
Oh, fine, fine. Thank you ET Now for inviting us.
Sir, my first question for you would be, general surgery has seen major advancements in minimally invasive and laparoscopic techniques. How has this transformed surgical outcomes and recovery times for patients in your department?
Yeah, you know, laparoscopy today is undergoing remarkable transformation. It is advancing rapidly with minimal invasive and laparoscopic technique. You know, the basic, it has advantages over the traditional surgery. It is come with lesser pain, minimal scar, reduced hospital stay, and altogether reduced complication and faster recovery. These are the most advanced and better way of the microscopic surgery nowadays.
Yes.
That's why people are choosing more and more this surgery nowadays.
Okay. What are the most common surgical conditions that you encounter today? And have you noticed any significant change in patterns post the COVID pandemic?
Yeah, that was a challenging situation. We are seeing more lifestyle related change, disease condition like delayed cancer diagnosis, detection, and rise of gallbladder diseases and hernia basically. This facilitating the awareness of the diagnosis, early detection and awareness of the people.
Yeah. Talking about awareness, patient awareness and timely diagnosis is something that plays a crucial role in success of a surgery. So what are the initiatives that the hospitals and communities are undertaking to improve early detection?
Yeah, our hospital taken a drastic step to take a strengthening the community screening program.
Yeah.
Yeah. And digital health follow-ups as well as public education. These three things our hospital is focusing more and more. Day to day we are working on that.
Okay.
Hopefully it works more for the public and the society also.
Yes, sir. Of course it should. And looking ahead, what innovations or surgical technologies do you believe will be the most important ones that shape the next decade of general surgery in India?
Yeah. In the next 10 decades, I believe that was definitely an era of number one, robotic surgery.
Okay.
Second one is AI diagnostic tools. And third one is imaging based procedure.
Okay.
And fourth one is enhanced recovery system. That will help the surgery more precise, safe, and accessible across the country.
Well, that's a great insight. Now, coming to any surgery or any treatment, a patient should be very healthy. He should be fit. The food and the fitness part is very important. So what is the significance of carbohydrates in the diet for maintaining overall health and personal fitness in a human body? What do you think about it?
I think we always talk about being a doctor. Please take a balanced diet.
Yes.
Definitely three things are more. We think carbohydrate, protein and fat.
Yeah.
So we accordingly we adjust. For fitness point of view, try to take, nowadays people are taking lesser carbohydrate, more protein, lesser fat. The body to body habit and nature to nature is different.
Yes.
Okay.
Definitely.
Anna?
Yeah. Yes, makes sense. You need to tailor your diet according to your preferences, according to what you want, right? Thank you so much, sir. It was a really insightful conversation. Thank you so much for coming. Thank you.
Thank you, Sabir.
Thank you. Today we have with us Professor Dr. Bonaparte Chaudhary. He is the professor and head of the ENT department and also the group CEO of Sanaka Hospitals. Hi sir, how are you doing today?
Yeah, I'm fine. Thank you.
Sir, you're a professor and also a group CEO. How do you balance your clinical excellence with a high-scale healthcare management at the Sanaka Hospital?
I'll not claim that I have a very good work-life balance. But then to me, it's very simple. You just need correct intent, absolute integrity, and a bit of common sense. With this, your job is just to make different teams. As I say always in any interaction that I'm just the face, it is my team which is performing. So my job is very simple, just to make different teams in different verticals. It's not a single team. As you mentioned, yes, as a group CEO, we are managing 3 medical colleges, 1 dental college, numerous paramedical colleges. Yes, we have different teams for those verticals. As a role as Professor and HOD of the Department of ENT, yes, I have another vertical there.
Yes.
So you just make the team and then run along with them.
Yeah.
That is leadership, and this is how I manage. I am not very sure whether my wife is very happy with me. I'm not very sure about that. But on the work front professionally, this is very simple.
Well, work-life balance is something that you need to take care of.
I
maybe.
don't think we look forward to that. That is impossible. That's a myth.
Well, what are the key technological innovations and patient care upgrades at Sanaka Hospital, and what is it focusing on for the next 3 or 5 years ahead?
Okay, in this small interaction, I won't be able to mention a lot of things,
Yes.
but I'll just make one highlight that Sanaka Hospital is the only hospital of its kind who has a state-of-the-art cancer institute in that part of the country. Outside Kolkata, we hardly have any big cancer setup. We have that latest LINAC. I am very happy that you don't even have that in Kolkata.
Oh.
We have that Halcyon 3.0 with us in LINAC, and the digital PET CT. In Eastern India, we're the only institute to have digital PET CT. So a holistic cancer care. And if you talk about the upcoming things, the first voice command cath lab in India. We are in the process of procuring, and very soon, in fact, I was surprised to see you can actually command that system to go to a particular vessel, do a particular thing. If you say stop, it will stop. So it is as if it is a science fiction, but that is a reality in this world as of today, when I was presently surprised, and we are bringing that to Sonoka hospitals very soon.
Well, as you are an ENT specialist too, from your perspective, how critical is early detection and preventive care in reducing India's long-term disease burden?
Here also, ENT is a big spectrum, so I will not bombard with many diseases, but only one disease I would like to emphasize.
Yeah.
From my experience when I was in Port Blair in GB Pant Hospital, every day we used to diagnose one new cancer patient. And head and neck cancer, ENT cancer is commonest male cancer in India. So I just like to point out to one disease that is a non-healing ulcer. That can be because of, in Andaman it was because of pan with betel nut. Even a sharp tooth can give you a non-healing ulcer, which can ultimately turn into squamous cell carcinoma. The early detection and treatment can bring you back to a near normal life. And if you ignore it, squamous cell carcinoma doesn't give you much time. So next time you have a non-healing ulcer anywhere, in the oral cavity, in the tongue, buccal mucosa, GB sulcus, wherever, please visit an ENT surgeon, get a biopsy done, and if it is squamous cell carcinoma, get treated at an earliest.
Okay. Also, well, many young doctors, now that we've touched upon work-life balance, it's very hard for them as well to look at work-life balance, because there are hours of duties. So many of them are now shifting towards leadership roles in hospital administration, or say they want to start their own venture. Even that's not easy. That has a lot of cons coming with that too. So what is your advice to them?
If you are looking for work-life balance, remain a doctor, don't think about entrepreneurship. Believe me, the moment you become entrepreneur, there is nothing called personal life. Jokes apart, I personally believe that leaders are born, they cannot be created. But yes, if you are looking for a managerial role, if you want to go into administration, there are structured curriculums, though I don't believe, I believe very less in this structured management curriculum in hospital administration. Entrepreneur, most of the doctors are entrepreneurs at different scale. If you are having your own chamber, having a small setup, that is also an entrepreneurship. But again, if you are really interested, first ask yourself, are you game for it? If yes, then I'll give only one advice. Just think every crisis is an opportunity. If this is your approach in life, and if you are ready to sacrifice everything else in life, welcome to the world of entrepreneurship.
Well, that's great advice. And nutrition and fitness is something all doctors want their patients to focus on. And now that many of the young people, a lot of people actually are now getting into the space where they would want to be very fit and healthy. So as a doctor, what is your health mantra? What kind of nutrients would you, what kind of balance in nutrients would you recommend?
Just look at me, I'm the wrong person to give advice on that. And I always tell my patients, don't do what I do, do what I say. But I think I'm being an ENT head neck surgeon, I'm not an expert to comment on that, but it is available in public domain. People are fitness freak nowadays. They have balanced food habit, they have balanced lifestyle, none of which I personally have. So I don't think I'm the right person to take this question.
Well, that's all for the evening. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for joining us at etnow.in Health Conclave. Thank you so much, sir.
Pleasure was all mine. Thank you.
Thank you.